intro didn't play. There it is. Same thing happened yesterday. Okay, then. Good morning, everybody. StreamYard is just the gift that keeps on giving. Good morning, everybody. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Today we are on part 98, I think, of the Phil Spector trial. Our part 98. Their part 215. And we are on part 2 of Dr. Werner Spitz's testimony in the Sir rebuttal case of the defense. And yeah, it did. Did you see me before the intro, though? Because it said that I was live, and then there was no intro. And then I was like, am I live? There was no intro. And then the intro played. Oh, you didn't see me before the intro? Okay. Because there was a pause between you are live and then the intro starting. So I didn't know if I was live or not. I was like, is the intro going to play? What is happening? I did the same thing yesterday. So I didn't know what was going on. What, am I live or not? I don't know. There's no intro yet. StreamYard just is a joy to work with. Just, I never know what's going to happen. Okay, let's see what Judy has for us today. In the movie about Spector and this trial, producers claimed it was based on the trial and was fiction. Okay, then. But the trial really happened. The only evidence shown makes it look like Spector could not have committed the crime. Okay. Two conclusions by critics were that the judge who kept out the evidence was stupid or corrupt, and the jury that found Spector guilty in his second trial was blind or prejudiced. Well, how stupid can you be? There was a movie about this trial. What was it called? Because now I want to watch this stupid movie just to make fun of it. What in the world? Why? I hate it when they do that. I hate, like, when they make something that's based on something that actually happened, but it's, like, totally false. Like, to this day, I am still trying to convince my family that there was no real Rose and Jack on the Titanic. Hand to God. My family swears that Rose and Jack were really people on the Titanic. I cannot convince them. No, but there really was. There was really people. They weren't the people like in the movie people, but there was really a Rose and Jack. Oh, sweet. Al Pacino. Yeah, I can see Al Pacino as Spectre. Absolutely. Oh, I'm going to have to find that movie. Oh my gosh. Yes. But yeah, I hate it when they do that. I mean, I love Titanic. I'm not complaining about that. Like Gone with the Wind's another one. Pearl Harbor. I like when they do historical fiction like that. Historical fiction's a little bit different than this, but I hate it when they do that. Like if you're going to make a movie about something, like the movies I just said, those were like historical backdrops for a fictional movie. But if you're going to make a movie about an event, don't make up stuff. Like, make it about the event and make it truthful, you know? Like, why? Why make it about an event and then make it all fiction? It's but like if there's something like there was a podcast that I used to listen to, and unfortunately the people that did it, I became friends with the people that did it. I've not met them in person, but online became friends with the people that had this podcast, and it was called Based on a True Crime. And unfortunately the people moved because um the woman, it was a couple, the woman got a new job, and it's like she's a scientist. And so it's like a high level government job. Like it's hush hush. I don't even know what she does. She can't tell people what she does. Um, and anyway, what they did, her and her husband, she was a true crime buff, and her husband was a horror movie buff. So what they did, they would watch horror movies that were based on real crimes. Like, um, what was the one in Texas that was never solved? The Was it Texarkana something? Um, they did. My mind is drawing a blank at all these. There's one. It's a movie with Jack Black where he was like a caregiver to this elderly lady. He went to church, sang in the choir, and he killed the lady and was like collecting her social security checks or something. Um, and let me see, what other ones did they do? Um, from Hell, the Jack the Ripper movie. They did that one. But what they would do, hey Carla, what they would do is they would watch the movie and they would do a podcast about it. And the first half would be telling you about the movie, and then the second half would be telling you about the true crime and the differences between the movie and the true crime. So like I think they did like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then they talked about Ed Gein. No, not Jumpin' Jack Flash. Um I'm trying to remember some. Oh, they did. Why can't I think of the names of these movies right now? My Friend Dahmer. There's a movie called My Friend Dahmer about, it was a comic book that they then turned into a movie. Um and it was written by someone that had been friends with Jeffrey Dahmer in high school. So they did the Jeffrey Dahmer case. They did that movie and then did the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It's extremely interesting. I don't know if it's still up or not, but they had to stop because my friend, the female, like she got this new job and didn't have time to do all the research and everything anymore. If it's still up though, it's an excellent podcast. Um, but yeah, don't do. Oh, Bonnie and Clyde is another one that they did. It's extremely interesting and it's a very good idea. Um, but yeah, don't do movies about actual events and then change. That's not what people want. If you're going to do a movie about an actual event, make it about the event. Don't make stuff up. That's so ridiculous. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But no, my family's like, no, there really was a Jack and Rose. No, there wasn't. Yes, there was. It's on the manifest. They were on. No, there wasn't. But yeah, make it about the event. If you're gonna, it's like it's like clickbait. It gets people in the movie theaters, and then it's like, haha. Okay, there's one other thing before we get started. I want to ask you guys. I kind of wanted to stay on Phil so we could get done with him because closing arguments are coming up. I think we might get done by the end of the week. Latest Monday, maybe. But, um, I'm in pain this morning, y'all. So my brain is not working right. What's her name? The Slender Man kid, Morgan Geyser. She has another hearing this morning at 9:30. Do you guys want to watch that? I don't understand why there's another hearing because I thought they already agreed that she could be released. So I don't know why there's another hearing. I thought that was all like done and ready to go and she could be released. So do you guys want to watch that? We can if you want to, or we can skip it. I don't care. Thank you, Carla. Hey, Terry. So you guys just think about if you want to hop over there at 9:30, we can. Um, I guess I don't have to make another stream for it. We can just hop over there for however long and then okay. We can just hop over there for however long that lasts and then hop back to Phil and then I can cut it out later and make another to put it in the Morgan Geyser playlist. That's what I'll do. That'll work. Okay. That was the thing I was trying to figure out. I'd have to make a new stream for her and then to go back to Phil and make another stream. That's what I'll do. We'll just pop over there and watch it and then I can cut it out later and that's what we'll do. My brain doesn't work good when I'm hurting. Um that's what happens with me when one thing gets but see what it is. It's like my body compensates like when one thing is bothering me and then it gets fixed. The other thing that was hurting wasn't hurting as bad. But then when the other thing gets fixed, the other thing that was hurting before hurts worse. So now it's my knee. Like I got the shoulder fixed and then the back was like, now you got to take care of me. And then I got the back I got the back taken care of and now the knee's going, "Okay, it's my turn now." I'm just a I'm just a Ferris wheel of pain. It's like, okay, now it's my turn. Now take care of me. Okay, come on. Come on. You can do it, computer. You can do it. My walker has been a clothes rack in my bedroom for I don't know how long. Start using my walker around the house again, I guess. I've got a brace on it right now. Quit buffering. I don't know what my computer is doing. I don't know if it's StreamYard or my computer or the internet or what, but it's ugh aggravating me. Yeah, the name change, I don't know if that's YouTube or StreamYard. What is going on? I cleaned my computer last night before I shut it off. What is going on?
Read the article that was done by Mr. or A.M.N. Gardner on aspiration of food and vomit that was supplied to you from Dr. Andrews to the DA through us to you.
Yes,
Okay. And if there was an indication that the blood in the alveoli of Miss Clarkson's lung could by some type of process, as indicated in that article, reflected. Right again, we had the same problem before. You looked at this picture, right?
yes,
Does this have anything to do with the blood that's distributed all through the alveoli of Miss Clarkson?
no.
Why?
First of all, this is not a carpet of
what's going on today, y'all. This is awful. Hey, Jennifer.
or AMN Gardner on aspiration of food and vomit that was supplied to you from Dr. Andrews to the DA, through us to you.
Yes.
Okay. And if there was an indication that the blood in the alveoli of Miss Clarkson's lungs could have gotten there by some type of process, as indicated in that article, reflected by that picture, would that be correct?
I'm sorry, would you say
I'll
that
try it again. We had the same problem before. You looked at this picture, right? Miss Clarkson?
No.
Why?
Well, carpet of a homogeneous carpet of barium into, and it is little areas like these areas here, one there, one there, here, these little areas, and some areas in this area here, but it's not like total involvement like you saw in what I showed you with the blood.
In other words, would I be correct in saying that this is focal as opposed to?
This is focal.
Okay. This is not the mass distribution or diffusion that you saw or the jury looked at in the one slide picture.
This is focal.
Okay. And was there something in this description of the figure one that the authors had put concerning manipulations that were important to you?
Well, the author claims that this is the result of handling, but what manipulation is, and obviously they handled the lung several times because it says manipulations, which is plural, during removal of the lungs. I wouldn't know why they would handle the lung, because you don't handle the lung normally.
Okay. Now, in the squeezing described, can you get the mass diffusion of blood that was in the lung alveoli as the jury saw in the slides?
No.
Why not?
You mean if it's not inhaled?
Right.
Well, how else would it get there except as claimed by gravity, and gravity isn't going to bring a huge amount of blood in a diffuse manner over the entire lower portion of the organ, or both organs, meaning both lungs, one on each side.
So when a forensic pathologist then looks at the autopsy, as you did here, the autopsy protocol of Ms. Clarkson, and correlate it with what you saw in the slides and the neuropathology, is there any way that blood could have gotten into the size, location, and distribution of Lana Clarkson's lungs unless she had taken 1, 2, or more agonal, reflexive, or inspirational breaths?
No, I don't see how.
And would something such as a pressure overlay of gases in the brain from the gunshot cause that? You're aware that there was the palate that was broken to Ms. Clarkson,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And I think you first talked about that when you were here the first time. How thick is that palate?
That palate is such that if you took a skull and looked at it from below upwards and looked and see your finger on the other side, it is almost transparent. It is a little bit thicker than paper.
could that pallet, the way you saw it, be broken by gases coming through the brain, around the brain, and come down and just break the pallet?
No. This pallet broke from the gases within the mouth, splitting the palate, and getting into the skull that way. When I say the skull, so that it's clear, there is the face and there is the cavity up here that contains the brain. And in order to get there, it either goes through the spine in the back, which is for gases almost unlikely, because there were also fractures in the roof of the eye sockets in the front from the gases that went in through the palate, through the roof of the mouth, into the interior of the brain.
Throughout your 50-some years of practicing forensic pathologist as a board-certified forensic pathologist?
Correct.
Okay. And Doctor, then with regard to whether or not the gravity could have forced blood into the distribution of the alveoli, it's your opinion that, and assuming there was a partial or a full transection of the spinal cord, would that account for what you first saw and first testified to, the distribution of the blood in the alveoli?
That's correct.
Okay. And can...
The respiratory center does not cease to function.
And even if the respiratory center did cease to function with regard to, or the respiratory center, if the spinal cord were cut, the respiratory center still would function for a little bit.
The respiratory center is above, significantly above, the area of injury.
And in somebody mortally wounded, that would, is your opinion, that would take over possibly for a few seconds, few minutes, whatever?
Well, for a period of time during which, well, there may be one or two or more, judging by the textbook. By the way, I should tell you that Guyton is a textbook that is used in a large number of medical schools for the teaching of physiology.
Okay. And in that textbook, you relied on the other chapters that were not supplied, correct? For your opinions today.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. May I have just a quick second?
Yes.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited.
I guess we're going to watch the commercial. It won't let me click out of it. What did I do? Well, it let me click out of it now, and I don't know what I did. Because now I can't get it back. Well, great. Now it's frozen. Finish playing the commercial now, stupid. I cannot deal. I can't deal with this today. Good gravy, Marie. going. Stupid court TV. I can't do this today. Oh, Jay.
Well, for a period of time during which, well, there may be one or two or more.
If I can get StreamYard to cooperate. StreamYard.
For the teaching of physiology.
Okay. And in that textbook, you relied on the other chapters that were not supplied, correct? For your opinions today?
That's correct.
Hang on. Oh, wait. Well, thank you for doing what I asked you to do.
May I have just a quick second?
Yes. The bullet. You mentioned the bullet at the beginning of your testimony, and you indicated that you referenced a book, I believe, in order to come to your conclusion, and this is just going to take a quick second. You referenced a book to come to your conclusion that the bullet was actually .347 millimeters.
7 inches.
All right, let me do a conversion in my head.
That's 8.8
Okay.
millimeters.
And that is the 8.8 is the conversion from inches to millimeters.
From 0.7 inches to 8.8.
You indicated that was, I believe you said that was, according to the book that you referenced, the bore diameter, correct?
Yes, that's the diameter of the bullet that fits into a .38 caliber weapon.
In actuality, Dr. Spitz, would you agree with me that the bore diameter actually measures the closest point inside the muzzle of a weapon where the lands stick out
Right.
toward each other?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. There are lands and there are grooves, correct?
Right.
The grooves are recesses inside the bore, correct?
Yes.
And the lands actually stick out or kind of point.
They're the ones, this landing group is what imparts the twisting of the bullet move.
The bore diameter is actually not a measurement of the bullet, of the projectile. The bore diameter is the measurement inside the muzzle of the two closest spots of the lands, correct?
That's correct, but the bullet has to fit in there without wobbling.
That's not my question. We'll get to the bullet in just a second. The diameter that you referenced to Ms. Otten, Mrs. Otten, is the measurement of the two closest points inside the bore of the muzzle, correct?
That's
all right.
correct.
The actual, according to the federal regulations that regulate the measurement and the calibration of bullets, a .38 has to be .357. We've all heard of 357s. Clint Eastwood, 357 Magnums, things like that. It's actually .357 calibrated to within 1/1000th of an inch in order to be manufactured in this country and sold as a .38 or a .357, correct?
Yes. May
Okay.
may I go on and tell you something?
And just to say, if it's just to explain something something more. Well, we're going to get you may answer this. I'm just going to can coach you that.
What is it an explanation of the answer you just gave?
I think it is an explanation. It may, I don't know.
How do we let him bring it out now rather than go back?
Sure, sure.
I think what we're doing is splitting hairs.
Maybe.
The one thing that I rejected was that we're talking about a 9.6 or 9.5 millimeter.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
That was the a .38. They all are fireable from the same type of weapon.
And a 9 millimeter.
And a 9 millimeter. All fired from the same weapon.
I just want to make sure, and this may be splitting hairs just a little bit, but in actuality, your conversion of .347 to 8.8 millimeters, I'm sorry, yes, 0.8 millimeters, is inapplicable because the bullet is actually 357, which is a little bit larger than 9. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. With regard to the type of bullet that was fired into Ms. Clarkson's spine and spinal cord, do you know what kind that was? Not I mean manufacturer, I mean what design that was.
Plus B?
It was a plus
Design. Well, yeah, but that relates to gunpowder. That doesn't relate to the bullet.
Right, that actually wasn't my question. Maybe it's inartful. Let me see if I can just ask a leading question on that. Are you aware that it was actually a hollow point
Yes.
tissue to mushroom or begin to flatten, correct?
Well, it depends on. That depends. Yes, it does. That's correct what you say.
That's the reason for the design.
Yeah, I don't think he had finished. Go ahead.
I have never seen the bullet, and so I don't know whether it mushroomed and how much it mushroomed. That's what you say is correct, except that I'm unaware of. I was not privy to a picture or the actual bullet to tell you whether this one mushroomed or didn't.
Okay. If I told you to assume hypothetically that in this case, in fact, the bullet, the nose of the bullet did in fact mushroom and flatten out, that would make the diameter just that much wider. But in fact, I mean, just talking from a physics perspective, if it mushrooms, the mass has got to go somewhere, so it gets wider, correct?
Probably, I cannot argue.
Okay. And you do know that this bullet did in fact hit not only the bone, but it hit the actual tissue of the spinal cord, and before that, it hit so it traveled through the soft palate, the spine bones, then the spinal cord.
Yeah, I don't think that the soft tissues in the throat are going to mushroom the bullet.
That wasn't my question.
I just don't think that that would happen.
Okay, my only question is that the sequence of solid objects through which this bullet passed to get to the spinal cord and finally to the back of the skull?
Soft tissue.
Soft tissue.
And the was not broken, but the so-called tooth of the second vertebra, the so-called dens, D-E-N-S,
Okay.
Which is a projection of that second vertebra in the back. So that would be hit after the cord was. There was the mushrooming of the bullet incurred before the spinal cord was hit or after. I would say most probably after.
Are you aware that these hollow point bullets, when they're designed, are actually designed with water tanks? They're designed to mushroom when it hits water.
I don't know. I've never fired hollow points into water,
Okay.
but I fired hollow points
All right.
into tissue, and I can tell you that it does not. It is not implied that determination that all hollow points or hollow points in general will mushroom on striking soft tissue at all, including skin. And skin is a lot tougher than the back of the throat.
Is it your understanding?
That is all really that I can tell you about it.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor this point, but my original question was whether or not you're aware that hollow point bullets are actually designed by the manufacturer to mushroom when they strike water. I mean, it's water tanks that are used for the design feature. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I remember.
All right, and of course the spinal good description of how that spinal cord is encapsulated in a spinal fluid solution, in other words, a liquid solution surrounding the spinal cord itself, correct?
You know, that's, whereas it's true, you have a film of spinal fluid. You don't have a lake of spinal fluid there. That is a reaching to explain an issue. That is not an obstruction to a bullet. A thin film of spinal fluid.
Okay, is it your opinion then, Doctor, from what I hear now, is it your opinion that that hollow point bullet that's designed to mushroom or designed to get larger and create more damage to tissue when it's fired into tissue, is it your opinion that in fact it would not have done so passing through the soft palate and then through the spinal cord and the spinal column? Is that your opinion?
My opinion is that you cannot compare a barrel with water, firing a bullet into a barrel of water and firing a bullet into a...
I swear, this man is just, he's going to argue with the prosecution no matter what they say. It doesn't matter. He's not comparing the spine to a barrel of water. All he asked was, do you know that these bullets are manufactured to mushroom when they're fired into a barrel of water? He didn't compare it. He didn't. All he asked was, do you know what they're manufactured to do? And that was a yes or no question. Had nothing to do with comparing it to anything. He just wants to argue. This man, oh my God. That was a yes or no question, dude.
What is your opinion? I'm not sure I got this out of your original testimony with Mrs. Kinney Bodden. What is your opinion about the transection of Ms. Clarkson's spine? Was it transected or was it not? And when I say transected, I mean completely transected or part?
I think it was probably partially transected.
When did you come to that conclusion?
They have partially transected, I think. I don't know that it was partially transected or not partially transected. And as far as my opinion is concerned,
did not follow that answer at all. Because you said two completely different things in the same answer.
Well,
in your expert medical opinion, was the spinal cord for Ms. Clarkson partially transected or was it completely transected? What is your opinion?
well, as I said a minute ago, hopefully I'll give you a more artful answer. I think because of the extent of destruction, the way it looks, I don't think you're really able to tell. I think that there is
AJ called him out. He did. He said yes and no in the same.
Reasoning to say that the bullet probably did not transect the spine entirely, but partially, because there is a huge amount of blood down the lungs, and she would have taken breath, but then she would have also taken breath if the spine was totally transected. I don't think, according to the literature that I have reviewed, the transection, partial or complete, has very little to do with her ability to subsequently take breath. And obviously my colleagues who performed the autopsy thought so too, because they indicated, at least on...
I don't know what is up with Court TV's website today. Court TV really needs to get someone to work on their website, because I don't understand why it buffers so much.
whatever number of breaths they thought she took. But she took some breath. That's what they said. And opinion must have been based on the amount of blood in the lung, because I see no other reasoning for that. The area is, once nerve tissue is injured, partially torn, if you move it, it will complete the tear. It will continue to tear. That is why when EMTs come to a traffic accident, what do you think they do? The first thing they do is they stabilize the head, because they don't want the head to wobble back and forth. We pathologists don't do that. We pathologists, we are not interested in that usually.
Oh, Court TV, you're killing me.
The head at all. And when we turn the body on the autopsy table, the head is taken there.
Dr.
Could
Spitz,
that have occurred in this case? Absolutely, it could have occurred in this case. Did it occur in this case? Did it occur in this case? There's every likelihood that it did, because I really would not be able to explain this appearance of the lung tissue if
Dr. Spitz, you are a board-certified forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are not a neuropathologist.
No, I'm not.
Neuropathology is, in fact, the study of the nervous system as well as the brain, correct? It's sort of a focus. Did you see Dr. Bodden's testimony?
No, I didn't.
Did you become aware of it?
I started to, and then something happened and I couldn't continue, and I had every good intention to view all of it, but I didn't.
Did you become aware at some point that Dr. Bodden had, I think, what he described as an aha moment on Sunday before his testimony on Tuesday, that the spinal cord of Lana Clarkson was not completely transected? Did you become aware of that?
I heard about it.
How?
Well, because told me about it.
Did Dr. Bodden call you?
No.
At any point, did you speak with Dr. Bodden?
No, not about the issues in this case.
Did you talk to anybody from the defense team between Dr. Bodden's testimony and your testimony here today? Any lawyers?
No.
You
I
didn't-
talked to the lawyers last night.
Last night was the first time you ever discussed the idea of transection of the spine, complete or partial, with any member of the defense team?
With Mr. Plourde and Mrs. Kenny-Barden.
And that was last night?
That was last night.
And your testimony is
that was last night. That was last night.
Okay, so you flew out in anticipation of testifying in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm assuming you got paid, or you're charging for your time.
I will charge for my time.
Okay, I'm going to guess another $5,000?
Well, you know, I'm so very pleased that you already working.
You know what, I seldom hear money like that.
I cannot tell you how pleased I am that you're looking out for me.
All right, the reality is that is accurate. Another $5,000
That is
in anticipation of your testimony today, and you knew that you were going to be talking about some rebuttal issues to Dr. Andrews, correct?
No.
Did you
I
know?
did not know until last night that I will be a rebuttal or a rebuttal witness to counter Dr. Andrews' testimony.
All right.
I really did not know what I'm going to testify about.
My question to you is this. Were you contacted last week or the week before after Dr. Bodden testified of this particular case and told that you would be requested to corroborate Dr. Bodden's testimony that there was a partial transection of the spine in this case? Was that discussion ever held with
No.
you?
Mr. Jackson, I want you to be absolutely certain that if you knew me better, you would know that nobody tells me what to say.
I'm getting to know you better all the time, Doctor. I wouldn't disagree with that. Judge, can we approach first?
Yes, you may.
Just give me a second, Doctor.
I guess, Mr. Ford, what we need some reply from you is, we're not sure whether it was on the record, on very clear recollection, and he would be coming out to corroborate Dr. Bodden. And I guess there seems to be an implication that somebody had to talk to him and know he was going to corroborate.
I think I put it on the record that I had
Sorry about that, guys.
may have said something about Dr. Bonds testifying to that fact, but I'm not sure if I actually told him that or not. But my point of the call was, could this have happened? And he did say it was a very good explanation, something like that. So I think my memory and the way I thought it first would be the best recollection I have of it.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, and then Dr. Spitz, let me choose my words carefully.
You need to bring Dr. Spitz back before you choose your words. I think I know what words you're choosing, but I think you need to clarify with him, given the facts and this Mr. Cole's recollections, this is what all are.
Okay.
Okay?
That's fine.
Wait, you, Mr. Rosen. That's why I brought in before.
I'm just going to get aware.
Let's make a juror second.
Before that happens, I did also ask him if he would be available to come back if we wanted to call him, and he said yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's look at your second. All right, all parties, jurors, and alternates are back as heretofore. The witness is back. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spitz, is it your testimony that I realize that if I knew you better, I'd know that nobody tells you what to do? That's not my suggestion. Is it your testimony that between the time of Dr. Bodden's testimony here in court and last night, you've had no contact with any members of the defense team?
Okay, camera's going off this time.
Say, could it have been that I was asked something relative to this case, to the opinions in this case? Maybe they did.
Recall speaking?
Mr. Claude.
All right. Do you recall?
I did not have any. The last time that I was here until when I came back this time.
Do you recall when this conversation with Mr. Plord took place?
Well, you already asked me. I said I don't know.
Okay. Can you give me a time frame? Was it? No, it wasn't yesterday because you were flying out here yesterday, correct?
No, but it would be. Well, obviously it would be. I came here on Tuesday.
You got here this past Tuesday?
Yes, I came here Tuesday.
Okay.
Today is Thursday.
Correct.
So that's so it must have been before Tuesday, and I would assume from the fact that I remember that this was very sudden that I received the information that I have to come back, that this occurred possibly during the middle of the preceding week.
All right.
The week preceding
This
the Tuesday.
the week preceding this week.
Yes, like
So middle of last week.
like sometimes in the middle of the week before this Tuesday,
I understand. That would be the middle of last week.
the middle of last week.
What was the content of your conversation with Mr. Plord on the
I don't
telephone?
recall any contents regarding.
Did Mr. Plord bring up the subject matter of Ms. Clarkson's spinal transection?
Truth of the matter is, I hold such position.
Did Mr. Plord bring up Dr. Boden's aha moment, his testimony where he said, I thought about this the night before last, meaning this is Dr. Boden talking. I thought about this the night before last, and my opinion is the only way that I can reconcile blood in the lungs is if the spinal cord was not completely transected. Did Mr. Plord bring that up?
Your Honor, excuse me. Objection. Asked and answered. He's already said he doesn't have a recollection.
The objection's overruled.
When you say, talk about aha moments, I would have, if I remember nothing, that I would remember because I'd never heard that before.
Did Mr.
I had
Plord-
never heard this expression before. And it's a strange expression. Think you remember that? Not said.
Did Mr.
Or anything even
Very much of it. Let me tell you. Without using the expression aha moment, did Mr. Plord bring up the subject matter of Dr. Boden's testimony that he now believes that there was an incomplete transection?
Dr. Baden opined.
You're aware, well, when you testified the first time, starting, I think it was July 26th, somewhere around there, the first time that you were on the stand, you were called by the defense. During the course of that testimony, the direct examination, the cross-examination, the redirect examination, the recross, and if there was any redirect, during all of that, that Lana Clarkson's spine would have been or could have been partially transected. Never once, correct?
That never
You guys, I am so sorry. I don't know why StreamYard is being so ornery today. I cleaned my computer last night before I shut it off. It shouldn't be this bad.
Relate to a complete or incomplete transaction.
Actually, on that subject matter, you were asked whether or not you agreed generally with the findings and conclusions of the forensic pathologist, Dr. Pena, and whether or not he did a good job at the autopsy. And you said something to the effect of, yes, he did a fine job, and I have no qualms with his findings and conclusions.
And I stand by that.
And his findings and conclusions are, correct?
You know, yes, if you opine that he looked at the same material that I looked at, and having done autopsies on a lot of people who were injured in the spine, in the brain, by bullets. I mean, we were it's a claim to fame in Detroit. We were for a long period of time, we were the murder capital of America. So, I know what a spinal cord looks like when it's hit by a bullet. And if you want to ask me, looking at me straight in the eye, did that bullet hit the dead center in the middle, the spinal cord, or did it hit it on the side? I would be a liar if I told you, yeah, I can tell. Because I can look at that spine 6 times over, and I still won't be able to tell you, because understand that nerve tissue becomes semi-liquid when it's injured, and semi-liquid mass, thick semi-liquid, or maybe it's a repetition to say thick semi-liquid. It's a semi-liquid amorphous mass.
So,
and within that amorphous mass, to tell you I can see the wound track, that leaves a lot to the imagination, because that's impossible.
so you would agree that, in fact, Dr. Spitz, let me ask another question. So you would agree, in fact, that the area that was injured, we're not just talking about the 9.06 millimeters, we're talking about the area that was injured, the wound track, as well as the surrounding nerve tissue. Would have, to use your phraseology, would have been sort of turned to jello, correct?
It is always jello.
It would have been traumatized.
But you have to realize that when a body with an injured spinal cord,
I'm going to object. That's non-responsive. My question was...
I agree, this is now non-responsive.
Thank you. My question is this, Dr. Spitz. Just focusing on the tissue in the surrounding area, according to you, a bullet traveling at, let's say, 900 feet per second, violently busting through tissue, soft tissue, hard tissue, bone matter, whatever, that is going to turn that area of the spinal cord, the area that's transected, into a jello-like area. I mean, it's going to traumatize the entire surrounding area, correct?
partially correct.
What part is not
correct? If you add to that what you said just now, compounded by the transport, unprotected
I'm going to
turning of
this
the
is not
body.
responsive. I was asked, I'm not talking about transportation.
The question was specific enough. I agree it is non-responsive. That part of the answer is stricken. You may re-ask the question.
Thank you. And I got the answer to the first portion of it. Fine, I'll just ask another question with the court's permission.
That's fine.
So if Dr. Bodden indicated that, in his opinion, the only way to account for breathing is if the spinal cord was only partially transected and the remaining axons, the remaining fibers, were healthy enough to continue transporting signals to the muscles required for respiration. If that was his opinion, you would disagree with that opinion.
You know, I must say I did not quite understand your question.
Okay, I may have...
I can attempt to answer.
If you didn't understand it, let me try it again. I'm not trying to be convoluted. I'm trying to be as clear as I possibly can. Testified that the only way he could reconcile breathing in this case was if, in fact, Ms. Clarkson's spine was not completely transected, because that would leave her in a condition such that she would not be able to breathe. The spinal cord was partially transected. And those axons, those nerve fibers, the remaining nerve fibers, would have been able to carry or transmit signals. That would be the only way that you've given to Mrs. Kinney-Bodden, based on your cross-examination questions. You disagree with that statement, correct?
No, I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree with it, but I'd like to elaborate on it.
I would.
The appearance of the lungs indicates a transmission of impulses. Looking at it in retrospect, looking at it that the wound track is below the medulla, that the impulses are generated in the medulla and above the medulla, and that they are transmitted by way of nerves that have nothing to do with the central cord and with the level of injury. I would have to say that the word only is too limited, that there is a literature support for continued impulses being generated in spite of or despite the fact that there is incomplete transection of impulses, according to Guyton, the book which excerpts of which I got from I understand. I didn't know I knew who sent them to me, but I didn't know that they actually originated from you. I came from Mr. Wood. But today I know that the centers in the medulla are almost indestructible in the acute phase, that in the interest of preservation of life, those centers will continue to function, just like the heart that continues to pump after a injury that causes brain death.
All right. Let me make sure I get this clear. You're saying, according to your testimony, Dr. Spitz, the spinal cord for respiration, rather, it's a complete completely different set of nerves. So let's put this down. Has this been marked? C to the 11th. C to the 11th. All right. Miss, you hand drew the.
Shadow. I can't see. Shadow. I can't see. I can't see. Shadow. I can't. Shadow. Stupid StreamYard.
You can see that there is a continuation from the inspiratory by way of
Doctor, let me finish the question. There are two tracks, according to your testimony, by which neurotransmissions can be sent for the respiratory area.
Mr. Jackson, I'm totally innocent in this. This is
Dr.
done.
Spitz, I'm not saying you're guilty of anything. I'm just asking a question.
I understand that. Well, this is my way of talking. I've told you earlier today, I did not know this until I reviewed this literature.
Okay.
This literature says in unquestionable detail that with the assistance of this diagram and with the texts that respiration would continue. Generation of impulses would continue. And it gives you the number of seconds that it will continue. And it gives you the number of seconds that the impulses will rest. And for what it's worth, you realize that this is an almost indestructible event. It will eventually, there will be no oxygen exchange, there will be other complications, but the impulses will continue.
And you get this diagram came from, and you admittedly, you didn't know anything about this until today, anything about this until last night. Let me finish my question. You're getting ahead of me. Until last night when you met with Mr. Plord and Mrs. Kinney Bodden, correct? This is the first time you were aware of this.
Yes, it's the first time that I became aware of it, okay. And I hastened or hurried to let Claude and Mrs. Barton, because the time when I learned physiology and is long ago, and I did not review the latest physiology because there are advances. And physiology is part of medicine. Right. I didn't know it because when I left, I had no time. I was in court on the same day that I came here, on Tuesday, in the morning. I left at 5:30 some in the evening. So I went to court in the morning.
Okay, on that note, we have arrived at the noon hour. We're going to take our recess. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you at 1:30 this afternoon.
I swear. God, man. I just... Is it a cultural difference that he can't? Come on, StreamYard. Why are you so laggy today? Is it a cultural difference that he can't just say yes or no? Or is it, I'm an expert and know more than you do? Like, he goes, I'm innocent and all that. Yeah, we know that. You're not on trial. We just need you to answer questions. And what I don't get is they're looking at a textbook to get their opinion. Anybody can do that. It's not their opinion based on their experience or their education. They're looking at a textbook to get their opinion. I don't understand. Why are they the experts called on their experience and their education, yet they're looking at a textbook? Just call the person that wrote the textbook. Like, I don't get it. Okay, we are going to watch another. Why can't I make it full screen? Full screen! What is going on today? I don't know if it's my internet or my computer or the internet just in general or what. I need to make it full screen. It's not letting me. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know what's... My computer is protesting. You're working me too hard, woman. I need to rest. I need a day off. Why won't it let me? I've done it before.
Saturday as the family hiked through the park. McGann was arrested by state police just before 5 o'clock this afternoon at a hair salon in Springdale. Governor Sanders joined State Police Colonel Mike Hager to announce the arrest during a news conference in
Why am I chatting with Court TV people? I don't know. See? It won't even let me chat. I'm typing and nothing is coming up. Oh. Never mind. I turned off my keyboard because Shadow was up here. Ah. Oh, now. Huh. Yay. I guess just wait. Well, now I want to minimize it again because I was chatting with people. I don't know why I'm chatting on Court TV though. Those people are mean. They're not as bad as Law and Crime. Law and Crime chat is nasty. uh, Come on, Court TV. You're late. You're late. You're late. Was he in Fortnite? I hate Fortnite. Has anybody played Fortnite? It is like the most boring of boring to me. Some people love it. I mean, some people love it so much that, like, I heard, like, adults were, like, stalking kids and, like, doing stuff to them, like, out of rage because of the kids beating them in this game. Grown adults. Son, when he was little, he was so into Fortnite, and so they live in Vero Beach, which is 4, 5 me. So we would play video games together, but we didn't have like the setup. He was little, right? So his parents didn't want him to like play online with strangers and stuff. So we didn't have that type of setup. We would like FaceTime each other and play games together. So we played Fortnite, and I would always die pretty much right away. He would build this fort because basically all it is, it's like survive, be the last person standing. You have there's they drop you off like you skydive out of the ship, and diving there's a safe zone, and you have to get in there, be like the last one. So I don't even remember if they come pick you up at the end or what. Like, because I never survived long enough. But I played it like I was gonna practice, like when he wasn't playing with me, because whenever we were playing together, he would be like, "Come here, build this, do that." Like he would instruct me on what to do. So I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna learn how to play this game without him giving me orders constantly." So I played it, and I just stayed like away from people. I stayed way out by myself where there was nobody trying to kill me, and I finished like fifth or something. Like when the timer was done, because I didn't get killed because I stayed away from people. And I was like, this is the most boring game I think I've ever played. That's how you win. You just don't do anything. You stay away from people. So I texted my cousin and I'm like, ask him if impressed that I finished in fifth. And I'm like, all I did was stay away from people. I didn't build anything. I didn't do anything. I just stayed away from people. That was boring. That was like the least fun afternoon I've ever had. I was like, I don't like Fortnite. I don't want to play Fortnite anymore. And then they put it in one of the Marvel movies. Thor was addicted to playing Fortnite. And I was like, what? It has even infiltrated the Marvel movies. Good Lord. Oh my goodness. And then they put the Carlton dance. You guys remember the Carlton dance from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? It's not unusual to be loved by anyone, remember? It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. They put that dance in the game. Like there's a character that does that dance. And you could buy things that your character could do. Like my my little second cousin, he would save up his allowance to buy things, add-ons for the game. And you could buy that dance, you could buy new outfits, you could buy new characters, all kinds of stuff. And they added that dance to the game, and Alfonso Ribeiro sued them for that, for using the Carlton dance in the game. Because he made that up, so I guess he's got it copyrighted or something. I don't know, but he sued Fortnite. I don't know if he won or not, though. I didn't know James Van Der Beek had cancer. Oh, that's sad.
Ozzy Osbourne's family have hit out at sickening theories and
Let me ask Meta. Where did she go? Meta, do you remember the Carlton dance from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
the Carlton dance. Who can forget it? Will Smith character's cousin Carlton Banks, played by Alfonso Ribeiro, had that signature move became a huge part of the show's humor and pop culture. It's still widely referenced today, and I can almost see Jeffrey Carlton dance in my head. That show is definitely a classic.
They used the dance in the game Fortnite, and I thought that Carlton sued them.
Ah, good question. Alfonso Ribeiro, who played Carlton Banks on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, did sue Epic Games over the Carlton dance being used in Fortnite. The dance was featured as the fresh emote in the game, and Ribeiro claimed Epic Games unfairly misappropriated his creative expression without crediting or compensating him. However, Ribeiro's attempt to copyright the dance was denied because it was deemed a simple routine, which doesn't meet the necessary standard of choreography for copyright law to apply. The lawsuit's outcome isn't publicly known, but it's likely Epic Games will continue to argue that individual dance steps and simple routines aren't protected by copyright.
Well, there you go. It's not protected by copyright. I would have been flattered. I mean, I guess he wanted the money, but does he really need more money? I mean, come on. I would have said, "Oh, look, they're using my dance. How cool." I bet one of his kids was playing Fortnite and went, "Dad, Dad, come here, they're using your dance." Have you noticed that celebrities that do adult type entertainment, like, let's see, who can I use for an example? Eddie Murphy's a good one. When they are young, they do like stand-up routines and R-rated movies, and things geared for adults. And then after they have kids, they're like, "Oh, my kids are going to see this." And then they start doing more family-oriented movies, like Eddie Murphy did Dr. Dolittle and Haunted Mansion and all these more family-oriented kids. Adam Sandler did the same thing. Trying to remember who all. There's a bunch of them though. Like when they started having kids, it was like whoops, and they hit the brakes on the more adult humor and went to like family movies. It's like your kids can still watch your other movies. Didn't you think about that before? John Krasinski, that was in The Office, his kids don't believe that's him in The Office. They're like, that's not you. I don't know, man. I couldn't go back and watch me if I was on TV or watch myself. The only time I watch myself is when I'm um editing. If I do a video and I edit it, that's it. That's the only time. Or if I'm trying to find out where we left off in a live stream or something, but I don't watch. Come on, you're late. Let's go. So all of our thunderstorm advisories have now turned into. We're waiting. Hi, darling. Come here. Oh, tell everybody good morning. Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey, good morning. Well, goodness gracious. I didn't hurt you. What you squealing for? Brat. No, she didn't want to be hugged this morning. Night before last, she slept on the pillow right next to me. Last night, she slept at my feet. Well, she slept next to me part of the night. And then I don't know why she didn't want me to hold her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. Why are you staring at me? I don't think that she really wants the cookies all the time. I think she just wants attention. Is that what you want, baby? Does you want attention? I know. I'm sorry. Out here, you just look at it like, why did you do that? You're like, my bed doesn't come out here. It goes in the bedroom where a bed's supposed to go. But I can bring it out here and you can lay right here next to me. Don't you want your bed out here? No? You're just gonna stare at me. Okay, just stare at me then. Go ahead and stare at me. All right, Court TV, come on. I've run out of stories. Belle doesn't want me to show her off. I don't know what else to do. And I don't have a camera so they can watch me crochet. I'm working on that. That's what I want for Christmas, is a new camera. Oh, sorry. I forget this mic isn't that sensitive. I was saying I have run out of stories and you guys can't watch me crochet because I don't have a camera. But that's what I asked for Christmas. I said all I want for Christmas is a camera. I want a GoPro. And if I get the creator set up, I don't know what all it comes with. But it comes with stuff to help you stream or take videos. It's like $500. So I was like, Travis, this is all I want for Christmas. But I told him, I said, you don't have to get me the one with the creator package. You can just get me just the camera, and it's like $349 when it's just the camera. So I don't know what all comes with the creator package. But I figured, might as well. I mean, it's Christmas. Give me the whole thing. And then I won't have to nickel and dime you for all the accessories that I'm going to need later. But we have GoPro, but it's one of the very, very first models. So we lost the connector piece, the accessories for a GoPro. We just don't have the little connector piece. But the original GoPros, they don't have a screen on them. So you can't see what you're recording. There's an app that you have to download. And apparently, you don't need the app anymore to use it. So the app was free because you had to have it to use a GoPro. But now the app costs money, and I don't want to pay monthly for an app that I'm not going to use all the time. Can't use the accessories. So we need a new one anyway. And Travis wants to. I don't know that we'll ever be able to afford a side by side. Well, I guess we're not going to watch this because due to technical issues at the courthouse, we will not be able to live stream this hearing. Yay. Okay. So, we are going to go back to Phil. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay. We just finished Warner Spitz. Now we're going to go to Mary Goldenson. Dang it. He's back again. I was going to say, they weren't done with him. Why are we doing a different person? He's back. Dang it. Now we got Jennifer Hayes and Punkin again. We're almost done. Out of the presence of the jury exhibits. Out of the presence of the jury a detective. More exhibits. And then we got closing. Jury instructions. Yeah, we're almost done. Look at that, guys. Clinical psychologist.
The defendant's present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and alternates are not. Yes?
Thank you. Your Honor, we do have a witness in Sir rebuttal, and I do recognize that Mr. Jackson's in the middle of his cross-examination. But it's Dr. Goldenson, and she does have patients this afternoon, and she made a personal request of me to ask the court if it would be possible at all to interrupt Dr. Spitz's testimony just to put her on. I'm very reticent and reluctant to say this, but
What, baby? Come here. What's wrong? You just want a cookie? That's what it is? You just want a cookie?
The defendant's present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and alternates are not. Yes?
thank you. Your Honor, we do have a witness in Sir rebuttal, and I do recognize that Mr. Jackson's in the middle of his cross-examination. She made a personal request of me to ask the court if it would be possible at all to interrupt Dr. Spitz's testimony just to put her on. I'm very reticent and reluctant to say this, but
Stop buffering.
she will be an extremely short witness. I don't expect my direct to be more than 5 minutes.
People.
That's fine. I told Mr.
You do swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated in the witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Dr. Mary Goldenson,
Spell your name, please.
Goldenson.
Thank you. You may sit back, pull the microphone up underneath your chin, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Just use the microphone like a telephone, okay?
Okay.
There you go. Good afternoon, Dr. Goldenson, and welcome. We'll try and get you out of here. I know you have a number of patients to see this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
Would you turn to the jury and please share with them what kind of doctor you are?
I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I practice in Brentwood, California.
And how long have you been a licensed psychologist?
25
years. Have you had an active practice?
Yes, I have very full practice.
And you've treated patients?
I treat patients, and I do a lot of seminars.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to approximately I'll give you a little time period here, the very end of 02 and the beginning of 03, January of 03 in particular. At that time, did you receive a phone call from Lana Clarkson?
I did, and it's very vague, but I did.
Okay, I understand. And for what purpose was she calling you?
She was calling to see if I had an open practice, if she could come in and see me.
Okay, she wanted some consultation?
She wanted a consultation?
Okay, and did she indicate to you why she wanted consultation?
No.
Only in a general sense that she needed your help?
She wanted to come in and discuss issues with me, and I was recommended to her by friends.
Okay. And as a clinical psychologist?
As a clinical psychologist.
Okay. It was a brief conversation, just a couple of moments?
It was only a couple of moments, yes.
Okay. And was there a discussion also about payment?
Yes, she wanted to know how I charged, vague, but that was the gist of it, and that she was handling the matter.
Okay.
And would get back to me.
All right. And of course, like all of us, you charge for your services, correct?
I charge for my services, yes.
Okay. When she indicated that she would get back to you, was that the end of the conversation?
That was the end of the conversation.
Okay. Did you ever hear from her again?
No, I did not.
Okay. I want to just show you a couple of emails and just ask you to identify something. And okay, we're going to put them up on the screen there for you, all right? Mm-hmm. Jen, could I have 23072, please? Okay. Can you see that from there, or would it be better if we blew it up a little bit?
I think so. Blow it up a little.
Sure. Jen, please.
Oh, I can't see it.
Sorry, neither can I. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to go through the whole email. I just want where it says would be the word subject, but of course it's abbreviated to be SUBJ and a colon. You see,
Point it out to me.
Maybe I
can
could
see well.
all right. I'm going to bring up the actual email. Maybe that'll be a little easier.
Oh, that'll be easier.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. It says what?
Subject.
Yes.
And the doc.
Okay. And it's addressed to Hey Jennifer, correct?
Yes, Hey Jennifer.
Okay. Would you take a look at the very bottom part of it? Jen, can we have that lifted up so the jury can see it, please? Yeah, just hold on one second. Hang on a second. Pardon? I want you to lift it up, please.
She wants to know if you want to show her that.
Oh, me.
See the very bottom where it says Dr. Mary
Yes,
Goldenson?
what she's concerned about is that it'll show the doctor's address. She wants to know if you want to publish the address.
Yeah, well, let me, is that okay with you?
Okay. All right.
We're fine.
All right.
Yes.
And now blow it up if you can, the declaration. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. You see the name Dr. Mary Goldenson?
Yes,
Okay, that's you, correct?
correct?
And the phone number there?
It's not the phone number now, but that was the number.
That was your phone number at that time? Okay, and the address?
It's correct.
Let me just finish. Is the correct address for your offices?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And as you said in your testimony, that's Brentwood, California, correct?
Correct.
And Brentwood is in West Los Angeles, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that back? Thank you. And I want to show you another email, if I may. Jen, may we have the other one, 23097, please? I think that these have been previously marked, have they not?
I don't know.
Well, first one. Well, I understand the first one's been marked, so the second one we would be F12.
F12.
Request that?
Yes.
Take it down. Take over. Dr. Goldson, would you take a look at the first paragraph? Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see your name there?
Yes, I do.
All right. And do you see also an indication in there where you are located? That is where your offices would be located?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
Brentwood?
Okay. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
There's no objection.
Yeah, objection. One is cumulative, the first one, and it's all hearsay. The point's already been made.
Let me see, please. Well, that was, he's already reason to time. We'll talk about it later.
And I think we've marked this F12, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So taking a look at F12, you see your name and the location of your practice in the first paragraph, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. May I have that back? Thank you. And in January of '03 and the end of February of, the January of '03 and the end of '02, say November and December, you were actively practicing, were you not?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. I have no question.
All right. You keep my step.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, sorry, guys. Stop buffering. I hate doing it right off the Corby website is it buffers so bad. I wish there was a way that I could just record this off the website. And as soon as the page loaded, StreamYard crashed. Y'all, I might need another 3-day weekend.
Dr. Spitz, I'm going to change gears for a quick second. Over the lunch hour, I was able to find this. I didn't want to take up our time in the morning trying to look for it. This is People's 45 sub C. Sudi, if you could highlight the center portion of that. Have you ever seen this photograph before?
No.
Does that look like the kind of the rear-facing portion of a bullet or a projectile, the front of which has been mushroomed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have absolutely no idea where we were when we left off this morning, so I'm going to try to look at my notes. If I repeat myself, you'll forgive me. Yes, Doctor?
Yes.
I believe that we were talking to some degree of the transection of the spine, or the spinal cord. You indicated that in your opinion, you believe that the spinal cord I just had a I was wrong. That's not what we're talking about. I did write myself a note.
I can remind you where to stop.
Yeah, it's my memory's not what it used to be, Doc. Okay. You indicated before we left off that with regard to the spinal column, we were talking about the neural pathways that you have determined pursuant to this article written by Guyton.
Yes.
The chapter in the book,
yes.
Chapter 42.
Yes.
That you learned last night that there are neural pathways that are not included in the spinal column, but rather the vagus nerve is carrying the respiratory neural impulses to and from the lungs.
Yes.
You just learned this last night.
And the glossopharyngeal nerve.
And the
glossopharyngeal nerve.
Right. Whatever that is. Maybe I'll ask you about that in a second, but I doubt it because I can't pronounce it. The point is, you learned through this article a complete transection, yet the neural impulses regulating respiration will still be intact. That's your opinion based on your reading of this article, chapter 42 in Guyton's book, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated before the break that you've been practicing medicine 54 years. And last night was the first time that you realized that this phenomenon occurs, that the respiratory system, the neuroimpulses to and from the brain, and the respiratory system in the human body is transmitted vis-a-vis the vagus nerve, not the spinal cord, correct?
Yes, I was not. Let me say this to you that I had not read this chapter in Guyton's book before.
So last night, when you actually read this chapter, your interpretation of the chapter is the first time that you came to this conclusion. You have hence absorbed that and rendered an opinion based on that this morning and this afternoon in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You did a drawing of the schematic on the face page or the front page of chapter 42, correct? The name of the chapter is Regulation of Respiration, correct?
Right.
This chapter is actually written with regard to the respiratory system and how it acts and reacts to strenuous exercise and respiratory stress, if you will, correct?
No, this chapter talks about, I mean, I don't know about the whole chapter, but I'm talking about the issue at hand. And the parts in the first 2 pages.
Did you read the whole chapter?
I read the whole chapter.
Was the whole chapter about, generally speaking, stressors on the respiratory system in live people?
Yes, but in the course of this, the early part of the chapter, in the beginning, first page, in fact, talks about the location, the function of the situated and how they transmit their impulses and what occurs in case of damage to that area.
And you interpret this chapter as saying that all the neural impulses are transmitted to and from the brain vis-a-vis the to and from the brain and to and from the respiratory system vis-a-vis this vagus nerve, not the spinal cord, correct?
No, I'm not suggesting that, but I gleaned from this text that there is a series of stimuli that occurs even when there is very significant damage, including blockage of those centers in the brain, and how the timing of these impulses is occurs, and the fact that the diaphragm, which is the main respiratory muscle, is stimulated and functional as even in case of damage and things of that nature, which leads me to believe that, and I think the chapter is very clear on that, the first couple of pages, in fact, that the respiration continues for a sustained, what I would have thought originally would have sustained the kind of damage they're talking about. I would have thought for sure that transection, severe damage would stop respiration. And in fact, I so testified, I think, in my previous testimony. I was not aware of this chapter. And it talks with authority about this incident.
In fact, what the chapter talks cycle from the respiratory area down in the body, including the muscles and the lungs, up to the brain, and the neural impulses that cycle through. There is a reflex cycle that basically defines the respiratory system from a nerve standpoint.
With included in, as you call it, a reflex cycle, the generation of impulses which leads to the lung, which leads to inhalation and exhalation.
Okay.
Which
in
means
fact, let's make sure
breathing in and breathing out.
Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing here. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this. I may be wishing, that may be wishful thinking. The lungs do not act on themselves. The lungs aren't a muscle that squeeze and release for us to breathe, correct?
The lungs have muscle.
Right.
There is no muscle in the lung. The only place where in the lung area...
Doctor, you've answered my question. Move to strike everything after correct.
I sort of have to hear it. Mr. Rosen, please be seated. I have to hear it before I know whether or not it's still responsive. So I'm going to let him finish the answer, and then we'll make a determination of whether it needs to be stricken or not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is of no consequence. So there's some muscle.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to kind of move things along a little bit. The lungs, basically, you agree with me, they're not muscle. They don't squeeze.
No muscle in the lung.
But there are certain muscles around the lungs that are required for breathing, and that includes the diaphragms, the intercostal muscles, correct?
Yes.
The abdominal muscles.
Yes.
And I may be leaving a few out, but that's a pretty good synopsis of the three main muscle groups that are required for breathing, in and out. Right?
Whereas that is correct, it needs to be muscle of respiration is the diaphragm. The diaphragm, by virtue of it going up and down, is like the bellows that puts respiration in.
Well, let me do it this way. You put did a drawing of that, this area here, the schematic, correct?
Yes.
I've done another that's just a little bit, I don't think it's upside down. No, it's not. I think it's right side up. Could I have this marked, Judge, just so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. It's 195.
196, Judge?
195. I've got 195, but every so often you folks have been marking exhibits without, sort of on your own. Let's see.
There was a fire department entry.
Fire department entry was one. Well, you've got to learn to tell me about these things. Okay. 190. Who was the witness that testified to 90? Okay. Hold a second. And Wendy doesn't have it either. The problem is...
I had it written and I had it crossed out as if
It was just marked, that's all it was. It was just marked.
Okay, 195, then we'll put with Mr. Stark. Well, it still has a number. That's all that counts, the fact that there's a number. Don't, Mr. Rosen, you're making this more difficult. I know you're not trying to. Wendy and I are trying to keep track of the exhibits. 196 then for diagram.
Rosen opens his mouth, he's trying to make it more difficult. He likes things more difficult.
Doctor, this may be a little bit difficult to see from where you are. Let me go over what's written on here. I wrote it in pencil just very quickly, so it may be hard to read. This indicates the word from lung, vagus. Obviously, that's the vagus nerve, or supposed to represent the vagus nerve. This says to respiratory muscles, expiratory pathway.
Wait, excuse me a second.
Sure.
Is lung on the diagram.
Right here. Where I'm. No, not on your diagram, doctor. There's two different things. I hand drew this. Not very well, but I gave it my best. It's on this diagram.
This is a wonderful diagram, but it's not this diagram.
I'm well aware that it's not this diagram, just like your diagram wasn't that diagram. I'm just trying to simplify things.
Okay.
Indicating the words from lung, vagus, to respiratory muscles, expiratory pathway, inspiratory pathway. All right. Now, this may be a little easier if I bring this to you. And this is just a very basic reference, okay? Dr. Spitz, the fact of the matter is, with a reflex arc, like the one that defines the, isn't it true that the vagus nerve actually represents the incoming messages from the lung to the brain, or the brain stem?
The vagus nerve makes the causes the diaphragm and other respiratory muscles to contract.
Can you point to any anatomy book, Dr. Spitz, that indicates that the outgoing neural impulses, the outgoing stimuli, if you will, the outgoing transmissions, the abdominal muscles, any of the respiratory muscles, can you point to any anatomy book that says that those neurotransmissions going away from the brainstem and to the lungs, I'm sorry, and to those muscles are vis-a-vis the vagus nerve?
Well, right now, what you are asking me to do is have computerized brain at the National Library of Medicine, which I don't profess I am, to tell you what anatomy books say or don't say.
Okay.
I can tell you that Guyton said that.
Actually, well, we'll get to Guyton in just a second. Actually, isn't it true that there is and let's just walk through this real quickly, there is a cycle, a reflex cycle or a reflex arc. The lungs, which have no musculature in them themselves, they're just organs, just lungs, they don't move themselves, send neural impulses up the vagus nerve, and let's call that the northbound freeway. Okay, it's going north. Those neural impulses are going up to the brain stem. The brain then transmits signals down to the muscles. The expiratory and inspiratory muscles down to the muscles, the diaphragms, the abdominal muscles, the intercostal muscles, and those muscles are then given the signal to contract to facilitate breathing. Isn't that how the respiratory reflex arc works?
I don't agree with you that breathing is a reflex.
Okay, then let me take that word out. I don't want to split hairs. I'm asking you, isn't it true that the neural neurotransmitters work in a reflex where the northbound transmissions go vis-a-vis the vagus nerve. The southbound transmissions, however, that send signals to the muscles to contract are inside the spinal column.
I don't know. I cannot argue with you. I don't know where you got that information from. My information from reading this is different.
Okay. Well, let's...
Yes?
Sure.
May we approach you a moment?
Okay.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Let's take a look at what you referred to in the regulation of respiration chapter in Guyton's book. And I believe it was probably the sentence that reads, even when all incoming nerve fiber connections to this area have been sectioned or blocked, this area...
Excuse me, where are you reading?
May I approach you?
You may.
Have you got the article in front of you, Doctor?
The what?
The article?
Yes.
Okay. Quote, even when all incoming nerve fiber connections to this area have been sectioned or blocked, this area still emits repetitive bursts of action potentials that cause rhythmical inspiratory cycles. That's the sentence that you're referring to at the beginning of this article that suggests to you that respiration continues after there is certain blockage of nerve fibers, correct?
No.
That's not it?
No.
Well, where do you...
That's half of it.
Okay, where's the other half?
The other half is page 517.
I've got it.
Which says that expiration, like I said in the first time I testified, I remember specifically saying to you that inhalation is active. Remember saying to you that what comes in has to come out.
Okay.
That's when it comes out. That's called respiration.
Right. But in order to have passive exhalation or expiration, you have to have an active inspiration or inhalation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I can't, my body's not just going to passively release air out of my lungs. I have to draw it in
Yes.
and then breathe it out, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What this sentence is actually saying, Doctor, isn't it true that what this sentence is actually saying is that if the vagus nerve is somehow affected, the vagus nerve is affected, and incoming signals from the lungs, which are saying, hey, breathe, 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 and that's cut off, there is still an area in the brain called the inspiratory area of the brain or brainstem that's going to send automated signals, at least for a few seconds, down to the muscles so that the muscles continue to breathe, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those signals to the muscles to contract are within the spinal cord, not the vagus.
It doesn't really matter whether our expiration is passive. You really don't need nerves to, or any other, because once you have inhaled, you are going to exhale.
But before you
Maybe
inhale,
that's not rhythmic. Maybe that's not rhythmic, although the impulses are rhythmic. That's what this text says.
the impulses that this article is talking about, Doctor, are impulses in the brain, trying to send... Doctor, can I finish? Can I finish? They're impulses in the brain, correct? Trying to send signals to the muscle.
Well, you didn't draw the...
No, Doctor, that's not responsive. Move to strike.
Stricken?
Yes or no? The impulses come from the brain down the spinal cord to tell the muscles, hey guys, breathe in, contract, correct?
Yes.
And if those neural impulses are severed or cut off right there, then there is no bridge, there's no pathway to tell the muscles, to inhale. Thus, there's no breathing, no matter what the signals are coming from the brain, correct?
So, my opinion is and has been that inhalation continues.
How?
And exhalation then follows without
Tell me how the muscle to contract, to inhale, if that cord is severed. How is that happening?
Well, first of all, it would happen if the cord is not the cord is really like a bunch of, if you hold a bunch of spaghettis in your hand, except they're much tinier.
Sure.
So first of all, the first thing is if the cord is not completely severed, that would be answered. Second, it is my opinion that although that's true that the vagus nerve is a receptor type nerve, there are fibers either within the vagus nerve or emanating from the center that cause
Going nerve fibers in the vagus nerve, Dr. Spitz, the only ones go to the pharynx and the larynx and the throat. They don't have anything to do with breathing. Isn't that true?
Which, the vagus nerve?
Correct.
What do you mean they don't have anything to do? They go into the vagus nerve, comes out of the respiratory center in the medulla.
That's where it connects to, but it's only receiving information from the lung saying breathe. All the neural impulses to the musculature, all of the neural impulses to the musculature of the diaphragms, the intercostals, the abdominals, all of that, Dr. Spitz, all of it travels straight down the southbound lanes, down the center of the spinal cord. Wouldn't you agree?
If you want to
argue,
That's true. That phrase will be straight.
If you want to say, I'm not.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
I'm
Please
sorry.
go on. Maybe I misunderstood you. I wasn't sure where you.
I don't know. I mean, argue it seems to be a legal term, so I'm not fussy about whether you are saying that the cord is completely transected and there are no fibers. No other fibers that make the diaphragm, then you may be correct. But I think you are incorrect because I think, in my opinion, the diaphragm does continue to move.
It would only continue to move if it was receiving neural impulses. I mean, I think we're getting to the same place, Dr. Spitz. It would only continue to move, the diaphragms and anything else, if in fact it was able to receive neural impulses down the spinal cord from the brain, not from the vagus nerve.
Well, no tissue moves, no muscle moves, not by that, by any, I mean, this muscle here, any muscle in the body.
Who? Jackson? This guy? Every time Jackson asks him a question, he goes off on some tangent. I'd be frustrated too. And earlier, he asked him a question and he said yes, and then, but no, not really. And Alan Jackson said, I didn't follow that answer at all. You said you answered two totally, completely different answers in the same answer. So I get why he's frustrated with him. But yeah, he is getting frustrated. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Yeah. He's frustrated.
If it's well, there's a distinction between voluntary muscles or skeletal muscles and non-voluntary muscles, which these are. You cannot stop your diaphragm from moving, whether you can hold your breath for a little while, but that's about it. Then you have to take a next breath.
Right, but you're describing something in a live person. When I hold my breath, during that time, even though I might not be conscious of it, my neural impulses down my spinal cord, doctor, to the muscles saying, breathe, don't breathe, whatever. Even reflex movements come from neural impulses. Let me restate that. Even unconscious movements. Say I'm sleeping and I twitch or whatever. Unconscious movements travel down the spinal cord, correct?
No, what you're doing is oversimplifying a complicated issue. If you hold your breath for a while, carbon dioxide, well, it's in your bloodstream. You now get a message.
How does this prove whether she did it to herself or Phil Spector did it to her? I don't understand. Why are we going over this testimony, this line of questioning? Does anybody understand? Can you please explain it to me? Why does this matter? Because this doesn't tell you who did it. It just tells you whether or not she breathed in some blood afterwards. And that doesn't say who actually did the deed. I don't understand this whole line of questioning. I mean, I understand the line of questioning. I don't understand why it's going to prove whether or not he did it or she did it. And I can imagine this line of questioning in like in cases where, like, let's say a pregnant woman gives birth at home and says the baby was stillborn, but then and she disposes of the baby. Then they have to decide, was the baby still alive? And they look at lung contents. Did the baby take a breath? That's where you get these types of questions. Was the baby alive? What was in the baby's lungs? Did the baby take a breath? Were they alive? Or was it a stillborn? Do we charge the mother with murder? That's where these kinds of questions are pertinent. I don't see a reason for these questionings in this case. Unless I'm missing something. I don't get it. I don't get how this proves who did it. I'm not getting it.
Into the brain to take the next breath.
Right.
And that translates through the inspiratory center of the brain. The inspiratory center is one of many centers. There are other centers in the brain that control respiration.
Sure.
And the inspiratory center that you have drawn there in that big bulky area which you didn't draw, that's called the pneumotaxic center.
Correct, doctor? Right up there.
That's what you have just shown there, what you have just illuminated is the pons.
Right. Doctor, I guess the point of...
I don't think you finished.
So that's
hard to tell.
Judge, can I ask another question?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Have you finished your answer?
I don't remember. Okay. Why don't you ask another question?
I can't keep up with you, Doc. I can't do it. I'm trying. To cut to the chase, if you will, any movement, any contractions that control breathing, from the diaphragms that give that bellows effect, the intercostals, the abdominal muscle, they require an order from the brainstem that travels down the center of the cord and tells those muscles to contract. If that is cut completely off, and just for purposes of my question, this goes back to what you said a second ago, if that's cut completely off and completely transected, those instructions to those muscles that control inhalation will not get there.
If you were correct, there would be no quadriplegics in any location, any hospital.
Dr. Spitz, actually, that's an interesting
remember that the area that we're talking about here on this diagram is not involved in injury. No matter if you talk about severed, you talk about level of injury, you're talking about a lower level of injury, as you're talking about brain here. I'm talking when quadriplegics are injured, they are injured in the level of below that, in the level of the spinal cord. This is not spinal cord. This is all us. And yes, it receives stimuli. It also generates stimuli. Those areas in the brain are active, functional, and able to produce stimuli to move the diaphragm. Once you have the diaphragm moved, there's air coming in, because at that moment the diaphragm goes down like a bellows. And diaphragm goes down, lungs are expanding, expiration is, that means taking air, push it out.
We've talked about that. We know that. The point is that there are quadriplegics who fall off a horse, for instance, very famous one. Fall off a horse, break their neck, and these neuropathways are affected. They are transected. The neuropathways cannot be reconnected, and those quadriplegics are on respirators for the rest of their life. Correct? Breathing for them.
I'm not talking about those kind of quadriplegics.
Well,
I'm talking about quadriplegics who have sustained the type of injury that Clarkson has sustained, who are in hospitals, they cannot move arms and legs, but they are not on a respirator.
If they're not on a respirator and their diaphragms are moving, doctor, then it is impossible for them to have suffered the same type of injury that Lana Clarkson suffered.
That's why I said to you.
Can I finish?
Sorry.
A complete and utter transection of spine. Those neuropathways are broken, they're cut, collapsed. The neuropathways will not send messages to the diaphragm, which are required to breathe. Correct?
That's why I told you earlier that if the cord is not transected completely, then those passages would still be there. And then maybe you would be able to explain why there is all this abundance of blood in the lung.
All right.
So if that is true what you say, there is still that gap that I feel is necessary to be explained, how it is possible for her to have made those inhalations to provide that amount of blood into the lower portions of the lung.
So if in fact you agree with me that there was a complete and utter transection of her spine.
I have not got
Doctor,
to that.
can I finish my point?
I thought you stopped.
Not yet. If there is a complete and utter transection of her spine, her abdominal muscles, her intercostals couldn't move, and she couldn't breathe in.
No, I don't.
You don't agree
with you. I don't agree with you that that is true in this case because of everything else I know about.
Okay.
Excuse me, just finish.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Rosen. The witness takes a long time to answer his answer.
Your Honor,
And it is very difficult sometimes to know where the concluding point has come.
I understand that, but in several instances, he starts to talk, because I'm looking right at him, and Mr. Jackson jumps up and starts to talk. And I think maybe what we could do here to avoid that in the future is just if Mr. Jackson would pause a moment, or ask him if he's finished his answer, we don't have this problem. He's cut him off a number of times today.
And the reason it's happened is the reason I just said, and I'm not going to direct Mr. Jackson to change his approach when, with all due respect, and this has happened with most of the doctors in this case, and I've tried to give them the latitude because they do not answer questions directly. It's not just don't believe he's doing anything wrong.
I'm not taking off on anybody. I'm merely making what I believe is a proper objection that the witness should be allowed to complete his answer. I'm not taking off on anybody. That's all I'm asking the
Okay. I'm going to allow Mr. Jackson to continue the way he's doing it, and we'll just have to worry about it on a question-by-question basis. Thank you.
Very well.
Doctor, let's not worry about the other phenomena that you are relying on in this particular case. The blood. A complete transection of her spine, traveling down the spinal cord. Her diaphragms couldn't get messages to contract. Her abdominal muscles couldn't get messages to contract. Her intercostals couldn't get messages to contract. She wouldn't be able to breathe in. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think I can agree.
Okay, fair enough. You believe that the sensory impulses that would tell those muscles to contract come from where then?
I have to believe that there are other pathways, either through an incomplete research, by way of other connections, because this area here, what you have drawn, would almost suggest that if the cord is severed, she would have stopped breathing.
Thank you. On your direct examination, doctor, you indicated that in your opinion, a complete transection or a partial transection, because you read this article, and you believed at that time, during your direct examination, you believed at that time that neural impulses were being sent down the vagus nerve, which is, well, you believed at the time that the neural impulses were being sent down the vagus nerve. During your direct examination, you said, based on that, it doesn't matter whether she had a complete transection or a partial transection, either one would allow her to continue to breathe. Is that your testimony?
I still believe that.
Okay, so you still believe that the vagus nerve has neural impulses that are sent from the respiratory area of the brain down to the muscles, the intercostal muscles, the diaphragms, etc. That's what you believe?
I don't know if it sends impulses like, because I that go to the intercostal muscles. But
and those, I'm sorry to interrupt you, those pathways are outside the spinal cord?
No, they're not outside the spinal cord.
They're all inside the spinal cord.
They are inside the spinal cord, and some are outside the spinal cord.
Which ones?
For example, the major nerves that, and I don't recall what level the phrenic nerve comes, into action. I don't know at what level that is, but it could very well be that same level that we're talking about. I would have to look at that. Phrenic nerve makes also diaphragm sends impulses that cause respiration involving the lower portion of the core.
So your testimony is that the phrenic nerve is high enough that, or is it too high, that a complete transection of the spine would allow the phrenic nerve to send neural impulses to contract the diaphragm?
What I said was that I do not recall offhand at what level the phrenic nerve exits the cord of the brain. Yes.
Now that we have discussed kind of at length where the neural impulses come from, where they go, this reflex arc, information coming from the lungs into the medulla and from the respiratory muscles. Now that we've talked about that reflex arc, that respiratory arc, if you will, is it your opinion that in...
You know what? I think this man is afraid of being proven wrong because he's wishy-washy with his answers. He's like, no. Like, he'll say something and then Jackson will kind of repeat it or rephrase it and he'll go, no, that's not what I said. I said, and then he'll be like, I said I thought, or it might. And like, he'll make it more vague. Like, so that he can, if he gets proven wrong, he can go back and say, no, I didn't say that. I thought maybe, or I thought, or might. Like, so like he makes it more vague. So if he gets challenged in the future, he can say, oh, no, I didn't say that. Because I feel like that's what he's doing, because it seems like he does that with every question. When Jackson goes back and said, so you're saying, and then he makes it vague. I'm seeing a trend here. It's like he just doesn't want anyone to be able to say to him in future, you said such and such, that he can be challenged about. And I think it's like Judy said earlier, it boils down to this man's ego, I think. He's like, I've been doing this for 54 years. I know everything.
Fact, in order to breathe, Lana Clarkson would have had to have suffered a partial transection of her spine.
I'm suggesting to you that it almost appears to me that it really doesn't matter.
Again,
it's probably easier to explain it on the basis of partial transaction, but it's easier to understand, but I don't think that that's imperative.
But you just said, unless I heard you incorrectly, you just agreed with me that if this is correct, and she would not be able to breathe, therefore that must lead you to believe that the only way she could breathe is if she suffered a partial transection of the spine.
No, what I meant, well, maybe I did not say it well enough. And I do.
See, he did it again. He did it again. Yeah. I'm not crazy. He just did it again.
Not recall. I put that forth to you that I need to find out at what level the phrenic nerve leaves the nervous tissue. And there are other nerves as well. We have not discussed other avenues as well. I firmly believe that the level at which she was injured would have caused cessation of respiration. Otherwise, why would all these other people survive same level injury?
Okay. I may be able to help you out. Does it jog your memory that the phrenic nerves are basically C3, 4, and 5?
I don't remember what level that is.
If in fact the phrenic nerve is at the level of C3, 4, or 5, would that be above or below the level of her injury?
Well, C4 or C3 and 5, of course, is below the level of C1.
Correct. And if in fact she suffered an injury higher than the phrenic nerve, which does control the diaphragms, there is no way for the brainstem to get information to the phrenic nerve to control it, to contract it. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct, and that would eliminate the phrenic nerve.
Thank you. The intercostal nerves, another possible nerve set that could control breathing, the intercostal muscles. They're at
the intercostal muscles. I don't think.
Can I finish? I'm sorry. I'm trying to show you the same deference. Just let me finish the question and get it out. They're at T1 through 12.
I was going to say to you that the intercostal muscles, in and of themselves, just by themselves, are not likely to sustain respiration.
Okay, let's take the abdominal muscles.
Same way.
Same way. Okay.
Yeah, you need they are more. All these other muscles are more like accessory muscles. The main muscle is still the diaphragm.
All right. If in fact these other nerve bundles that I've just talked about, the diaphragms, the intercostals, the abdominals, and they're all lower, and I know I'm getting into a lot of anatomy, and I apologize to everybody. If they're lower than the location of her injury, which was at C1, right there, if those nerve bundles are lower, at C3, 4, 5, and down, there's no way for those nerve bundles to get information from here, these neural impulses, if in fact the transection is at C1. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, they're below that level. C3 or C4 is below C1.
Okay, that's all I need. Once again, mercifully, Your Honor, I'm going to change gears.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Dr. Spitz, and I appreciate your patience with me. The slides that you looked at, very briefly, you indicated that there was and I'm going to talk at them very briefly. I think it was offense A to the 12th. To use Ms. Kinney Bodden's word, diffuse blood in and around that local area in the alveoli, correct? I think you used the word carpet. There's a carpet.
Yes.
All right. And you put Mrs. Kinney Bodden put that on the overhead. I'm going to take this down. Okay, thanks. Mrs. Kinney Bodden put the slide on the overhead at, I think, 400 magnification, and you said, see, look how many blood cells there are. It's basically a carpet. Is correct?
I think so.
You're aware that in the pathology report, in the autopsy, took slides from areas of the lung where
Okay, I shouldn't have to say this because y'all know how LawTube works. This is the commentary channel, so I'm going to have to pause the video and comment every once in a while or I will get in trouble. So it's going to happen. So if you don't want commentary, this is not the place. So I'm going to have to stop the video every once in a while. It's just inevitable. Just saying. Because I had 10 people in here a while ago, and I paused and talked, and now I have 6. So, it's the way it's got to be. No, unfortunately, we cannot speed him up. Because this is not YouTube, this is Court TV, and there's no way to speed it up. I wish I could. I think we're almost done with him. Looks like about a half an hour.
he found blood, or what he thought might be blood, correct?
Oh, and also, someone needs to tell Alan Jackson that we only have one diaphragm, not 2. because he keeps saying diaphragms. And we don't have more than one diaphragm. We have one diaphragm, not two. Not multiple. It's not plural. It's diaphragm, not diaphragms.
I don't know. He says in his report that they are representative sections.
Right. There are lots of areas of the entire lung organs. As a matter of fact, the vast...
And that's why you're my favorite. No, I'm kidding. I love you all.
Majority of the areas of the lung organs did not have blood in them, correct?
That is not what his autopsy report seems to describe.
Let me ask you this then. Do you know where exactly...
On what I see on the slides, that he took them from areas where there was blood. But the areas where there were blood are by no means focal. There is a, like I said, a carpet like somebody put a lot of blood in those areas.
All right.
I cannot talk about areas which are not representative, but he specifically said they're representative sections.
Did you hear his testimony?
Yes, I was here when he testified.
Okay. When he testified, do you recall Dr. Pena saying that, number one, that he took slides of areas where he visually, grossly, I think he said, saw blood?
Yes, I understand that.
That's all I'm asking. Is that what his testimony was? Your understanding of it?
Well, yes, that's correct.
And he said grossly, as he examined the lungs grossly, then microscopically, he saw areas of blood, which he then pinpointed and took sections of samples to make slides out of, to confirm whether or not it was blood in the alveoli.
But, Mr. Jackson, why would anybody...
Objection, I'm sorry, Judge. Non-responsive.
It's non-responsive, sustained.
Is that his testimony? Do you recall his testimony being that?
No, I don't recall this detail.
Okay. By the way, let's take the board as an example, this whole screen as an example. When you saw that carpet of blood at 400 magnification on this entire screen, how large, if we were to take that screen area use the borders of the screen as that area, how big would that drop be?
It would be very small.
Be microscopic, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why we look in the microscope.
Oh, right.
If I didn't look in the microscope, I would get back to the autopsy report, which describes blood in both lungs, in what obviously is not a distribution, but a major distribution.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking, Dr. Spitz, you said on direct examination, I just want to make sure we're clear, that this, when you look in your body, see there's a carpet there. This isn't focal, it's a carpet of blood cells. As you can see, there's blood cells everywhere.
Yes, that's correct.
We're talking about a microscopic, that on that screen would be a microscopic portion of two organs that are about as big as I'm holding up left and right.
Well, it is smaller, but please understand that that's the nature of microscopy. There's no way that we can look at an entire organ in order to establish a particular finding. We always take tiny representative areas, and they are supposed to represent what goes on at large.
Doctor, you indicated that there was no indication of blood in the stomach, or in the stomach, the gastric contents, the brown...
In the stomach.
Okay. You're aware that if there was a small amount of blood that went into the gastric content, into the stomach area, that might not be noticed by the pathologist if it mixed with the rest of the gastric content. It might not be reported as blood.
Excuse me, when it's phrased, no foundation would call for speculation.
Overruled. All allowed is basically it's a hypothetical. All allowed.
Is that right?
Yes, if you drop a drop of blood into a vat of water, you might not see it. Are you talking about a drop of blood? Because blood is a very strong dye, and he soiled his clothes with. So if there is 180 ml, 6 ounces of fluid with anywhere close to the density, I'm not talking about the amount, but the density of the blood in the stomach, as we saw in the lung, you would see it.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Judge? Yes. There's just one final point that I want to ask you about, Doctor, and I want to make sure I get this correctly. Is it your... Let me withdraw that and start over. You're aware that the bullet, the projectile in this case, passed through the back of Ms. Clarkson's throat, the soft palate. It then transected the spine, the spinal cord, and slammed into the back of the skull. Hard enough to create a protuberance at the back of the skull, correct?
Yes.
And that fractured the skull back there, correct?
Yes.
There were 2 other fractures at the top of the skull, correct?
I'm not familiar with fractures at the top of the skull.
You indicated that there were fractures.
No, I was referring to fractures of the roofs of the eye sockets.
Okay.
That's a different, that's not the top of the skull.
Okay. Were you aware that, in fact, there were fractures at the top of the skull?
I would not be surprised if they were fractured.
And if there were a skull, that would be consistent with the slamming, the reverberation impact, if you will, the slamming of the bullet into the back of the skull,
No.
Creating fractures at the top.
No, absolutely not.
So is it your opinion that the gases in the mouth were such that the gases somehow passed through the brain tissue to the top of the skull and cracked the skull linearly, rather than the impact of the bullet with the back of the bone?
No, the back of the bone, if in order for these fractures, and if you do you have the autopsy report handy? I'd like to see those fractures at the top of the skull.
Believe it or not, I don't.
Well, then I have to look for mine.
Well, hang on a second. Here we go. May I, Your Honor? Yes. This is called the 28, just for the record, and I'm handing you Mrs. Thank you, Mrs. Barton. Handing you Mrs. Kenny Bodden's copy of the autopsy report. The fractures that are referenced on that 28, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes.
You account for those, pardon me, you account for those coming from gases rather than the impact of the bullet to the back of the head.
Yes, but before before I go through that, there are no fractures at the top of the skull in the way that you would interpret that as an impact by the bullet or extension from the bullet. There is a fracture of the base of the skull where the bullet hit as it ended its course where it was found eventually. There is an extension of a fracture, what is an apparent fracture, but it's not really a fracture. It's a separation of the suture of the skull. If you look at the diagram here that I have, you will understand what I'm saying. The skull is not made of a single bone, and there is I forget what you call it when you have woodwork where one piece goes into another, like
a dovetail?
I'm sorry?
Like a dovetail?
No, where...
Who's a woodworker? Tongue and groove.
Tongue and groove.
Tongue and groove, there you go.
In some people, the bones don't connect, don't become bone. The connections don't become bone. Eventually, in old people, they do become bone. There's no more openings. But in younger people, and in some that are younger than others, the bone, the tongue and groove are still not completely closed. And when there is
He's talking about fontanelles. You know, when babies are little, they say to be very careful with their head. Number one, their neck is not strong enough to support their head, but also babies have a soft spot on top of their head. It's called a fontanelle because when you're little, your brain is still growing, and so your skull is not fused together yet. You have plates, and you've got like soft tissue holding them together, and your brain grows and the plates grow, and eventually all that soft areas close up as the plates grow, and they close around the brain. So as your brain grows, so does your scalp. Because if your scalp was completely closed together and then your brain grew, then your brain would have nowhere to go. So that's what he's talking about. He's explaining it horribly, but that's what he's talking about.
as I said, those will open, and it looks like a fracture, but it isn't. And if you look carefully, you will see that where the skull is, the top of the skull, because when we do an autopsy, we cut all the way around under the skin. We take the skin down, then we cut all the way around the bone, and the diagram shows the top of the bone turned over, not like that, but like this. It shows it twice, once like this and once like that. You will see that it follows the exact location of the... So that is not a fracture from impact. That is a separation of the suture of the tongue and groove connection between bones from increased pressure from within. And the same pressure is what broke the roof of the eye sockets. That is a very common observation.
Okay, we're going to take a recess at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition, 15 minutes.
Court's getting in session.
All right, all parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness. The president's here before. You may resume.
Thank you. Dr. Spitz, pardon me. At the break, I asked you to take a quick glance at a copy of Gray's Anatomy that I had just to verify the phrenic nerves and their placement in the body. Do you now have would you agree with me that they're at C3, 4, and 5?
3, 4, and 5. Yeah.
Okay. The last question I have for you, and those skull suture releases, if you will, if you don't want to call them fractures, where the suture's actually separated,
Yes.
that is a result or a product of the gunshot going off in the mouth and literally all the way up at the top of the skull bounded outward and separated. Is that what you're getting at with regard to the gases?
What I'm saying is the bullet does not enter the skull and just bounce around. the bullet hits a place, either it or causes it to break at that point, but not no other points, unless it is a shot into a confined place like the mouth, where there are gases generated within the mouth and the gases spread around the brain. Consequently, the pressure within the skull is increased. There's not much room in the skull for a huge amount of gases because there's a brain inside. Well, most people anyway.
You weren't looking at me.
I did not mean to be personal, but it is a fact that there's a brain inside. So there is an occupant for the inside of the head. Increased pressure, remembering that the roofs of the eye sockets are paper thin. Incidentally, I can tell you, if you are interested, I have a skull here to show. But in the absence of that, please take my word for the fact that the eye sockets are paper thin, the roof of the mouth, the palate is also quite thin. I think I indicated earlier that it is not much thicker than paper. And the bullet did increase the pressure because there's a variety of fractures on the base of the skull. The skull is like this, with the top and the base. And most of the fractures are in the back of the base where the bullet hit and stopped or perforated. And there are fractures around there where the bullet hit and stopped, and therefore it broke the bone. And in doing so, it also broke the back suture. It didn't break it, it separated it.
From an anatomical standpoint, that bullet is fired into Lana Clarkson's throat at very close range to the throat. And we're talking about a 2-inch barrel behind her teeth. That bullet was fired into her throat at, let's say, 1,000 feet per second, or somewhere around 1,000 feet per second with plus P ammunition. And within a space of about 4 or 5 inches, it comes to an immediate and abrupt halt after cutting through the spinal cord. And that immediate and abrupt stop shifted the skull literally for the suture separation that you're talking about.
A shot, firing a gun is always a dramatic situation. But what you just did is over-dramatize. Yes, it is like...
As compared to the injury of Lana Clarkson?
No.
Excuse me, that's our...
No, you misunderstood what I said. Yeah. A shot in the mouth is a shot into a confined space. The gases, the pictures that we saw where I fire a gun, you could see the flame, and I mean, it is an amount of material that comes out of that is to go someplace. Where is it going to go? There's inside the mouth. So it goes backwards, and it created an impact. It caused an impact on the back of the skull as it went into the skull in the back through the hole where the vertebral column, where the spine joins with the skull. Through that hole it went in, and because of the impact, separated the suture, which goes like a triangle in the back here. The picture shows it.
Right.
And the increased pressure caused other fractures in the base of the skull, the mouth upwards around the brain.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, redirect.
Thank you. Doctor, with all your discussions with Mr. Jackson about inhalation and exhalation, is there any way the blood could have gotten in the alveoli of the lungs without active?
So my opinion is that the blood had to be inhaled.
And does that matter whether or not the cervical cord was transected partially or completely? That there had to be inhalation and exhalation?
Well, there was inhalation of blood.
Okay, and in fact, wasn't the doctor described that cervical cord as the pulpified in parts but ragged in other parts?
Yes, he described it that way.
And can you tell from an autopsy report whether that raggedness was come from the bullet hitting it or whether it was come from tearing subsequent to by handling on the way to the morgue?
Objection, that calls for speculation at this point.
I asked if he could tell,
Yeah.
so
I'm sorry that I misunderstood the question.
the objection is overruled.
Could you tell?
In my damage to the spinal cord from the bullet and lack of prevention of traumatizing nerve tissue that has already been damaged, preventing additional damage. There has been no such thing. And if you tell me, or if the autopsy report indicates that there are two types of damage in the spinal cord, then there is a distinct likelihood that there was damage by the bullet compounded by additional damage.
Now, Mr. Jackson also asked you about the slides being taken from a representative portion of the lungs. Remember that? And he also described the lungs grossly in the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And he said the parenchyma, which means the lungs, as we learned, is congested and has edema in it, correct?
I'm sorry?
And has edema.
Yes, he did say there's congestion and edema.
Okay. And he also described blood throughout the lungs, correct?
He also described
blood
in the lung, yes. He also described...
Objection, that's non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did he also describe something else that was important to you? I'm learning it for 30 years.
Very well done.
Dr. Pena, not without reason, mentioned in his description that there is aspirated blood. Aspirated means inhaled. Inhaled means taking air in.
And Mr. Jackson said to you in cross-examination that lungs don't move themselves, correct?
No, lungs don't move themselves.
And to get aspirated blood in the lungs, that lung had to move in some way, correct?
Yes.
And it had to move by inspiration, correct?
Right.
Now, Mr.
Well,
Jackson...
there was no CPR here. There was nothing else. I mean, there was only moving of the body from there to the morgue.
And Mr. Jackson also, at the last point, was talking to you about the skull. Let me just read you a line from the autopsy report. I'm going to ask you about it. Right posterior parietal skull with minimally externally associated with subcutaneous soft tissue hemorrhage.
That means that there was bleeding under the skin in the back of the head.
Okay. And was
associated with the fracture, associated with the bullet injury as it ended its course.
Was there also brain?
Parietal side of the head. Occipital is the back of the head. Are you going to correct yourself, doctor? Because parietal is the side, not the back. And I have been doing this for 54 years. That's basically
Swelling.
There was also brain swelling.
And does brain swelling take time to occur?
Brain swelling takes time to occur and indicates circulation of the blood. That means the blood still goes on, and the fact that the lungs are congested indicates that too.
And is that consistent with inhalation, whether it be reflexive or not, inhalation and exhalation?
Well, it indicates that there was vital signs were still present without consciousness, without the brain activity.
Okay. And Mr. Jackson also drew a drawing from a book that he put up there, the book that we talked about, correct? Okay. Now, the drawing, if we can, almost see. You'll have to excuse me, I have little stickies and red marks.
Why does he have to file for withdrawal on a case that's closed? I don't understand. Why do you have to file for withdrawal if the case is closed? That's ridiculous. I don't understand.
Now, the drawing that Mr. Jackson put up had all these arrows pointing from the vagus nerve going upwards, and that other arrows going downwards. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that on the original drawing that's in this book?
No.
And does the guiding book that you were talking to about indicate that the vagus transmits sensory signals to the lungs, irrespective of whether or not there's been disconnection of nerve fiber connections?
Objection. Witness the testimony mistakes the evidence.
Well, let me read the...
All right.
Does the book say the vagi, I guess that's plural for vagus?
Yeah, that means, that's right. There's two vagus nerves, one on each side.
Does vagi also transmit sensory signals from the lungs that help to control lung inflation and respiratory rate? Does it say that?
Yes.
Does it also say that even when all incoming nerve fiber connections to this area have been sectioned or blocked, the area still emits repetitive bursts of action potentials that cause rhythmical inspirational cycles?
That's what the text says.
Okay. And does it indicate that expiration is passive?
Expiration is passive. The second page of this article specifically said that, and I testified to that earlier.
And irrespective of what the mechanism was to get blood in the lungs, whether it was from the vagi nerves as indicated in the book, or whether it was from a partial transection with still some nerve endings, is it your opinion that the blood in the lungs had to come into her lungs through active inhalation or exhalation, even if it was reflexive?
Yes, that's my opinion.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross. All right, thank you. Subject to recall, your excuse for being down.
Thank you very much.
All right. Are you going to take that skull through the airport?
Nonsense, but they wouldn't.
Don't you get questioned when you take it through?
No, not here.
It's also his birthday, Your Honor.
All right, happy birthday. That's very reassuring. All right. Do you have another witness?
We do, Your Honor, but I think I need to approach this for
All
a
right.
second.
Funny. Man, that guy likes to hear himself talk. I can't believe he said parietal was back of the head. It's not. I would love to know why they're going down this road of did she breathe the blood in or was it there by gravity? I don't understand why they're going down this road. It to me it doesn't prove whether or not he did it or she did. And final was seven from pew pew or from transport by the EMS. It just doesn't.
Okay, we'll take it in two parts, okay? The first part is, the court's aware that I showed the court as well as Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson, this list. I made the inquiries that the court suggested as well as the ones that Mr. Dixon suggested I do, and I have conveyed the information that I've received. And here's what I've learned, that in fact, as the court may have noticed, there's two parts to this. The top part is entitled Events with Lana, 2002 to 2003. And there is a sequential number, or descriptions of what I would assume events. I made the inquiries and I understand through Ms. Laughlin that she in fact is the source of this information. She has a date book or a diary that I have not seen, but she has it with her, and I've offered it to Mr. Dixon and Mr. Jackson if they want to view. We can view it together for the first time. But the reason that it is in Ms. Tyndall's handwriting is because this was prepared approximately an hour within the last hour or so, whenever I gave it to Mr. Dixon, or didn't give it to him, but alerted him to it. And the reason that Ms. Tyndall wrote it is because Ms. Laughlin did not bring her glasses with her, so she couldn't read it. That's the only reason it's in Ms. Tyndall's handwriting. So I've explained that to them. I certainly think that they should have a copy of this. Obviously, it was just handed me, so I don't have the facility to do that, and that is the idea of that. This directly, and we would ask to use this in rebuttal with Ms. Laughlin. The reason is that Ms. Hudson said in her testimony, and I have it marked if the court wants me to refer it, that in the last
I'm sorry, guys. I stepped away for a minute. Can you hear me? I am so sorry. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I was making brunch because I have not eaten today and I was hungry. Um, how far back do I need to go? How much did you guys miss?
With Miss Hudson. In fact, she purposely kept things from her. And the things that she did keep from her were all the negative because she admired, that is, Lana Clarkson admired Miss Hudson. She looked up to her because, according to what both Miss Hayes and Miss Laughlin have shared with me, Miss Clarkson viewed her as being a part of, she was a realtor, I think she indicated, for in excess of 20 years. And she treated Miss Hudson in a way that she did not want to share with her all of her trials, her tribulations, and the list of things that in fact made her depressed. So I'd like to get into that because that's what Lana told her, both of them. Another area that I want to get into, the situation with the if I may just have a moment here, I want to make sure I'm at the right point. The report's very lengthy, as you know. I would like to revisit the phone call, which I think Ms. Laughlin indicated occurred 3 days before, wherein she indicated to her 3 days before February 3rd of 2003. Okay. Wherein she indicated that Ms. Clarkson indicated she did not want to live anymore. She wanted to end her life. She indicated she was going to end it, and she was bawling her eyes out. I don't think it was very clear the first time. I think this was one of the areas, and again, I'm going to leave this particular offer up to the court, whatever you think is appropriate.
Friends and nighttime friends. Is that a normal thing in LA? That's kind of weird to me. But I don't know. That might be normal in LA. Who has daytime friends and nighttime friends?
I don't think it was very clear on the first go-around with Ms. Laughlin. I think that phone call, if the court remembers, I had submitted Mr. Bennett's report indicating that I felt there were, I don't want to use the word discrepancies, but let's say there was less descriptive terms here in testimony for the various contained within the four corners of the report.
I don't think that's proper.
Okay. For you. The next area I want to get into is the Christmas card and the Christmas letter. I don't remember who did her. Let me see. Right here. It was Mr. Dixon.
She can explain what she meant by her letter. That was run into. That was something new.
Okay, and I want to publish the letter to the jury.
It's been published already. Are you talking about the Christmas card or
the Christmas letter that was contained in the card, where there's a statement made to the effect, my Lana, my best friend, my right arm, my inseparable sister was violently and abruptly taken from me, etc., etc. Mr. Dixon spent a lot of time on that.
It's people's 181. Okay. Yeah. All
right. The Jeff Franklin party, I want to revisit that.
Revisit to what extent?
I think Ms. Hudson, if I can just have a moment, I think she gave us some testimony on that. Maybe as I'm thinking about it. Actually, I'm in the wrong witness. It was Mr. Bay. I think Mr. Bay indicated that he didn't see her, she wasn't there, and and that if he had seen her, he would have never treated her that way and never behaved that way towards her. And that is a rebuttal to Mr. Bay and Mr. Bruno.
She's already testified to it. What is she going to testify that's different or new or changes anything she has already testified to? She doesn't get to just repeat her testimony because Mr. Bay said, I never saw Ms. Clarkson. That doesn't give you a reason to put her on to completely go over it again. That's not a rebuttal.
Phil, I think this is a dish gone up to high only one time in the party, and that was during this particular incident. And the other thing also is that...
You just said that's what you testified to. I'm confused as to, I'm trying to find out what are you claiming is rebuttal, sir?
As I recall, Mr. Bay testified that he never saw Lana there, and that had he seen her there, he would have never treated her that way, never disrespected her. She was a... Okay.
But that's not rebuttal to that. The bottom line is Ms. Todd has already testified to what took place. Does she have something new or to explain something she didn't testify to? Just because Mr. Bay has said, and by the way, I hope everyone realizes there's more than one explanation where they both be telling the truth about this incident. I assume that everyone recognizes that. Somebody may be lying, they may not be, or they both may be telling the truth. It's a simple explanation, but the question, begging the question of what is Ms. Pye going to change or add that she has not testified to?
There's a statement in the report, Ms. Tin's report, that she indicated further, quoting, that Lana, and I'm quoting from the report, he fucking recognized me. I've been to his house. I've had drinks there. I know his dog's names. He's fucking recognized me. I don't think she testified.
I believe she did. She talked about that, I believe that testimony with her every word, but I do believe she did testify to that.
I think what she testified to was something to the effect that she hated this town, that Michael Bay...
There was more than that.
Well, can I just finish? Michael, that she hated this fucking town, that Michael Bay disrespected her, or dissed her, I think the term was used. She couldn't believe it. She hates the town, and she wants to end it. So...
she could have, correct?
No, I don't think she did.
No, I said she could have. And one of the tests of rebuttal, I mentioned at the bench in Surrey rebuttal, is something could have been testified to. It is not appropriate rebuttal or surrebuttal. It is to cover things that are new. The fact that is nothing.
No, this is new. This was none of the...
What? Why could she not have testified to that when you put her on the stand originally and asked her about it?
To think about it, and that's why she was able to remember the additional conversation. At the original interview with Ms. Tind of it, and she's included now this additional language. And one other thing, and I'm just reading from the report, which indicates she was bawling her eyes out and ripped off her jacket, which I don't believe was in the record. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe even more. I've lost a little track of time here, as we all have, that there has been a gap in time where she had time to review this and to think about it. So I think that it is different, and I think that it is proper surrebuttal. It's your call.
Right, okay, what else?
On the depression, I want to go back to, I don't want to go back to, let me say, regarding the job at the House of Blues, Nilly Hudson characterized it in her testimony as Lana being very excited about it, very happy about it, chance to meet new people. Ms. Laughlin indicated that, yeah, when she first took the job, she was excited, but once she started the job, she felt humiliated by it. She wound up hating it, and this is something new which I think was not brought up before. And also, again, I asked Ms. Laughlin about this, and she said she only recalled it since she's been thinking about this and watching it a bit on TV. There was a situation where apparently Ms. Clarkson applied for a job at the Hustler Casino, and that was towards the, to give you a time frame, it was kind of towards the end of 2002, and she was going to apply for a cocktailing job because she told Miss Laughlin that she needed the income. She did not get the job, and her comment to Miss Laughlin was, look at me, I'm friggin' 40 years old and I can't get a job at the Hustler Club, and that's a quote, unquote. And that, of course, I think clearly contradicts what Miss Hudson said in terms of her frame of mind and her feelings about her job at the House of Blues. Additionally, Miss Hudson has indicated in her testimony that she was extremely optimistic, that she was happy, that she was pleased with her career. She moved from, I guess, a less visual, and Miss Laughlin indicates that isn't the case, that although she recognizes that all she wanted out of life was stardom, career success, and celebrity, that at this particular time, that isn't true, that she was at the lowest that she'd ever seen her in her whole life, and she'd been knowing her, 10 years at that point, that she would keep a stiff upper lip.
Specifically, in fact, those two testimonies already taken place.
Ms. Hudson also testified to the fact that, and I recall this, I think Mr. Brunon brought this out on his cross, that regarding the individual who was described, I can pretty much agree, was Mr. L.B. Moon.
We're not going to get to the jury today, so I'm going to let them go. Let's bring out the jury from the office. I don't want them to I don't believe we're going to be able to get to you today, so rather than make you wait another 10 minutes or so, we'll go ahead and break as far as you're concerned for the day. Keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you Monday morning at 9:30. Thank you. Continue on.
Thank you. We were talking about the cowboy L.B. Moon, and the offer proof on that is that Millie Hudson testified that it was a potential, but it really wasn't that big a deal. Miss Laughlin would indicate no, that actually Lana Clarkson told her that she thought he was the one. In fact, she was very optimistic about that, and even mentioned something to the effect of she wanted to move to Texas and live on a ranch and raise horses and things of that nature. Ms. Hudson also testified that she had cut down on the drinking, she had cut down on the use of anything else. Now, it is correct, Mr. Brunon on cross-examination did a little, she didn't do things, but I would offer and proffer to the time she was using Vicodin, she was using alcohol, she observed her to use cocaine a couple of times, she was using drugs and drinking more than ever before that she had seen in her life. And on the last page, I don't think the issue about the ghost or the agent is appropriate for Sir rebuttal, but I do think the other part, which I think this was discussed either by Mr. Bay or Ms. Hudson, I'm not sure about the purse. She would indicate that she, being Miss Laughlin, with her purse. Those are the offers.
None of that is Sir rebuttal. It's already been testified to. And I don't think...
Well, under the guidelines that the court has suggested to us, that if you could have testified to it the first time around, maybe end of year 2002, that Mr. Rose fall into that category. There was a long foundation the first time Ms. Pye testified as to their basis of their friendship, and this easily could have been gone into. It's not new news. It happened a long time ago, and it seems to me that that testimony falls into that category. I understand the court's ruling on the Christmas card. That's fine. Regarding the Jeff Franklin visit, I think Mr. Rosen really answered this when he said we were going to revisit it. It seems to me that that was testified to, that incident at the Jeff Franklin party was testified to at length by Miss Pye, and all the nuances of it that, at least I recall, that he said were already testified to, except for, I don't actually remember the jacket, in all honesty, but everything else I think has already been testified to. And I think the same thing applies to the House of Blues in Depression. That's why Pumpkin Pie apparently testified. And House of Blues job and how it was corporate and how Lana Clarkson was so upset allegedly or supposedly that she was having to serve people that she had already, that she acted with. I recall that. Maybe the court has a different recollection. But
Judge, I'm sorry, Mr. Dixon, House of Blues references for the court's edification 7377 and 7378.
Anything else?
With regard to, have you gotten LB Moon?
No, we haven't. We did talk about the Franklin.
I'll just chime in with, if I can find the references to help the court out.
That's fine. With respect to, well, also in that category, Mr. Rosen just talked about half the Pumpkin Pie said that's the lowest I've ever seen, and that's what she testified to the first time around. I didn't hear anything new. On this page, I have the so-called hustler job. I don't remember that we presented anything in our 7 witnesses, and only 7 witnesses in rebuttal, that really brings out that issue. I don't think we ever presented any evidence to make it appear the money, or had lots of money, or had no reason to work at the House of Blues and take that job or take any other job. I don't think we said anything about that. In fact, I just don't think we addressed that, so I don't think it's proper rebuttal. And again, my recollection, it may be a little fuzzy on this, is with respect to Cowboys on that.
7370 and 7371.
And again, the drinking, non-drinking, what she was doing, again, I think that was covered at length by Pumpkin Pie. Anything else?
Well, if Mr. Rosen was talking about the drinking as well as Vicodin and other drugs, that was extensively testified to around 7375. She talked about, she being Pumpkin Pie, talked about Lana having taken Valium or Vicodin. She knew that she would take Valium and Vicodin when she drank, that she turned into a different person, that she knew her to take Valium and Vicodin with tequila. All of that was explored first time around at around page 7374, 7375. And what was the other thing, something about carriers?
Oh, the first, there was that Lana Clarkson, there's going to be testimony that Lana Clarkson's from Pumpkin Pie, or happened custom was to carry her purse with her?
Yes. My recollection, and maybe I'm wrong, but my recollection was the only people that brought that up, unless I'm incorrect about this, the only people that brought that up was people in the defense case in chief, saying she said, yeah, she liked to be away from her purse. But that has been testified to extensively by Pumpkin Pie and
well, I'm going to have to read all of Ms. Pye's testimony. There's certain areas I can tell. The number of meetings she had, that does directly rebut the testimony of Ms. Hudson, so that can come in. The daytime friends, since it all appears to be based on hearsay, how are you going to get that in, Mr. Rosen?
No, that's true. That's Ms. Clarkson's conversations too.
Which is hearsay.
I think it's part of the state of mind, Your Honor, as an exception.
Her state of mind.
And also goes to explain her conduct.
I'll take a look at it. I'm not sure that that's correct. It's still hearsay. The question is whether there's an exception to it. The fact that it comes from Ms. Clarkson doesn't make it any less hearsay.
Your Honor, I just wanted to give you a couple of sites on Millie Hudson that I'd like you to take a look at.
Sure.
You just don't remember.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Okay. I'd like you to look at page 8. And that goes over to 8943, page 8940, line 5. And then I ask the court to please review page 8947 from 1 to 12.
Just give me page references. I don't need line reference.
8950,
Okay.
8953,
Okay.
8970,
Okay.
89, and 9009.
Okay. Okay. Now, yes.
When the court takes a look at that portion, I'm not sure if Mr. Rosen had asked the court to read all the way through Neely Hudson to 8942. That is the page on which she said, Neely Hudson said, looking Lana, the change, her more spiritual side came out in 1997 or 1998.
Okay.
It's on that page.
All right. Now, as to, you've set forth, I broke it into 9 categories. The number of meetings is already coming in, and the Christmas card is coming in. The daytime friends would go to the testimony of Ms. Hudson. I can already tell you, the party, I don't believe anything you've offered is the party is true sir rebuttal. It's just repeating her testimony. That's going to be out.
Daytime friends.
No, the party at Jeff Franklin's house. I haven't made a decision as to the daytime friends yet. And that's why I allowed you to put in the witness who had something new to add, the one that testified yesterday. I don't believe anything that you've really indicated with some very, very minor thing about a coat is appropriate to make it in rebuttal. And when considering rebuttal and sir rebuttal, the court also has to factor in 352, which I will do. As far as the use of cocaine, what exactly is that rebutting, do you believe? Which witness is that rebutting?
That would be rebutting Neely Hudson.
Okay. And the purse is rebutting what witness or witnesses? Yes.
We'll withdraw the purse.
Okay. And the testimony concerning the cowboy, that's going to rebut whose testimony?
That's going to rebut Neely Hudson. I gave you the page where she...
Right, I have to... All helps me when I review it tomorrow. The Hustlers and House of Blues evidence?
That's...
Okay.
That would be a direct contradiction. Correct. 2, I think Mr. Ford wants to talk to the court for a moment about some emails that were just recently received.
Yeah, in the new batch of emails, there's some emails to somebody, I'm not sure who it was, but one of her friends that she was going to apply, she tried to apply for a job at Hustler by the airport or something, and I think that ties into that issue also.
And I think we just got if I remember, if I'm wrong, Mr. Porter, correct me, but I think we just got those emails.
Yeah, those are the new batch.
Okay. Okay. All right. Be prepared at some point, I guess, hopefully, please, on Monday, that we will have to go through the same as to Ms. Hayes.
I'm sorry.
We have to go through the same procedure as to Ms. Hayes.
Yeah, I'm prepared on that if you want me to.
How long is that going to take?
With responses from the government, I'd say 15 minutes maybe.
Well, we'll have to do it sometime, hopefully on Monday.
Okay.
All right?
Would you like us to come a little early?
Yes, why don't you come in Monday at 9:15?
Sure.
Okay? Thank you.
Sure.
All right. We'll see you. Thank you. All right.
What? Why are you meowing at me? Hey, we got got Pumpkin back. Can you guys hear me? StreamYard muted me again, so I'm not quite sure if I'm unmuted or not.
This court is now in session. Larry, Paul, Fiddler, Jeff Anxiety.
All right, the defendant is present with his counsel, the district attorneys are present, the jurors and the alternates are not present. Let's go first things first. Mr. Cutler, I understand you have a motion. Do you want to make?
Your Honor, may it please the court, I want to thank you for your consideration and during this trial. I have always represented and defended my clients in a manner that I believed was in their best interests. There is a difference of opinion between Mr. Spector and me regarding the strategy to be employed in the handling of the summations. By that I mean who's going to simplify defense. I've seen for all these months. This difference regarding strategy, I can no longer defend him in this case. He consents to my application. Okay, Mr. Spector, is that correct? That is correct. It's large and that Mr. All right, thank you, sir. All right. So, Your Honor, that's where we are, and I want to thank you and my friends in the press corps, thank Mr. Spector and the defense team, and thank these noble adversaries on my left. Hopefully I'll see you another time. You'll get to see me work rather than sit.
Okay.
It's good. It's been good being with you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cutler. The same, and Mr. Rosen, the defense team is prepared to go forward with argument then.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cutler, based on that, you are relieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. That, having been dealt with, there was, when we left on Thursday, the defense had indicated in certain areas that they wanted, oh, wait a second, hold on. That they wanted to cover on High. I have reread the testimony of Ms. Hayes in its entirety. I reread the testimony of Ms. Laughlin Pye in its entirety, and I have reread the testimony of Ms. Hudson in its entirety, because primarily what you had indicated is that was in rebuttal to her testimony. And let me go over the things or the areas that you had set out and make sure that we're covering them, because I will rule sort of area by area. And I've done so with an eye towards any possibility of it being admissible, but some of the areas they just do not qualify. So with that in mind, you started out with the number of times that you wanted, I believe, I think, well, let's start with Ms. Laughlin, that she's going to testify to the number of times that she met with Ms. Clarkson, contrary to what Ms. Hudson said is about their friendship towards the latter part of Ms. Clarkson's law. And my understanding is she's drawn up some kind of a sheet of paper detailing the numbers visited, so that would be appropriate. Be able to explain the letter, the Christmas letter that she sent out that Ms. Hudson testified to receiving, and that would be appropriate. That was not covered in her earlier testimony, so that would be admissible. Okay. You wanted either, it might be Ms. Laughlin abilities that it was a state of mind, which it is not. It is a statement of fact. If that became
state of mind, anything would be admissible. We wouldn't have a hearsay rule. And also that it might be testimony to show to be in conformity with certain things. It's not at the same time. Ms. Clarkson's remark that she had different friends at different times or different style of friends, that's not coming in. There's no admissible basis for it.
Okay.
You indicated we wanted to go back to the Jeff Franklin party. She had an ample time, both absolutely, that Ms. Laughlin had ample opportunity and did explain it. There's nothing that Mr. Bay testified to that is inconsistent. It's just a different take on it, if you will, and anything you had is just further of what she's already testified to. That's out.
Okay.
There was, let me see, you have some emails and you're working that out, is my understanding. There might be testimony, or you offer testimony from both Ms. Laughlin and Ms. Hayes as to the House of Blues. I read both of the testimony. That's been totally covered. How she felt about the House of Blues, what she felt about the job, what she looked to in the job, her differing, how it changed, all that has been covered. There is nothing that anybody testified to that it changed. It's just a different take on it. I don't see anything new. Unless you have some new facts you want to offer, it's all the same. Plus which there was an opportunity to testify to it on the defense's direct case, but I'll hear from you as to any specifics you have that may be different.
Can I just have one second to look? I thought there was one small thing that was not testified to that was different, but I could be mistaken. If you just give me one moment.
Okay.
It doesn't appear in Ms. Laughlin's offer proof. It's maybe in Ms. Hayes, so...
Go ahead, take a look.
Yeah, we'll take a look when we get to her.
Okay.
But as to Ms. Laughlin, no.
Okay. There was sought to be testimony concerning L.B. Moon, also known as the Cowboy, and that was thoroughly covered. I see nothing new in that, so to go back is just to revisit. Her use of alcohol has been thoroughly covered. You mentioned, I think it was Ms. Laughlin wanted to get into that she started using cocaine. The bottom line is that could have been offered during her initial direct testimony. It wasn't, and I don't see its relevance in any event.
We didn't know that then, Your Honor.
Well, even if you didn't, what is the relevance, and what's its independent relevance that she used cocaine?
It's another example of her state, emotionally, mentally, free. We've had testimony regarding drugs. We've had drugs, I say, Vicodin, Percocet, and one other that I can't think of at the moment. We've had testimony about alcohol, which has been described by others as drugs. And I think there's been no testimony regarding the cocaine usage because we weren't aware of it at the time both Ms. Hayes and Ms. Laughlin testified. We now have become aware of it, and I think it contributes to showing that at this point there was some, I may be overstating it, but there is some showing that, because I think most people would agree there is a bright line distinction between somebody that consumes alcohol, really an illegal substance under all conditions, unless it's prescribed by a doctor. It goes also to her poor judgment and her reckless behavior, which of course is part of the defense in this case.
First of all, there's no showing that she was using cocaine at the time of her death. I don't believe there was any testimony about cocaine or cocaine metabolites.
No, at the date of February 3rd, there is nothing in the toxicological report that reflects that. However, this was apparently a continuing or ongoing usage from 2002, maybe even before, up to the time of her death.
Okay, under 352, I'm keeping it out.
Okay.
You also wanted to get in information concerning that she always had her purse on. I'll let that in. That's something that hasn't been covered.
A number of times they met Christmas letter in person. All right.
Okay.
And I will so instruct Ms. Laughlin not to go into any other areas.
Okay. Do you want to, it was discussed briefly in chambers. I don't think anybody wants to say anything in front of the jury about Mr. Cutler?
No.
Okay. The court will not then, given that he was frequently absent. And is there anything else we need to cover before we start?
Ms. Hayes, you wanted to do her too? You told me to.
I did. I did them. These are the areas you gave me.
Oh, for both of them?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
thought we were doing one witness.
No, I looked. I made.
I misunderstood the
I made both notes. I may have said that, but the bottom line is, in looking at my notes, I've covered everything that they both testified to, had an opportunity to testify to, and what would be the nature of true rebuttal evidence, and also coupled it with 352, and it's the areas that I've indicated.
There was one other thing. Last night I was rereading Millie Hudson again, and she did make a statement that in the year 2002, moving into 2003, that Miss Laughlin and, well, I guess that'll be covered by the number of times they met. That'll be covered.
Okay. Are you ready to you need some time?
There was one other thing that on Miss, if I may. Okay. I thought I made this as part of the office. If I did, I thought I missed it. That she indicated that on the Michael Bay incident, that she received a call from Miss Laughlin at the party, and then a call from her while Lana was driving her home, and then another call before sunrise from Pumpkin Pie or Miss Laughlin. And I thought that hadn't been gone into.
You're right, and that is admissible. It's for a non-hearsay purpose. Also, it tends to be a prior consistent statement, because she was attacked on that as basically making it up. And if she called somebody that night, that's prior to any time she had an opportunity to have a bias or motive for lying on the stand. And I'll admit it for that purpose.
Very well. I'm going to need a couple minutes in the hallway so I can instruct the witnesses what they're allowed to go into and what they're not.
Okay? We'll take a brief recess and let me know when you're ready.
Is there anything before I leave that? Ms. Hayes, and I'm assuming it's okay to get into that, but I want to run it by you.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, we're ready to go then.
Okay.
Ms. Laughlin was in the bathroom, so
Can you, this has nothing to do with anything except taxpayers' money. Is that you had indicated in chambers you thought we might finish before noon? I want to call off the caterers if it looks like it's a high likelihood.
I think there's a good chance. What do you think?
What do you think?
I think
It's up to the people.
I think it's a pretty good chance. I don't expect
Okay.
Mr. Dixon and I are going to be very long at all.
Maybe we'll just go through, finish whatever it is today, since you've indicated you don't think you have anybody in further rebuttal, or rebuttal or whatever, and then we'll just finish this morning and whatever, and then let the jurors go.
That's fine.
So Wendy, you might want to call the caterers. Well, we'll see. If we can't, maybe we'll force them to have lunch. I don't know.
All the council can accommodate.
As long as it's not court TV.
All right. It's an inside joke. We'll deal with that later. And we'll welcome Channel 37 that was now covering the trial. We'll just leave it at that. It's very much an inside joke. Okay.
We're ready.
All right. Let's bring out the jurors and the alternates. Okay.
Thank you.
The record we're waiting. We're going to finish testimony today. We're trying to find out. We may actually finish before the noon hour. However, if we can't call the caterers off, you're staying for lunch. So I just want to make that clear. With that in mind, are you ready to proceed?
We are ready.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. We would call Jennifer Hayes.
Stand by line.
You remain if you would state your name.
Jennifer Hayes Riedel.
Thank you. Sit back, pull the microphone underneath your chin, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hayes, and I do want to welcome you back.
Gee, thanks.
Well, it's the last day of testimony and evidence in the case. A couple of areas I just want to address with you, and I think will be quite brief this morning. I want to turn your attention back to the 2002, moving into February 2003. This is a founding question. You were dear friends with Lana Clarkson at that time, correct? Okay. Just share with us, please, how many weekly basis would you see her during that period of time?
Twice a week.
Okay. And can you just tell us what the circumstances were of those times when you were together with her?
I saw her Tuesday nights at Backstage Cafe, and I saw her at Level 1. And towards the end, there was
was China Club that changed to Barfly, but that was at the very, very end.
Okay.
And there was a few miscellaneous parties in there.
All right, and just very, very, very briefly, we sort of discussed these areas previously, and for those of us who go to sleep by 10:30 at night, what is Barfly, what is Backstage? Just very briefly.
Pumpkin Pie is a club promoter, and she, every Tuesday night and every Wednesday night at that time, she promotes a night at those particular nightclubs. And she did that every Tuesday night and every Wednesday night at that time during that year.
Okay.
And Barfly
during that time, it was a solid, good, close friendship.
Yes, as before, in the time that I knew her. Yes, I mean, that's where we met. We were always there. I mean, we supported Pi in that time, just as we always had in the past, and that's what we always saw each other.
Okay, just one other area, one other question area to another area. During 2003, would you just for us how would you describe your relationship with Lana at that time in terms of closeness?
We were great friends as we always were. We shared, our lives together as we always had. Our connection with each other was, we talked about, the things that mattered in our lives. We saw each other in the daytime during that time too at times, but most of the time we saw each other was, at night on those evenings. I testified before that she was at my house, in that time period as well, but the majority of the time that we saw each other was, at night on those 2 nights I normally saw her previous to that year, as I testified before, that I had a baby.
Objection, this is no response.
I think it is. I think you've answered the question. Thank you. Okay. I want to switch to another area, and this is the last area I want to talk with you about here this morning. I want to direct your attention to the end of January of 2003. Actually, I think it's the third Saturday in January of 2003, around January 23rd or something like that. I want to turn your attention at that time period to a party that was given by Jeff Franklin, okay? So you know where we're going with the questioning, okay?
Yes.
All right. Sometime were you at the Jeff Franklin party?
I was invited, and I was not there.
Okay. And at some time in the evening, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Who's the call from?
Lana and Pi.
Okay. When was that?
From the party.
Okay. And just tell us, if you would, what was told to you by Lana or Pi while they were at the party?
Well, I was told that I should have been there.
Well, Jackson, hearsay, it's also vague as to who.
Did you speak with either of them about an incident that occurred at the party?
I spoke with Pi and Lana that night from the party at different times, but in particular, I spoke with Pi about an incident while she was still at the party.
Okay, let's focus on that then. What did Pi tell you about this incident?
She told me that Lana flipped out, and that she flipped out to the fact that she ran into Michael Bay at the party, and that Michael Bay had dissed her at this party, and that she was so upset that she said that she wanted to end it.
Okay. When you say dissed her, what did you mean by that?
She walked up to him, and he didn't recognize her.
Is this what you were told?
Exactly.
This is exactly what I was told.
All right, the objection's overruled.
Okay. You may answer now.
Lana walked up to him. He didn't recognize her. She was so upset. She came running back, and she was so upset that she flipped out, literally. This was her exact words, that she flipped out, said that she wanted to end it. And then she went off, and she had a conversation with Peter Dobson, and she calmed down later.
All right. I want to now direct your attention to a little later in that evening, or maybe in the morning. Did you receive another phone call?
They were on their way home.
Who's that?
Pi and Lana. Lana was driving.
Okay, did you get another phone call?
Yes.
All right, and who was that from?
Lana and Pi.
Okay, and was it regarding the same subject matter?
Yes.
About her being upset because she thought she'd been
Well, it's actually hearsay. We have two different speakers here.
Just you have to be clear as to who's talking. All right.
Let's focus on, first of all, what happened. They called you from the car, is that right?
Yes.
They were leaving the park.
They were on their way home.
Okay.
In the car.
Did you speak with Lana?
Yes, I did.
What, did Lana say anything to you about this incident with Michael Jackson? Overruled.
Yes, I did talk to Lana. They were calling from Pi's phone.
Okay, what did Lana say? Lana
was still upset, but she was less than she had been before. She had already, Lana had been drinking that night. They were both on their way home. She wasn't as upset as she had been before. But they were both on the phone. They were going back and forth. They were laughing and talking, but they were going over what had gone on at the party. They were telling me who was there.
Okay, keep this short. In terms of talking to Pi and Ms. Laughlin, did she also touch on that same subject matter with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that phone call ended, is that right?
Yes, a couple of minutes.
And the phone call from the car?
A couple of minutes.
Okay. Did you receive a third phone call?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was from Pi's home the next morning.
Okay.
It was before the sun came up.
Okay. And did you speak again with Lana and Pi at that time?
I spoke with Pi at that point.
Okay. And I want to keep this short. Let me just ask a general question. Did you discuss with her again the same incident regarding?
Yes, at length.
Okay. And was basically the same subject matter discussed, that she had been dissed and she felt?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. So, to the best of your recollection, this was January 23rd into January 24th, is that correct? 2003?
I don't remember the exact date, but yes, thereabouts.
Mr. Rosen kind of gave you those dates and you agreed with them. Are you saying that you don't recall now?
It was thereabouts. I remember that Jeff Franklin's party was after the NAMM show sometime in January, yes.
So it's to a specific date you don't know. Is that correct?
I can't recall the exact date, yes. I just remember it was after the NAMM show, yes, in January.
The first call was about what time in the evening? Was this before or after midnight, or do you have any recollection of that?
I don't remember exactly. It was late. They didn't even get there until very, very late. It was well after 11 when they got there, so it was late.
So the second call would have been even later?
Much later, yes.
Into the early morning hours of the next day?
Yeah, it was late.
And then the third call, as you told us, was the next morning, but still before dawn.
It was before the sun came up, yes.
So maybe 5 o'clock in the morning.
It was before the sun came up, yes.
This must have been irritating for them to keep waking you up.
It's not unusual at all.
Because you had a number of kids at home, right?
Not unusual at all.
Did you say to Pi, hey, listen, I'm trying to get some sleep. I have a new baby here, and come on, leave me alone?
No.
Okay.
Not unusual at all.
All right. Now, on the second call, that was from Pi's cell phone. Is that correct?
They're all from Pi's cell phone.
Okay, and where did they call you?
They call me at my house or on my cell phone, usually on my cell phone.
So it would have been on your cell phone?
Or at my house. I don't know. I lived in the Palisades at the time. I'm not sure which. I couldn't say cell phone, house. I don't know.
You just don't know?
No, I don't.
All right, and the second phone call, they were both on the line. I mean, you could hear them both talking. Is that correct? And you said that compared to what you heard the first call, that Lana had calmed down a lot, right?
Yes.
And in fact, they were all both laughing.
Yeah.
And seeming to have a good time.
I wouldn't say good time, but they were going over what was going on, yes.
And they were laughing.
There was some laughter, yes.
Lana Clarkson was laughing.
Lana had laughed, yes, there was some laughter.
So it seemed like whatever had happened earlier, it's certainly been put into perspective when
she wasn't laughing about the Michael Bay incident, but there was laughter on the phone call, yes.
she seemed like that she put the earlier situation that you talked about into perspective. They were laughing and joking about the evening. Isn't that right?
Actually, cost of speculation in its compound.
To some degree, it's not so much that it's compound and in perspective. I think you can ask specifically what they were doing. That'll be fine.
They were. Go ahead, Roger.
No, he said thank you. I think he's done.
Thank you. They were laughing and joking about the evening, apparently. Isn't that right?
Parts of it.
And your earlier concern about Lana and that she'd been upset, you felt better about that. You weren't as concerned after the conversation when they were laughing and joking about the evening. Isn't that right?
No.
You were still concerned even though they were laughing and joking?
About that part, yes.
Now, do you recall whether these 3 phone calls, you took them onto the same phone, your cell phone, or the landline at your home, or do you have any recollection about that?
No, you asked me that before. I'm not sure which phone it came on.
I think you said that you were dear friends. Mr. Rosen asked you if you were friends, and you said you were dear friends with Lana Clarkson. Is that right?
Lana was a very good friend of mine, yes.
And is that how you think of her even today?
Yes, absolutely.
You said that you saw her a couple times a week in the month or so prior to her death. And one of those was always on Tuesdays at this backstage place.
Yes.
Is that right?
And level 1 also.
Level 1. That was also Tuesday night deal?
Wednesday.
Okay. And then you mentioned, so it would have been 2 nights in a row during that period of time. Mm-hmm. And then you also mentioned a couple other places, China Club and Barfly.
China Club and Barfly is the same thing, and that only happened at the very, very, very end of that year. After level 1 stopped, Barfly started, and it was at the very, very end. It only happened twice after level 1 stopped. And it was at the very, very end of that year. And Lana was only there, I'm pretty sure, once.
So you didn't see her twice a week? I'm not sure I'm following that. Let me ask you another question, okay? So we're talking about the year prior to her death, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that year prior to her death, you're telling us that you saw her twice a week, correct? Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
That's right.
Okay. And Tuesdays, we know, Tuesdays was always backstage because that was Pie's deal, right?
That's right.
Okay. And Wednesdays rotated between Level 1 and China Club and Barfly, is that correct?
No. Level 1 was, in that year, was on at level 1. And at the very end of that year, level 1 stopped in December and went to Barfly in December. In the last 2 weeks of December, it moved to Barfly. She started up China Club again in the last 2 weeks. And I'm pretty sure, as I recall, that Lana was only at Barfly once. So that's just the last 2 weeks, as I recall, and I can't be certain of this, but sure that Lana was not there one of those weeks.
All right. And these were events that started late in the evening hours, is that fair to say? Like
9:30.
9:30 to 2? Is that correct? Maybe later?
Not usually. Well, sometimes there was after hours things, yes.
All right. Would you stay for that?
Sometimes.
Okay. And would that be true of both the Tuesday and Wednesday evenings?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned earlier that you had a new baby during that year. Is that right?
StreamYard, stop. You can't silence me. Have you not figured this out yet? Have you not figured this out yet? You cannot silence me. Quit trying.
Late. They went to the NAMM show first and it was far away. And then they got to Jeff Franklin's so late that it was just too much trouble for me to drive up there and meet them there with the guest list and get in at the same time. Just in the neck. I felt the same way. And they dragged her out of bed with her, you know, she had a
Franklin's party.
because when we were on the phone from Jeff Franklin's party, when I talked to Lana from Jeff Franklin's party, we were talking about the fact that we both, she was saying, get up here, get up here. I was in my pajamas. If I could be here, then get out of my pajamas, then you should get up here too.
Okay.
That was what we were talking about.
Great. Mr. Dixon asked you some questions about the fact that you were at home, you're a mother, you had children, you had a newborn, and the phone was going off at least 3 times that evening and into the morning hours, correct? Mm-hmm. And is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. And I think you indicated in your answer that, to quote, that was not unusual at all. Is that right?
First of all, I have children.
You guys, I was gonna go till at least 3 today, but these tech issues, I just,
Lana or Pi would call you at, say, odd hours or late at night?
Absolutely. They go to after hours things and they call and say, oh, we're having such a great time. You should be here. You know, so-and-so's in town. They came in from, you know, off tour. Guess what you're missing? Oh, it's so much fun, you know.
Okay. And Mr. Dixon also asked you about whether or not you heard Lana and Pi laughing at some point on one of the phone calls. And I think you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
And did that have anything to do with what happened to her in the incident involving Michael Bay at the Jeff Franklin party?
It may or it may not. It depends. You're going to have to, it's asked way too open-ended.
Okay, I'll close it up. During any of the 3 phone calls between you and Lana and Pi, I want you to focus on just you and Lana. Was there ever discussions about why, in fact, she seemed to be laughing at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with what happened to her at the Jeff Franklin party?
No.
Okay, what did it have to do with?
It had to do with, we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about, you know, put it this way, we were not discussing what had happened, the incident. We were talking about
some other subject.
A completely different subject. Actually, it had to do with me, not her.
Okay. And Mr. Dixon also asked you whether or not you considered yourself a dear friend of Lana's, and you said that you did, and I think he even indicated I used that term, but you answered in the affirmative, and I think you said that you still think today of yourself as a dear friend of Lana's. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we loved each other dearly. We shared so much of our lives together. She loved my children. My children loved her. They still adore her. They cry every time they think of her. You know, we absolutely spent so much time together. She was an amazing person.
Okay. And even today, you are still having difficulty with the loss, aren't you?
Yes.
Recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused at this time. Do you have another witness?
I do, but if you recall,
You need a small black card. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll take a small recess and we'll call you out in a short time. You will be having what we call it late breakfast or lunch. The caterer is on the way, so if you've never had a barbecue breakfast before, it'll be something new. Okay, thank you. Mr. Brunon has pointed out that last week, when Dr. Spitz was on the stand, that I know what exactly it was. It actually had to do, Mr. Rosen objected because Mr. Jackson was interrupting Dr. Spitz, and I felt, given that all the doctors, and it's not the defense doctors, it's all the doctors in this case, tend to give extremely long narrative, non-responsive answers. It's a problem. The trial could have gone on for another 2 weeks had we gone and broken it down. I made a comment to Mr. Rosen that he shouldn't be getting on Mr. Jackson because of the non-responsiveness of the answers. It's been indicated that there may be some concern. I was indicating only the defense doctors, and that wasn't what I was trying to indicate. All the doctors tend to want to, not the witnesses. That was all I was trying to indicate. Okay? Mr. Brim, does that take care of it?
Could you make some abbreviated form of that?
To the jurors?
To the jury?
Sure. Happy to. Okay. Are we ready for the jurors?
We are.
Okay. Alternates are now present. Before we move to the next witness, ladies and gentlemen, it's been pointed out to me when Dr. Spitz was on the stand last week, I made a comment to defense counsel in light of an objection that I didn't think Dr. Spitz had been responsive to certain questions. That's not just Dr. Spitz, and I mentioned other medical witnesses as well. It's not just the defense witnesses, it's all the medical witnesses in this case, and that's because there's a difference that doctors have in explaining things, and we in the law have to trying to keep things responsive. So it's no criticism intended, and don't take it as a criticism from me. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Detective Richard.
All right. Okay, Detective, you've been pretty...
Richard.
Certainly. You can tell us your name anyway.
Tomlin.
Thank you.
T-O-M-L-A-N.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you for returning, Detective
All right.
Tomlin. I want to direct your attention back to the 3rd of February of 2003 and ask you, when you went to the scene of the Alhambra scene, was there any music playing inside of the house?
Yes, there was opera music playing.
Okay, and was the house, did it continue to play during the time that the law enforcement officers processed the scene?
Yes.
Okay, did anybody figure out how to turn it off?
I believe eventually, at some point.
Or music was playing, were there speakers like, let's say, in the foyer area, in the living room, and other rooms in the house?
I don't recall actually seeing speakers, but it was playing throughout the house.
Throughout the house, okay. And do you know whether it was playing at the time of the sound test the following day or not?
I don't recall.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. If you want a moment, all right.
One last thing. It was playing continually all during the time you were there, is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Detective Tomlin.
Come on.
Brief description of that music. You said that there was opera music playing on the house speakers, I guess, correct?
Yes.
Was this a loud, blaring music, or was it soft background while this music was playing?
Yes, and holding conversations while this house was playing without any having to speak louder or have to make any extra efforts to hear each other.
Normal tones?
Yes.
Your conversation was at normal tones?
Yes.
And the background music would be described, I guess, variously as ambient, give a little ambiance and background music to the house.
Yeah.
Down, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
And do you have another witness?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Elizabeth Laughlin, please.
Okay. You've previously been sworn. You remain in under oath. Would you just state your name again for the record, please?
Pumpkin Laughlin.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Laughlin, and welcome back. I want to speak with you this morning about 3 areas, and hopefully it won't take too long, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to chat with you. Did our investigator, Tawny Tyndall, contact you?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of conversation with her, were you asked to prepare at my request a little chart or a little list of the various events and the places that you had been with Lana during the year 2002?
Yes.
Okay. And moving into 2003?
Yes.
And did you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll need a more
G.
I'm sorry, G?
12.
Thank you.
Wait, can we just have a moment to see what's being published? Sure.
All right. Ms. Laughlin, during the year 2001, 2002, and moving into February of 2003, you previously indicated that you and Lana Clarkson spent time together. Is that correct? And per my request, did you prepare a list of the various times that you spent with her over that period? And did I ask you to start that kind of at the end of 2001 and move into 2003?
When I started the list?
Yes, just the list that you prepared for court.
Just the dates the dates that it covers.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to the first date, with court's permission, can I state the first date so we can at least get started? December 20th of 01, okay? And we'll use that and then move forward from there. On that, Lana?
December 20th of 01. Does it state what the event was?
Yeah, let me, maybe I can do, with the court's permission, to say.
And I kept them in a date book on a calendar, so.
You don't have them up in your head?
No.
All right, if I showed you of the list that you prepared, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
I'm going to leave this up here with the following instructions. We're going to go through each of these. If you need to look at the exhibit, G12, to refer as to either the date or the event that you were with Lana during 2001, 2002, moving into 2003, let me know, okay? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to December 20th of 01, have you looked at the list?
Yes, but.
Just yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory as to what you did with Lana on that date?
Yes.
Okay.
But may I say something?
All right.
It's not the 20th. That's why you're throwing me off.
Oh, okay. December of 2001. All right. I'm sorry. I misread it.
Yeah.
All right. In December of 2001, what did you and Lana do?
It was a Christmas party at Michael Damian's studio in the Valley.
Okay.
So it was around Christmas, and I don't know, or it was around 23rd or 24th, somewhere around there.
Okay. And turning.
Yes.
You can't do and yeses and nos, okay? All right. And did you have an occasion to get together with Lana again?
Yes.
When was that?
The 17th, January 02, the Cat Club, one of my clubs that I do.
Okay. And did she come to that and attend it?
Yes.
Okay. Was there another date in January of 02 that you saw Lana?
Yes.
And, okay. What was the Bad Company concert?
It's our friends that had a concert down south. We went to the show.
Okay.
Rock concert.
And what date was that, please?
17th.
Could you look at the list again?
Mm-hmm. Oh, 30th. Sorry.
All right. Just take your time on this,
I'm
okay?
sorry, I'm trying not to use my
we do need to
glasses.
be accurate. All right. So January 30th of 02 is when the Bad Company rock
Yes.
concert was? Okay. Did you see Lana again in the month of March of 02?
Yep.
And when was that?
The 17th, Jennifer's baby shower
Okay.
at the place in Santa Monica, the Ivy at the Shore.
All right. And you were there and Lana were there?
Oh, yes.
All right.
It was St. Patrick's Day.
All right. Turning your attention to April of '02. Was there a day in April of '02 when you and Lana got together?
Yep.
When was that? April 5th, correct?
Yes.
All right.
At Il Soleil Restaurant. Sunset.
And I think that was...
What is this supposed to prove? That she had an active social life? How does this help the defense?
I think it's SOLE, but I'm not sure.
All right. And you and Lana got together for her birthday, is that correct?
Yes, with a lot of other people.
All right. I want you to turn your attention now to the next month, May of '02. Was there a day in May that you and Lana got together?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 26th, on my way back from the Jeff Green Memorial Party, annual Memorial Day.
Okay.
We were at our house.
All right. And you spent some time with Lana that day?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And I want you now to turn your attention to the next month. That's June of '02. In June, you saw Lana on a number of occasions together, right?
Yes.
What was the first day in June that you and Lana got together?
The 7th of June,
And what was that for?
the Omnibus concert at the Wiltern.
Okay. Did she and you attend that? Okay. And turning your attention to the very next day, June 8th. Did you see Lana that very next day?
Yes.
And what were those circumstances?
At my new club that I was doing called Level 1.
Okay. And turning your attention to a little bit later on in the same month, June of '02, did you see Lana again?
Yes.
And when was that?
The 29th.
Okay. And what was the occasion in which the two of you got together on the 29th of June of '02?
My girlfriend's birthday party, Laura Borders Young Hawaiian theme party.
Okay. Could you now please turn your attention to the next month? That would be July of '02. And did you see Lana at all in July of '02? And when?
At Anne Marie's party, beach, 4th of July party at the beach house.
Okay, and you were there and Lana was there?
Yes.
All right. And again in July, did you and Lana see each other?
I think July, I think, it may have just been at my clubs. There,
All right, well, let me ask you this. From July of '02, after the 4th, to about September of '02, were you in town very much?
No, I'm not, I know I went to Ibiza, but I think that was in September, but around that time, it was my boyfriend and I, Alan, were kind of in a little bit for a couple months, and then I had some problems with him that I had to take care of, so kind of.
So you didn't see Lana?
Clubs. She'd always come to my club, 3 clubs a week, so it was just random which nights I would see her, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Okay.
But always pretty regular.
Is in addition to seeing her at the clubs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to October of '02. In that month, did you see Lana several times?
Yes.
What was the first date in October that you saw Lana?
The China Club.
Okay. And a little bit later on, towards the middle of the month of October, did you see her again?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When was that?
The 18th, we went to Bob Dylan and at the Wiltern, and then we went to the Cat Club afterwards.
Okay. When you say you went to Bob Dylan at the Wiltern, this was a concert?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Lana a couple days thereafter?
Yes.
Was that a special occasion?
Yep.
What was it?
My birthday.
Okay. And Lana came to your birthday in '02?
Of course.
And now I want to turn your attention to December. We're closing in on the end of the year 2002. Did you see Lana several times in the month of December?
Yes.
All right. And turning your attention to December 8th of '02, did you in fact see her at an event on that day?
Yes.
And what was that event?
A party at our friend's house, Bradley's house.
Okay. And a little later on, moving into the holiday season, did you see her?
Yes.
And what date was that?
Now, I believe it was the 25th, or there was two events, and I'm not really sure which date was which, but one was Anne Marie's Christmas party at her house, and one was Anne Marie's ice skating party in Beverly Hills at the ice skating rink. But I don't know which date was which, or it was around right before Christmas.
Okay. So it would have been around 24th, 25th?
Somewhere, yeah.
Okay.
And she might have had one of them the weekend because we were all going out of town to Puerto Rico for Christmas.
All right. And now let's move into the new year. That would be 2003. In 2003, did you see Lana during January at all?
Yes.
How many times in January? Outside of the clubs I'm talking about.
Looked at least twice for several parties.
Okay, one of those parties...
One party, and then...
One of the parties in the charge
Yes.
range. Okay, and you've already told us about that.
Yes.
All right. And then directing your attention to January 28th of 03, did you see her on that date?
Yes, that was the last Tuesday of the month, and she came to see me at Backstage Cafe at my club.
All right. So we've gone through this list that you've prepared. Can you count them up and tell me how many instances you and Lana spent time together outside of the time at the clubs?
Maybe these were club nights I had written down.
And during this time, other than when you were out of town with your boyfriend, I think you said his name was Alan?
Yes.
Okay, or when you went to Ibiza for a vacation, or Puerto Rico, the other times you were staging your promotings at the various clubs, correct?
Correct.
All right. I don't want to get into chapter and verse on this, but just if you could, just tell the jury approximately how many times, on an average, Lana would show up at your clubs on a weekly basis during the year. Let's just say the year 2002.
It was very often because she loved to come to see me at my clubs, and all of our friends came to my clubs. I did a week. So on any given week, we'd either come sometimes or sometimes none, and next week one to me and socialize. So as much as possible, we were.
So it varied from week to week, right?
Yeah, varied.
Okay, but if we subtract, let's just say the months of July and August and September, because you may have, you've got still about 8 or 9 months of having events once, twice, or 3 times a week at which she would show up, maybe no times, but maybe as much as 3 times.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And that's in addition to the 17 events you've just listed, correct?
Yes, and also my house. I mean, she'd come down and visit me at my house, of course.
Okay. I have 2 other areas I want to talk to you about if we can. Do you recall in the year 2003 sending which included a crisp letter to Nilly Hudson?
Yes.
Do you have the spelling on that, Cindy? Okay. And do you recall that Christmas card?
Yes.
And do you recall the Christmas letter?
Yes.
Okay. And the letter was entitled, I believe, A Hard Letter to Write This Year. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
And it was signed by you, correct?
Yes.
May I approach for foundation, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Lawson, I just want to show you an exhibit here. Just take a look at it for a moment and tell me whether or not that, in fact, is the... Well, let's start with this. Is this the Christmas card that you sent? Let's start with... If you would, just look at the back page and then the next 2 pages and that page, okay? Just take a look at it for a moment and make sure that that's your card.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Is that the card?
Yes.
And would you take a moment to take a look at the front page of this exhibit? Is that the Christmas letter that you sent in 2003?
Yes.
Okay. May I have it, please? And for the record, Your Honor, I want to identify that as People's Exhibit 182 and People's Exhibit 181. All right. The Christmas letter being 181 and the card being 182. Okay? And I don't think we need to publish it. We've seen it. I just want a direction to one portion. Okay? In the first paragraph, you wrote the following: my Lana, my best friend, my right arm, my inseparable sister, was violently and abruptly taken from me at the hands of Phil Spector, February 3rd, 2003. You remember writing that?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you explain to the jury why you wrote that in the Christmas letter for that year, please?
Well, I have a lot of friends all over the world, different walks of life. I have people that watch news, I have don't news all over. I was explaining to them I me very much. I'm always very good with cards, birthday cards, religiously good. And that year I couldn't send cards to people like I normally did and keep in touch. I really didn't talk much. And I just wanted to sort of broadly approach why they didn't hear from me and why they probably won't be hearing from me for a while. And the reason I put that in there the way I did is because I was trying not to describe one way or another as to what happened, because, you know, no one really knows what happened. So that's just how I approached it in my own words, and tried to make people abreast of what had happened to my life. Some people would know, some people would have no idea. They live in Oregon or they live in Hawaii and they just would have no clue. Be politically correct by not saying too much, just keeping it as simple as possible, I guess.
You used the phrase a moment ago, being politically correct. Did you send this Christmas letter to any of Lana's family?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
I'm sure that I sent it to her mother and a lot of our friends. We have a lot of mutual friends, or I did, till this trial. We had a lot of mutual friends.
Okay.
Lots.
So you do recall that you sent this Christmas letter to members of her family, correct? You used the phrase a moment ago, politically correct. Could you explain what you mean by using that phrase to describe why you included that particular sentence in this Christmas letter?
Well, like I said, I just have a lot of people around the world that would have no clue what had happened, and a lot of people know what had happened, and a lot of people have opinions of what happened, both sides of the spectrum. So I just included that to sort of encompass everything and everybody, and not point the finger one way or the other, or not, I don't know, put my opinion in. That's just the way I worded it. I was trying to be
Go ahead.
ginger and conscious about it when I knew that it was going to a lot of people that were involved in our lives.
Including Lana's mother and family.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Just one other area. You previously has described Lana as your family, your sister, your life, everything, correct?
Yes.
You were very, very well, correct?
Yes.
Did she have a particular, I want to use the word, habit or concern with her purse when you were with her and you would go to, say, an event like a concert or a party or visit people's homes, something of that nature?
She had a lot of little quirks, but one of them, was she'd bring stuff with her, whether it was a purse or anything else, and it would always have to be around her. So I'm the complete opposite. I put things down and walk away from it for hours and never pay attention, but she always liked to make sure things were near her, around her, organized.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Thank you, and cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Pye. You know that, of course, that on December 24th, 2001, Lana Clarkson suffered that severe injury to both her wrists, correct?
Yes, I do.
And that she was suffered those injuries and dealt with her recovery for a long period of time.
Yes.
And in fact was in some kind, I think they were called halos, but some kind of medical devices to try to help her wrist heal. Isn't that right? Yes. And that went on for quite a time, didn't it?
Yes.
And yet she went to the Cat Club with you on January 17th, 2002, just...
Yes.
You have a specific recollection of her there in her medical apparatus?
As far as I can remember, yes. It's written in my date book.
But you have no independent recollection, do you, Miss Pye?
Yeah, well, I remember seeing her braces.
But you don't remember seeing her braces at the Cat Club a mere 3 weeks after she fell and severely injured her wrist, do you?
I believe I do.
Do you have a clear recollection of that or not?
I think I do.
You think you do?
I remember seeing her braces very shortly after she got them on, so I would imagine that.
StreamYard, you are on my last nerve.
I believe I do.
Okay, excuse me, it's been asked and answered. Next question, please.
The bad company, you said that concert was down south. Where was it?
Mm-hmm. Like, close by, like Orange County or something.
Or some.
It's in my calendar. I have it at home.
But you don't recall where it is?
It's a, I think the club went out of business, but it had tiered levels.
The clock's not stopped. I've got Oh, my stupid laptop. Sorry, guys. Ugh. Dadgummit. Why do you guys watch me? Okay, the clock is stopped, but they're not showing anything. It stopped at 15 hours and 13 minutes. I need a bigger desk. Y'all gotta start giving me some money. I need new tech. I need a bigger desk.
And again,
And it was like a dinner theater. It's like I can't think of the name now, but I think I have it written down at home.
well, you're in that business, right? Clubs, rock
Yes.
clubs.
Yeah.
I would imagine, tell me if I'm wrong, you would have a pretty good understanding of the clubs that are similar to the clubs that you work at throughout the Southern California, San Diego area, wouldn't you?
Well, that's a different type of club, but yeah, and it was a long time ago, and I believe they've gone out of business, which a lot of clubs do. They're hot and then they go down, and I do.
And that happened on January 30th of 2000, according to your notes. Is that right?
Yes.
You don't, as you sit there, remember specifically when it occurred.
It's in my calendar, and we went with Alan, my boyfriend.
And Lana Clarkson, in all her medical braces for her wrist, drove all the way to Orange County to see this rock concert. Do you have a specific recollection?
No, she didn't drive. She came with
went
us.
And you have a specific recollection?
Yes.
of that? You're sure of that?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you really about People's 181. Mr. Rosen talked to you about it, the annual Christmas letter,
Yes.
correct? And it's really 2 pages. The front page has a picture of Lana Clarkson on it, and then a couple pictures of you with a cat, and then 3 more pictures, or a couple more pictures of you with another cat, correct?
Yes.
Now, this letter, as you said, was sent out to many people. Can you give us an estimate as to how many people this Christmas letter was sent out to? 181?
I'm sorry.
181?
Well, the problem was that Mr. Dixon was calling the Christmas letter, which was actually the Christmas card. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I'm holding it up.
Because one is the card, one is the...
He's holding up
A letter,
Yes.
People's 181. And this is, I think many of us are familiar with these kind of letters we get from friends, families, acquaintances. They're sent out to a large, many times a large audience to kind of explain what's gone on with the author during the year, correct?
Yes, I don't really like them, but that year was,
But you sent one out that year.
yeah.
And you said, let's try to nail down the date. This would have been sent around December of 2003, is that correct?
I think it was actually later because I don't remember sort of getting to my cards on time that year.
Well, it was sent during 2003.
Yes.
Okay, so it had to be sent
I am losing my ever-loving mind.
So almost 11 months or so?
Yes.
Maybe even a year?
Yes.
And you, of course, recall the date of her death, Lana Clarkson?
Of course.
And you talked to Detective Tomlin that day? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the letter 181 just briefly. So you sent this out.
I think maybe less than 100. Around 100 maybe.
100 of your closest friends or acquaintances? What would you say? 100 of your form of this argument.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Yeah, between 50 and 100 of my friends.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. And in the first paragraph, Cindy, maybe we could highlight that. Thank you. At the last part of that first paragraph, you talk about Lana Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
And what friends you were, is that right?
Yes.
And then in the last line, perhaps you could highlight that. The last line you say, my Lana, my best friend, my right arm, my inseparable sister was violently and abruptly taken from me at the hands of Phil Spector, February 3rd, 2003. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you told Mr. Rosen that you were trying to be politically correct. Is that correct? Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
And you said you were trying not to describe one way or the other what happened, right? Isn't that what you just told him?
Yes.
And that you were not pointing a finger or giving an opinion. Isn't that what you told Mr. Rosen?
Yes.
Lana Clarkson was violently and abruptly taken from me at the hands of Phil Spector. Don't you think that gives an exact opinion, tells your readers of that letter exactly what you thought happened? That she died at the hands of Phil Spector? Isn't that what that says?
It was my way of just saying it was because of the situation that everyone is, it's in the news.
No, I don't think so. That's not what that sounds like to me. She's blaming Phil. I mean, come on. What do you think people are going to think that means? Court TV, get it together. Why do you... Probably my tech. I need more RAM. Probably me, not them. I'm having such an aggravating day. Thought today would be a better day because I cleared my cache.
2003, correct?
Yes.
No, it goes back to the whole reason why we're talking about the letter, so the objection is overruled.
And Mr. Jackson asked you, isn't it true that at that wedding, Anna Marie's wedding, you said, referring to Phil Spector, they ought to fry the bastard for what happened to Lana Clarkson? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And you said you would never say that.
It's not my language.
But here, that was March 1st, so this is maybe 9-10 months later. Isn't that, maybe the language isn't exactly the same, exactly what you said here, that Lana Clarkson, in your opinion, died at the hands of Phil Spector. Isn't that what you told 50 or 100 of your best friends in your holiday letter of 2003?
Well, it's not what I meant. It's not what I meant.
The objection is
So,
overruled.
I guess you can decide however you want to decide.
It's not what you meant.
No. I was just trying to encompass the situation.
Ms. Clarkson, when you thought, well, let me withdraw that and ask this. Is it this exactly what you believe your best friend died at the hands of Phil Spector? Isn't that why you wrote it in that letter?
No.
And isn't it true that you did tell Rick Brody that Phil Spector bought a fraud? For what happened?
Rick Brody, I think, is making memories of my life that I don't have, but, you know.
And when you talk to Detective Conlon on the day that Lana Clarkson died, February 3rd, she was never suicidal. And she was not depressed. Isn't that what you told him?
And did I describe...
Is that yes or no?
Did I describe why I told him that? Because someone told me to say that.
Just like, who told you to say this, Miss Pye?
Well, that's how I wanted to not hurt people.
Isn't the truth
I don't want to hurt people.
Isn't the truth that, was Phil Spector on your mailing list? You were worried that he was going to see this? Objection.
No, but her family was, and friends.
The objections are overruled. The answer was...
Isn't the truth of the matter, Ms. Pye, that what you told Detective Tomlin was the truth, and what you wrote here...
She could have just said, due to my dear friend Lana's death. She didn't have to say how she died. She didn't have to say anything about that. She could have just said, I'm sorry I've been out of touch lately. I've been devastated by the death of my dear friend Lana Clarkson. She didn't have to say what happened one way or the other. She's also an airhead, if you ask me, but...
Was your opinion? Isn't that really what's the truth here?
You know, I think you're putting words in my mouth, okay? From day one, I was scared that something had happened when they were at my house, and my girlfriend told me not to tell them about the phone call and not to tell them about her depression. So if you want to put words in my mouth, go ahead.
So you lied to Detective Tomlin. That's what you're telling us.
We've already gone over this. I didn't lie. I just didn't say everything. She was jumping in front of me. They asked her to leave. They told her to get away from me so I could talk to them. And she stood in front of me and said, you need a lawyer.
You're telling us that you did not lie to Detective Tomlin?
I didn't divulge all of the information that I...
Hold it, Justice. I talk, everybody stops talking. This is impossible.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, stop talking, please. Gentlemen, stop talking. This is impossible for the reporter to do her job. And if it happens again, I will do something about it. I don't care if it is the end of the trial. Stop it. That goes for Eddie, Mr. Rosen.
The objection is it goes beyond the scope of the direct examination.
The objection is sustained. The answer concerning what she told Detective Tomlin is stricken. It's been testified to before, and the reasons for it.
And this was the truth on December 2003. Is that right? What's in this letter 181? That's how you felt. Is that correct?
Well, you can tell me how I felt.
Thank you, Mr. Truth. Thank you.
Yes, you have a new approach?
Yes.
Well, not a lie. They did.
Ms. Loff, I'm going to show you a photo here. It's been previously marked, and I believe it's in evidence at this point.
No. Oh.
Okay. Take a look at the person on the left as we look at the photo, okay, with the red kerchief wrapped around her head. Who is that?
Lana.
Okay.
What was that? Did they do... Your experience has been...
24-1-130-234 and 24-1-132-534. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present representing Mrs. Ali, who is present. We have a question from the jury. As it applies to instruction number 46, element 2, does the violation of a temporary against a person or property therein? My proposed answer, please refer to and reread the jury instructions. Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? All right.
Well, again, we have read the jury instructions.
There were 2 sheets, okay, the one was empty. There you go. Thank you. All right, we will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
All right, that question there, we're going to read it again because we have to drop sound because of the minor name that was included. We can only say the first name of the boyfriend in this case, but the question from this jury is, does that protection order, the order of protection temporary
Okay. So, yeah, I think that that is what they're hung up on. They're hung up on mom. So I guess there's one jury for both of them, even though there's 2 defendants. So they're hung up on mom, which I don't understand because she did nothing. She's just as guilty as he is because she did nothing to stop it. She was there. She didn't try to, like, when she woke up from being unconscious, she was in Zara's arms and she had her arm around her neck too. She chased them into the school where she was not even supposed to be on school property. So I don't see the problem. I just don't see the problem. I don't know why this is taking so long. I really don't.
From where you are?
Yes.
Now, excuse me. Mr. Dixon was asking you about the cat club.
Order is for Isaiah, but there's a trespass order for the school. The school did a trespass order. She can't go anywhere on school ground. She can't even go to a athletic game on school ground. She can't go to graduation. She can't go to prom. She can't go to any extracurricular activities if it's on school property. She can't go, and I think that includes like away games and stuff. Like she can't go to anything associated with the school. That's a trespass order that the school resource officer did. And then Isaiah's dad went to court to get the restraining order. So she has 2. She has a restraining order, a legal restraining order. I mean, like a court ordered restraining order for Isaiah, and a trespass order from the school. So that's why she's got the burglary charges, because it's a crime to go into the school as well as a crime to be near Isaiah. So if she was going in the school chasing Isaiah, even though her daughter was with him, still, if she was going in the school to either to confront Isaiah or to assault or abuse her daughter, either one of those are a crime. So if she was going into the school that she wasn't supposed to go into, to confront Isaiah or abuse her daughter, there's your burglary right there. So I don't see what the problem is. That's easy peasy.
Event that the two of you attended together on January 17th of '02, correct?
Yes.
And he spent some time discussing with you what her hands looked like, and I think the term he used was medical apparatus. You recall that? When you take a look at this picture, does that in any way confirm what your memory was?
You just popped in for a second, yeah.
Okay. Take a look at her hands. Is that what they look like?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, the person to Lana's left and our right in the photograph, who's got her lips puckered up, you know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Neely Hudson.
And was Neely Hudson a friend of Lana's?
Yes.
Okay. Not her best friend, though.
Daytime best friend.
Okay.
The term daytime next best friend is stricken. The jury is admonished to disregard it.
Do you have the date in mind when Mr. Spector was charged in this case?
No.
Okay. You know it was after you sent the Christmas letter, correct?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Let's just talk about, thank you, Sudie, very much. I just want to spend a moment talking about this verbiage that you put in there that Mr. Dixon just, she passed away. You used other language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were trying to encompass the situation, right?
Yes.
All right. And that you didn't want to hurt people, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Did you tell us in answer to Mr. Dixon's questions that you were tired of telling people about Lana's suicidal comments and her depression?
Well, I was tired of it, yeah.
Okay. And were you trying to be sensitive at the same time to the...
It has become a very leading by the name.
towards others who cared about Lana?
Same. Still leading.
How are you trying to balance that out when you talk to people about Lana?
There's just a lot of people that don't want to hear things that she said to me or know how she was at that time, so I have to, be ginger about it. And when there's a lot of people around me that have the same view, I just sort of, quietly just not really bring it up anymore. I mean, I'm not here to say anything one way or the other.
It's still responsive, all of it.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult.
When you wrote those words, you don't know at the time that you wrote that what occurred in the house that evening, correct? Or that morning,
no.
Right? You didn't mean to imply that when you wrote those, did you?
Objection leaving, Your Honor. Just slightly change it around. The objection sustained. You may ask it to different function.
Did you mean to imply that you knew and had knowledge of what occurred at 1700 Grandview on February 3rd?
Oh, no. No, not at all.
And you're absolutely clear that this was a letter that you knew you sent to Lana's family, right?
I believe, yeah, I sent it to everybody, so,
Okay, and you would presume that the people you sent it to would read the words, right?
yep.
And that was the message you were trying to send, not that Phil Spector was guilty, right?
I don't know the answer to that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recross.
Thank you, no, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, you are excused. You may step down. Thank you. All right, do you have any further witnesses on behalf of the defense?
We need to approach him.
All right. Is there some other matter? We'll take this up at a later time. Is some other matter you wanted to do while the jury was present?
Yes, we could, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think we have some emails that we'd like to now read for the jury.
Certainly.
Question about how this should be done. I don't know that they should be read. If they're going to be introduced, they can be introduced. The emails speak for themselves. Everybody can read.
Can you publish? That'll be fine.
Or without even publishing them now, they can just.
A right to either read them, have them stipulated too as to what the email said, or put them on the screen. They don't just have to mark them and ignore them. So.
No, we can stipulate to what the emails are, what they say they are.
But then they have a right to present it in front of the jury. It's still part of their case. So what I'm saying is just to mark it and put it away until argument is not appropriate.
So the court's position is if they just want to publish it,
they can do it.
Them up there, anybody can read them at their.
Yes.
Given the choice, we would prefer to have Jennifer read them. Okay.
Well, it's not a conversation, it's an email. So the best way to do it is a written email is a form of writing. It's not a form of conversation. Put them up, get stipulation or whatever is the foundation, and put them on the lower computer. However you publish them, we'll publish them. Is there a foundation that needs to be gone into?
I don't believe it's objection.
Okay. Well, some kind of stipulation as to where they came from.
Okay, please stipulate that these came up. Well, let me, before I announce.
All right.
Yeah. There is a stipulation. There is a stipulation that these emails came off of Ms. Clarkson's computer and they were just recently found.
All right, so stipulated?
Not that they were just recently. Well, they came off the computer. They're off the hard drive that has been in the possession of the.
In a timely fashion, but it took some time to go through the hard drive, and these have been discovered by the defense recently.
There you go.
So stipulated?
That's perfect.
That's why I get the big dollar. Okay. All right. Go ahead. One.
Okay. A little bit so the jury. Might I inquire, can the jury read that from there, or would it be better if we blew it up a little bit for you folks?
Why don't you blow it up?
Blow it up a little bit more?
Nobody wants to admit they can't read it. Okay.
That's as good as it gets. Judge,
yes.
Judge, I think we're going to need markings on.
G12 was marked. Right now it's just marked for identification. It's a list that Ms. Pye was referring to. She had made up a list from her diary. Okay. February 19, 2001. Does anybody need no time to look at it? All right, you can go into your next one.
Next one, please.
Sorry, hold on a second. All right, one, yours. Okay.
Put it back up. So you need it back.
All right, next one, please. I-12. All right, it's 2 pages. Well, let's show the first page as large as we can, and it's a lengthy email, so it'll take some time.
You blow that up a bit? That's the biggest. Can you folks see that?
Okay.
Are we supposed to read that to ourselves? What is going on? I can't see that. That's too blurry. I'm not reading that. I'm gonna zoom through this letter because nobody's reading it to us, and I can't see it. Deliberations are at 15 hours and 33 minutes. And as long as I don't go to another window on
Okay.
but every time I'm not pausing my laptop, if I go to another window on my laptop, it pauses. And I don't know why it's doing that. It's not supposed to do that, but it does that. I don't know why. Like I said, I need new tech. I need more RAM for my desktop. I need a new laptop. I need a new camera. I need a bigger desk. Santa, are you listening to me? I've been a good girl, I promise.
Can you blow up the top hat? Let's see what we can do for you. Okay, well, go ahead. And when everybody's done, let me know.
Read fast, Joey, 'cause I don't want to sit here and do nothing. Did you read it? Are you done reading it, Jerry?
Yes. The next one, well, I believe this is 2 pages. I is a 2-page email.
That's correct.
And the next one will be J after we're done with this. That's the title of the email.
Okay, I think we're moving on to the next one because I think that is all this is just reading of email by the jury. Are we to closing arguments yet? Please tell me we're at closing arguments.
You know what, before we do that, we rushed because we thought we were going to be done to get the caterers here. They're here. We're going to take an early recess. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
More emails that we can't read because they're blurry. Joy.
Which is a very nice gesture. 3 of them came down with food poisoning. I'm not eating that. You're going to have to get me a tester before I'll eat that. Back on the... yeah, I did. We have to explain this. People are going to... I'm doing very general terms. Because I don't want to get sued. Beth Karras wanted to share some cookies and muffins with my staff, which is a very nice gesture. 3 of them came down with food poisoning. I'm sure it was an accident. But she brought a cookie and says, "Here, I'm not going to eat this thing." Not in a million years. Okay. Thanks, though. Back on the record to more serious things. Mr. Bruno.
There's 2 things, Your Honor. People have just, within the last few minutes, notified us they want to offer an additional exhibit, reported photocopy of a passport belonging to Miss Grosvenor, now known as Miss Grosvenor, and we're going to object to that because it's untimely. There are some stamps that might suggest that she may have been out of the country at the time of the 2005 Masters. However, the stamps are not self-explanatory, and in addition, it would require additional analysis on our part to determine the authenticity, and beyond that, it's not timely. This could have been brought in their rebuttal case.
Was she ever asked whether she was present at that party? I can't remember.
I don't remember that.
Yes. I thought that's why there's something...
I didn't think she was cross-examined on that issue.
Well, let me take it. It may have or may not have something to do with my ruling. Let me see if... let's get the date of her testimony and see if that...
Can I approach?
Yes.
You might as well take a look at this while you...
Okay.
What page and date are we talking about?
Well, I'm looking for her testimony. Her testimony took place on... I would have been early on in the trial.
As you're looking for that, Judge, the long and short of that document. It was overnighted to us, I think, on Thursday of last week. We didn't have it until then. I didn't know what it said. But Melissa Grosvenor and Melissa Grosvenor and her husband had been looking, I think, on their own, based on the testimony of Angela Pileggi and Kathy Pileggi. They'd been looking on their own for verification of their whereabouts, or Melissa's whereabouts, for the Masters of 2005. The Masters was actually held the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of 2005. I think Tiger Woods won it that year on Sunday the 10th.
He wins it every year.
Yeah, right. No breaking news there.
Yeah.
The passport actually shows 2 visa stamps, if you will. I don't know what they're called officially, but they are entry stamps or stamps, whatever, in the passport. One for Madrid, Spain for March 29th, and the other one when Melissa Grosvenor indicated she left Spain on April 10th. She wasn't here in the country during that week that Angela Pileggi claims that Melissa was involved in this plaque business. She was actually off the coast of Spain sailing on a private yacht. She wasn't even in the country, and that document appears to verify that exact statement. Or that position.
One at a time, please. Where is it on the document? I'm looking what's been handed to Mr. Fuller. I don't see those stamps.
Well, where are they? There are stamps there that are subject to that interpretation, but I think that they don't authenticate themselves. We would be entitled to confront her on how, when, why, etc. But that doesn't even address the issue of why this wasn't produced months ago.
I can think of all sorts of possibilities, but first I want to review her testimony and see what she testified to, probably in cross-examination. She testified first on May the 9th, I believe. May 10th. That is, let's see. She did testify on May 10th. It's in volume 15. Let me take a quick look at her testimony.
To that point, Your Honor, I wanted to ask the court if we could go ahead and do a motion to strike. I'll only take a couple of minutes. I need to go start looking at it.
All right, let me put a hold on that. The defense has filed a motion to strike uncharged conduct testimony and preclude further testimony. Mr. Brunon?
Your Honor, I'm not going to repeat what's in the motion. However, we wanted the court to take a fresh look at it. Signs down on the corner, it's never too late to repent. So it's never too late to revisit this particular issue. And the rationale for admitting the evidence initially was to prove absence of accident or mistake, and to negate any suggestion that the act was not done with conscious awareness of the danger to life. But before we weren't in that direction, we didn't offer any evidence that this was accidental caused by Mr. Spector. We certainly offer any evidence that this just wasn't our defense. It's always been that he didn't do it. The later rationale that it may prove motive hadn't really been developed, because the other acts evidence didn't establish any particular motive. They established a course of conduct and a propensity for a course of conduct, which was precisely why it couldn't be entered into evidence. It became propensity or character evidence. And so we feel that we ought to ask the court to reconsider, now that all the evidence has been admitted, whether this evidence really is probative on either of those issues that it was initially offered by Mr. Sortino, to wit, lack of accident or to prove implied malice. We don't think it's probative of either of those issues, particularly in light of the potential for the misuse by the jury as character evidence and propensity evidence.
Okay, thank you. People wish to be heard?
Very briefly, Your Honor, I would simply indicate that 1101B and its admission in a criminal court is not, or a criminal trial is not dependent upon the specific defense that is proffered there could be no defense proffered, and 1101B is still stands its own as a valid evidence code section that allows for the admission as a common plan and scheme. That's what the court ruled all of these particular instances relevant. It also, under 1101B, is relevant to prove motive scheme to prove implied malice. All of those things stand on their own, notwithstanding what the defense has postulated as their defense, whether it was accident or suicide or whatever. 1101B isn't analyzed through the prism of what the defense is going to do or what the defense is going to say. It's analyzed on its own as it stands alone. We don't think that there's been any change. The court's original ruling was correct.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Just briefly, Your Honor, you excluded it on the theory of common scheme or plan because there wasn't sufficient on the section C beginning on page 8. This would not be admissible as common scheme because there is no overall common scheme or plan in this case. These are a series of random acts that may have been relevant to other states of mind, but certainly weren't relevant to prove identity via common scheme or plan. But we'll submit it on that, Your Honor.
I believe, and of course I'm now being asked to recall everything I've done in 4 months, and I can't do that, but I am almost positive that I had a discussion with all of you when we discussed this evidence, and I had a discussion concerning the use of the word motive. And I told everyone that the term motive had a far broader meaning under 1101B than we tend to use it in everyday usage in a court when a motive, it's more limited. And I believe that was one of the basis of my ruling. And I will just go back and I will requote. I have a case, and the case actually simply ends up citing the author of the case, who is also the author of the bench book on evidence, who is the late Justice Bernard Jefferson. And in a case called People versus, it's either Pickle or Pitzel, it's PIC''L. That case has since been disapproved, but on other grounds. The holding is still correct. And all he was doing is, in fact, it ends up citing his bench book. Sections 21.4, he cites page 218. There's been revisions of the bench book since then, even though he is deceased. I'm not sure if they do still publish it, as a matter of fact. But in discussing 1101B and discussing motive, when the commission of a criminal act, this is from page 855, paren, the crime for which the defendant is on trial, close paren, is a disputed issue, sounds somewhat like this case. Evidence of motive may become relevant to that issue. Motive is itself a state of mind or state of emotion fact. Motive is an idea, belief, or emotion that impels or incites one to act in accordance with his state of mind or emotion. And that's exactly what we have here. The prosecution theory is when faced with a certain set of facts, i.e. a woman, for whatever reason, is about to leave, and this is their theory, that when Mr. Spector is faced with that, his emotional response is to stop them, and to stop them with the use of a gun. And that is motive, and that is what has been presented in this case, and therefore the 1101B evidence is admissible, and your motion to strike is denied. All right? Thank you. Let me go back to volume 10 and see if I can find something I'm looking for. I don't know that it will ultimately resolve the issue, but I want to have the facts straight in my mind. She started to testify on the 9th. I'm sort of assuming it would have come up in cross-examination, so I've gone to Mr. Rosen's cross, which took place on the 10th. Well, first of all, I don't know whether this is, I'm on page 2380 of the transcript. The passport that I've been handed deals with, maybe somebody miscited or maybe they didn't, and we're talking apples and oranges. Mr. Rosen was speaking to me. We were having a discussion about what I think it was probably at the bench, or at least out of earshot of the jury. Mr. Rosen said to me at the bottom of page 2380, then I'm going to lead into the fact of the theft of the plaque. She stole the plaque in 2004 from Judge Overstreet. Well, we're talking about a different year, but I don't know what the testimony of...
Give it to you.
Okay. Thank you. You've handed me a page, and I'm going to... would be the testimony of Angela
Pileggi.
Pileggi, okay.
And Judge, I went back and looked at, just because I had the same question, I went back and looked at some raw notes of, I think, Tawny Tim, Judge Carlisle Overstreet, in April of 2005 is when he noticed this thing missing.
Okay. Okay, and I questioned, thank you, I questioned Mr. Rosen. He was very specific that the year was 2004. Some choice comments from Mr. Jackson concerning Mr. Rosen's offer of proof. I'm not going to repeat it.
You've never heard it before?
Okay, let's see. Now, back in open court. Let's see. You start to talk about the plaque. And you ask her whether she had a conversation, this would be Ms. Grosvenor, with her sister Angela about the plaque, and she says, no, that's not what I told her. And then she denied that she stole the plaque.
Testimony about going to the other sister's house afterwards and her pulling the plaque out. And then there was a phone call.
Okay, just let me... The phone call took place, obviously, in 2007.
That's correct.
Okay, so she was asked to explain it, and however, you were using the year 2004. In her testimony, Ms. Pileggi used the directed there. Now we have the passport. All right, so the question becomes, certainly that would be highly probative and relevant. So the question is the passport itself admissible? Because it's otherwise hearsay. So the question is there some exception to the hearsay rule? Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it seems to me that would fall under the official records doctrine. I mean, it's self-authenticating insofar as the court has very obvious knowledge and of what a passport is. I'm sure the court has not only seen passports in other contexts, but probably holds a valid U.S. passport himself. It seems that under 452 of the Evidence Code, matters which may be judicially noticed on a different ground, the court could take judicial notice of the passport. Any official act of the legislature, any official act of the government, or of the executive portion of the government, etc., can be judicially noticed. Certainly this passport, which appears to be self-authenticating based on the photograph that's attached to it, the photograph that bears the likeness of Melissa Grosvenor. The court saw Melissa Grosvenor. You know that that's the same person. All the official documentation that's on it indicating the date of issuance, et cetera, and then the stamps that are born within it. Certainly the court, I think, could take judicial notice of the document being an official document of the U.S. government insofar as its foundation is concerned. Now, the weight to give those stamps and the weight to interpret those stamps is something that the jury can decide. And I'm not asking the court to take judicial notice that Melissa Pileggi or Melissa Grosvenor was out of the country. That's not what I'm asking. That would be a point of fact, which I will argue. I'm asking the court to take notice that that is an authentic government document that is at least admissible for the point of arguing.
I'm sorry. I guess he's done. The document itself is an official U.S. government document and may be admissible under some circumstances. The stamps that are inside of it are not official United States government records, and one would have to draw some inferences as to what those stamps are, when they were placed into the book, and by whom. we might think we might know, but absent some evidence as to how those stamps were placed and by whom, that is something that there needs to be some evidence upon, not the fact that somebody holds a passport. And the other thing is that we haven't talked about is the court just spent a couple of hours paring down our rebuttal case, and one of the grounds being that evidence from Ms. Hayes and Ms. Laughlin could have been our defense case in chief, and that the fact that we didn't do it was a form of waiver on our part. This could have been discovered with any kind of diligence at all, could have been offered at an earlier point in time when it would have allowed us to respond and do our investigation and do our due diligence. The fact that it wasn't shouldn't be grounds to admit it. It should be grounds to exclude it.
Well, it cuts, before I get to the point of whether I think it even qualifies under the Official Records Act, I will note, and I haven't gone through all the testimony, I went through what appears to be relevant. She was asked, Ms. Grosvenor was asked on cross-examination. It wasn't until Angela Pileggi testified and put a date to it that a date would have become relevant. And that took place after she testified. So that's in response to yours, whether or not this is timely or not. She certainly had the information. She was being accused of stealing a plaque, but the year was never given, it appears. She was just asked the question, any.
I mean, it sounds like one of the witnesses may have misstated the year. I think that Mr. Rosenquist on 2004, she said I didn't take it there. The fact that she may have been out of the country in 2005.
No, what I'm saying is the questions she was asked, and I would agree if she was asked about 2005, which is the only relevance of this document.
Yes.
The only thing, everything at the bench at that time revolved around 2004. And it appears that I don't know that she was given a date. She was asked whether she ever took a plaque during Masters Weekend. The date may be in there somewhere else, but nobody was talking 2005 at that time. The date of 2005 wasn't raised until after she was done testifying, when Ms. Pileggi testified.
But that's still months ago.
Well, that may be, but now that's not just the bottom line. Is she didn't have a chance to talk about 2005 at the time she testified. This is brand new.
But can I just say, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I don't mean to intrude. I know the court wants to hear from one more on this, but one of the things I was going to say is I don't have the timing exactly in front of me, but I think we all can agree on the sequence of events. Ms. Grover was one of the incipient witnesses in this case. I think she was probably one of the first witnesses along with the 11 ones. And then our case, we presented the two sisters, Kathy and Angela Pileggi. But that also, unless I'm mistaken, was at least 5 or 6 weeks ago. And that testimony was out there. Obviously, if there was a concern about it, one of two things could have occurred. Either if Ms. Grosvenor watched it on television and found out about it.
Yes, or she watched it.
I said that. I said, if she watched it on television and found out. But more importantly, if it became an issue at that time, it's no more an issue now. And the DA's office 5 or 6 weeks ago could have called up their 1101B witness and said, look, I've got a transcript of your two sisters' testimony. I want to send it to you. Read it over and see if it's accurate. Just flat out asked her on the phone.
Well, you're putting requirements that are not requirements for the court determining what's appropriate rebuttal evidence. You're saying they could have done this, but those are not requirements.
But we're not in rebuttal now. We're in surrebuttal.
Whether it's rebuttal or surrebuttal, the bottom line is there's certain evidentiary things I have to resolve. Absent that, the question of this type of evidence, if it's otherwise admissible, if it's appropriate to introduce it now, the answer to that, in my mind, is yes. The question is whether what they've given me on its own is admissible is what I'm trying to resolve. Yes.
I'm sorry.
There doesn't seem to be any attestation to the accuracy of that particular document.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to go through them very quickly without even going through annotated cases. I want to see if it even qualifies on the face of this section.
Yeah, I believe it's at 1530.
That's what I'm looking at.
I think insofar as the entries which appear to be by foreign governments, there has to be some authentication, an identification by that foreign government that this is an authentic and accurate stamp.
Judge, I know you're reading a bunch of stuff and you can't do it while we keep yelling at you. Real quick. Also take a look at 452 subsection F as in Frank with regard to Mr. Brunon's argument concerning the foreign nature of the stamp. Any law of an organization of nations and or a foreign nation or a public entity in foreign nations, the court can take judicial notice of as well. That would be a Spanish government act, if you will.
Right, but I don't know what the Spanish government requires for passports.
I don't either.
Well, I can't take judicial notice of something I'm not familiar with. Can everybody just back down for a second? Because if I find that it doesn't qualify initially, you don't have to worry about it. If I do, then we can make some further arguments. So just give me a moment. Well, first of all, it really doesn't qualify as an official record because it is not kept by the United States government. It is issued by the United States government. It is kept by a private party. These records are not kept by the United States government. They don't keep a copy of the stamped passport. They keep, no doubt they have a copy of the original because your passport can be replaced. I'm comfortable in saying the issuance of the passport, a blank passport, probably qualifies. The problem is this has been stamped, been carried, it's maintained by a private individual. That's not a government record, and a blank passport doesn't mean anything. Now, I will tell you, if you want to call her as a witness, get her here by tomorrow morning, put her on a jet overnight if you think it's important enough, but I'm not going to accept the passport by itself. So I think that solves the problem immediately. If you want to bring her in, I'll find that it is proper sur rebuttal, and we'll go from there.
Judge, would it, in an effort, I guess this would be called last ditch in legal parlance. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I sort of synthesized the same argument in my own head upstairs, and I thought about what is the thing that I'm holding? Is this or is this not an official government record? I think it is an official government record. I can't burn this. I can't cut it into pieces. I can't sell it to someone. Why? This belongs to the United States. It is kept by the individual. Melissa Grosvenor was allowed to keep this, but just like a note, $1, a $20 bill, you can't cut and burn that either. The document is an official record, and I think it fits that description. What's inside the document and the stamps that fall within it, I would simply suggest those are offered for their weight, not their admissibility. If there was handwriting in this, if there are colored stamps, if there are stamps from Singapore, if there are stamps from Bora Bora, if there are stamps from Spain, all of that simply goes to the weight that the jurors give what's in here. But the document itself is an official record, I believe, even though it's given to the custody of the private individual or the private citizen.
Well, look at paragraph 3 in 1530. First of all, it is the stamps that are important, but let's with that in mind, paragraph 2, the office in which the writing is kept is within the United States. It's not. Within the Panama Canal Zone, it's not. Again, I'm going to find this. It's the entry of the stamps that are important, so that is the country of Spain.
Okay.
The trust territory of the Pacific Islands or the Ryukyu Islands. Don't.
The reporter's looking at me like, can you spell that, please? They went there on the yacht next year.
Yes, RYU, KYU. And the copy is attested or certified as a correct copy of the writing or entry by a public employee or a deputy of the public employee having the legal custody of the writing. So we have, it clearly doesn't qualify. Paragraph 3, the office in which the writing is kept is not within the United States or any other place described in paragraph 2, and the copy is attested as a correct copy. We don't have the attestation, so that it fails right there. And then the attestation must be accompanied by a final statement certifying the genuineness of the signature and the official position of the person who attested the copy as a correct copy. You'd need something from the foreign official, the Spanish consulate, whatever, all that is lacking. So it's not coming in by itself. I think the subject matter, if you think it's important enough, do what you think is right.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Now.
Having finally won something, I'm going to leave.
All right.
We've reached a stipulation on the transcript, so I'll just read that and we'll go very quickly. The only other thing is that
You do have the list from Lana Clarkson State Pro, and I was
go ahead and enter the whole date, which seems to me not really necessary, or we can just enter the summary of the dates that are only the ones that we're pertinent, the ones that we're concerned about for the purposes of matching it up with the pumpkin pie dates. That's all.
Is the date book already in evidence? I don't recall.
The date book, yeah.
Part of it is in evidence, part of the whole thing in with some specific pages out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just suggesting we do it this way, and it'll make, I mean, they've got enough to look at. They don't need a bunch of exhibits only for these dates.
They give us a lot of private numbers, different people.
Mr. Dixon?
I will have to admit I missed part of that.
We're talking about the list of dates from Lana Clarkson's date book, I guess that corroborates what Ms. Pye was talking about. Parts of the date, that calendar or date book are in evidence, parts are not.
Actually, it does not corroborate Pumpkin Pie's testimony. Out of the, I don't know, dozen or 15 entries, we, as Pumpkin Pie was testifying, we went through and matched them. There were only a couple dates that are a couple events that actually match, and the dates don't match. To give it some more to this, it doesn't really fly, at least in my opinion.
Okay. Will there be a... Go ahead.
Maybe I can help here. I've got both, some match, some don't match, but the others that don't match clearly are things that Lana Clarkson would have attended with Pumpkin Pie. For example, she has a date here, for example, of September 24th of 02. And we don't have that on Pumpkin Pie's list, but it says right here, Backstage Cafe. September 25th, 02, level 1. October 9th, 02, level 1. Then there's a couple of birthday parties that match. There's Pie's birthday party, October 23rd, which I agree, it's not on Pie's, but what does it say? Level 1, Pie's birthday. October 30th, level 1. November 20th, level 1. So, and then there's Anne Marie's party and some of the things that Pumpkin Pie is talking about. So the ones that aren't, as Mr. Dixon is correct, they aren't, they really are entries which show that she went either to the Backstage Cafe or level 1, which were the events that Pumpkin Pie testified to. And she indicated that she threw 3 club events a week, and Lana would show up sometimes not at all, or sometimes all 3 times.
Well, I'm looking at it, I'd be happy to give these to Mr. Rosen with our little notes on them, or the court, but looking at the extract from date book belonging to Lana Clarkson, we labeled 3, you're welcome to look over my shoulder, Mr. Rosen here, 3 entries that match the list from Pumpkin Pie, and those are the October 18th, 02 Bob Dylan concert, the October 20th, 02 Pie's birthday, and the December 8th, 02 Bradley party. Otherwise, they don't match. The dates and the events do not correspond to my take on it. And I'm happy to give these to the court.
No, I accept
we made the notes.
I think the court understands what I'm saying. I'm not quarreling with that. What I'm saying is the ones that don't match clearly show that Lana's entries in her date books would have been events that she would have been at with Pie, because it's Pie's clubs and Pie's clubs events which are entered. That's why I said, just as a couple of examples, September 24th, 02, that's not on Pie's, but it says Backstage Cafe. September 25th, 02, not on Pie's, level 1. October 9th, 02, not on Pie's, level 1. So, yes, I don't quarrel with these things. What I'm saying is the ones that aren't there, if you read them, it would show that these were events she went to, which Pumpkin testified to. She threw as part of her promoting events at either level 1 or Backstage or counter Backstage, and the evidence is clear. Those were events.
It seems to me the summary, I won't admit it as a summary. If you want to put in her diary and make a motion to do that, we'll go from there. But you're basically calling out a thing that they're objecting to.
Okay.
And the date book would basically be corroboration of, to the extent that it is or is not, because it cuts both ways, of Ms. Laughlin's testimony. Okay.
We'll do it that way then.
And then we're going to have to cull through it. I'm not going to put in a document that has a lot of irrelevant information.
Just so Mr. Jackson Dixon.
Well, you know what?
Right out of the date.
You've got lots of time to talk about it. You can explain your various positions to each other, and if you end up with a stipulation, that's fine.
Okay, we'll work with that.
Thank you. Matt, where are we?
We have the transcript, which is in 1 minute or 2 minutes, and
I thought you said you had it.
And we have to finish emails, of course. We're almost done.
Okay, but as to the transcript, you have some kind of stipulation?
Mr. Dixon and I talked about it, and we've agreed that on page 47, there's 9 lines that we're going to read to the jury to indicate what was said by Ms. Robitaille in her Tuesday, March 20th, 07 interview, but transcribed, I'm assuming, in April 2007, which is the transcript.
Could you just confirm the lines? I think it's line 2 through 13.
2 through 13. The ones you gave.
Plus which her testimony that the transcript wasn't accurate?
No, that this is accurate.
Okay.
This transcript is accurate between lines 2 and 13 on page 47.
Okay.
And I'll read it.
Okay, but I want you to be aware, because when this issue came up, that her testimony, accurate transcript, I don't view that as her talking about that particular question or statement she was asked. What she was saying, don't ask me if this is accurate because I've already told you there's mistakes in the transcript. That's the way I read it, if you read down to the bottom of the page. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Are you talking about the bottom of the page? The transcript?
No, the bottom of the page.
Her transcript.
In her testimony.
In her testimony, okay.
Yeah. If you read down towards the bottom, and it's my interpretation of what she said, and that was in volume...
Would have been one of the last ones. 50-something, I believe.
Yeah, it is. I had it up here before, but if you read at the bottom of the page, take a look at it. Because I believe what she was saying, she was asked, is this accurate? She said, I can't tell you. She was asked about, isn't this what you said?
Yes.
And there was a recording. She says, I can't tell you because the transcript isn't accurate. And basically she's saying, I'm not going to answer that question as to whether that's, I don't know. You have to read it.
I think further on.
Here it is. Actually, I have it right in front of me. We're talking. I had pulled it at the time. I was asked a question by you, Mr. Rosen, and you were quoting. And then Robitaille, quote, he never hit me. He never shoved me, but there was this ominous, this gun thing, this threat, and he just very quietly said, I will pull the trigger. Do you recall providing those answers to those questions when you were interviewed on March 20th of 07 this year? Answer. That transcript is not accurate, so I can't answer to your question. She was saying, I can't answer a question because if you're showing me a transcript, I don't accept that the transcript is accurate. I'm just putting that out. There's the way I read it. Do what you want with it.
Well, I think we've agreed on it, and
okay.
Each side will argue it the way they see it.
Okay. Can we bring the jury out?
Sure. We'd like to finish the emails first, if we may.
Do it any way you want. That's fine. All right. The jurors and the alternates are now back. You may proceed.
I think we left off at N12. And if I remember correctly, I think the jury had satisfied itself with that last exhibit. Am I correct? Yes. We're ready for the next one. No? Yes, okay. We're just starting again? Okay. My mistake. Thank you. Okay. We're in N12 now.
Okay. This is a email, and its subject is Ray questions.
Let me know when you want us to flip it.
Okay?
Everybody okay? Okay.
Okay?
All right, I think the next marking would be ode to the flag.
Correct.
Jen, we need the title first. Title first.
Now, this one it's not the title, if you go back to where you were, that's fine. Subject is Ray Lana's a flake.
Everybody good? Yeah, okay. Jen, can we have the next one, please?
All right.
Move to P.
P12.
Thank you.
This is Ray Cat update.
Yes. This is a two-page exhibit.
Okay. Everybody done? Okay.
Jen, next page, please. Thank you. Everybody okay?
Okay, all right.
And may we have the next one, please, which I believe would be Q to the 12th?
Right.
Thank you.
This one starts out, "Hi, pretty girl."
Jim, this is the time I think it does.
It's okay. The only purpose is to be able to identify the document. So this one, the actual email starts off, "Hi, pretty girl." Insert size 10 foot is the subject matter. Okay.
Is that too small?
No, that's pretty large, I think. Is that okay for everyone? Yeah, that's fine.
Everybody finished? James, we have the next one, please.
How many more do you have to go? Okay. Yes, now, thanks. All right.
Okay. Next one, please,
They're
Jeff.
just going too fast for me. Just one minute.
Okay. She needs to put the markings on. The next one will be S12. Yes, yes. Yeah, the important note, Ray, your publicity, Pi, Dolly.
Everybody okay? Ready for the next? Okay. Next page, please, John. Yes. Okay. Okay. Jim, thanks. Could we please have the next one? Your Honor, I think the next one's T12.
It is. From Lana. Okay.
Next one, please. I believe this is U12.
No, this is,
I'm sorry.
this is the latter part of
Forgive me.
T12.
Sorry. I think we're ready for that.
All right. This is, would be U12, a volunteer for October's fundraiser.
Everybody all right? and I think we can go to the next one, which I believe is
B12.
B12?
B12. Show that to Mr. Dixon.
You can keep it. Well, hey, thank you.
All right, this is a copy of 2 pages from a day planner.
Yes, that's right. This is an address book.
But we can mark both pages as B12.
We've actually already marked this, Your Honor.
Has this been previously marked?
Has it been marked?
I remember marking.
Well, you brought it to the bench. I have a copy of it in front of me. 2 pages, even though the page itself, it was 2 separate containing entries.
What was the previous mark?
I don't have a marking, so I can't tell you. I don't know if it was marked. I just know the copy was given to me. For time being, it'll just be B12.
Okay.
Well, you'll be getting a copy of it. The bottom line is it's just 2 copies from this address book, and during our argument, it will become clear to you, I would think, that whatever parties wish to argue to you is what it is. Okay? You have another one marked W12. Okay, the same thing. And again, when the matter is argued, it will be pointed out to you, the significance, if any, for your consideration. Okay, since the can't break it down then.
There's only one.
All right. Yes.
Next to the 12. And this is the last one.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. And the blow-up is of the name of a witness who testified. Eric Patricia.
Correct.
All right.
It's our presentation of the emails and the data.
Okay. Do you have any other evidence you want to put
We
forward?
just have one other thing we'd like to do. We have stipulation that we'd like to
Accept this stipulation as proven facts before you.
need your services in a moment.
All right. Gentlemen, among yourselves, thank you.
appears that we've worked it out with the court's permission. I'm going to read it, but Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson have requested that I hand out that portion of it in transcript form to the jury. I'm fine with that if it's okay with the court.
It's fine with me.
Okay. Your Honor, we would offer the following stipulation. 2007, Senior Investigator William Freya, spelled F-R-A-Y-E-H, and Senior Investigator Lori Devine, spelled L-A-U-R-I-E-D-E-V-I-N-E, while in St. Petersburg, Florida, interviewed Miss Deborah Robitaille. And during that interview, she was tape recorded, and at a later time, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office prepared a transcript of that recording, which was dated April 2007. And contained within that transcript, in part, is page 47, lines 2 through 13, which reads as follows. Robitaille, he came up and he put a gun to my head. He said, quote, "You're not going home. You can't leave. If you leave, I'll pull the trigger," close quote. Robitaille, Devine, were you trying to leave? Robitaille, oh no. I said, quote, "I need to go now," close quote. I wasn't like, ellipsis, for the door. It wasn't violent or anything. He never hit me. He never hit me. He never tried to get me to do drugs or anything. And he was not taking any drugs or was not drinking. Then Investigator Freya says, yeah. And Robitaille says, you know, ellipsis, he never hit me. He never shoved me. But there was this ominous, this gun thing, this threat. And he just very quietly said, quote, unquote, I will pull the trigger. And that is the totality of the lines 2 through 13 on page 47 that we've agreed to.
Okay, so stipulated?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll accept that stipulation. Anything further?
This is one of the transcripts.
Okay. Okay, the transcripts have been collected.
Your Honor, I think subject to the executive conference that we need to have.
Okay.
And subject to those other remaining dangling participles or issues, as we might say, we would rest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do the people have anything further?
At this time, we need to approach it.
All right, you may approach. Ladies and gentlemen, people aren't ready to rest quite this moment, and because of that, and to accommodate tomorrow if it's not necessary, I'm going to take about 1 hour recess. Keep in mind the admonition, don't discuss this case among yourselves or with others. Don't form or express an opinion on the case until it's submitted to you. The bailiffs may take you out, I don't know, for an hour or so. You may have to be in the jury room. We'll work it out, but for right now, we're in recess, so if you'd step into the jury room. Thank you very much. All right. There's still 2 motions pending to address it into affidavits. I've never ruled on that. It was put over. Mr. Dixon, this had to do with Lana Clarkson's telephone records of Lana Clarkson and Jennifer Hayes.
I believe so, and I might need a moment to double check that.
And what's the status of this motion for outrageous government conduct, Mr. Rosen?
I can't imagine we did anything that outrageous.
But there's a motion pending. It was subject. This is based on Mr. Pavlik's unsupported unsolicited emails, that there had been misconduct. I said, fine, go get some declarations and we'll see whether we need to continue with it, because there was no basis. There wasn't a sufficient basis for continuing with the motion. So last time we spoke about this last week, Mr. Plort said he was working on it.
And that's why we need Mr. Plort in the courtroom.
Brief recess. Let me know when you're ready to proceed on this.
Thank you. Your Honor?
Yes.
For a moment. I just want to remind the court, at whatever point you're comfortable with it, we do need to make that 11:18 motion.
We can do that when we come back and address the other.
Okay.
Okay.
In session.
All right. The parties, jurors, and alternates are present as heretofore. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we have those day planner entries, and what we'd like to do is mark them as an exhibit and publish them, if we may, please, and limited it at the court's suggestion to just these.
Okay. Do you want to mark them collectively or what?
I think we should. There's 14 pages, and I would recommend we mark them as a group, if that's okay.
That would be Y12.
I think the last marking was X12.
Y12. Y12. You had going for a second.
Been on long. Publish one screen for the jury can see.
Yeah. I thought there were evidentiary issues, and
I thought what you were going to do is, my understanding, when we discussed it, they were going to would be argued appropriately. They would be marked in front of the jury. They're now marked.
Correct.
Just to show pages. I mean, the bottom line is that you'll be able to, you can indicate what they are, certainly. Why don't you go ahead and just indicate what they are, and then when it comes time to argue, you'll be able to point to
That's
it.
fine.
Okay?
There are 14 pages ranging in date from to December 15th, 02. And there's 14 entries in Ms. Clarkson's day planner indicating events that she and Pumpkin Pie attended.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying to something that is not fact. Entries in the date book, that's all they are. There's no indication that as to that last comment that she went with Pumpkin Pie anyway.
It may be going to part. Their entries in the day book, they may or may not relate to Pumpkin Pie. They will be argued as appropriate.
Thank
you.
That's fine.
All right. Okay. What else?
Subject to exhibits, we're prepared to rest.
Okay, and we're going to take care of exhibits tomorrow, so subject to whatever exhibits being received. Can you
want to do that tomorrow?
Well, if we can do it today, if you have an agreement, I mean, I would hope the parties would discuss those that they agree upon.
I'm all here.
We'll talk to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon when we're done here. We'll take it up first thing tomorrow. All right, and do the people have any further witnesses they wish to call?
Your Honor, at this time, we do not, with the exception of the evidentiary discussed at the outside the presence of the jury, we have nothing further.
And you have some further exhibits that were marked after you rested originally, I believe.
We did, and we'll addrss those
tomorrow
at the appropriate time.
And I think we have previously moved for the introduction of all of our exhibits.
Right, and
we'll do that after we go through the bill.
Take care of that.
And we'll move to the admission of the appropriate exhibits from our side as well. But we have nothing further so far as evidence, with the exception of that one, the records that we talked about. We have no further live witnesses.
All right, there's a possibility, ladies and gentlemen, that some further people's exhibits may be coming in that don't need any testimony. We'll resolve that tomorrow. And you'll be notified if that exhibits are received, and which exhibits hopefully are received or not received and left only marked for identification. The evidence in this case is finished. We're coming to a point where I know for several reasons. One, the next couple of days we've set aside to do jury instructions. As well, both you and some of the attorneys have planned to have this case finished, though frankly, if you take the time that you have requested off, which has been granted to you, and the time when we were down for 1 week due to illness of one of the parties, we are basically on schedule. We've lost that time, but except for that time, and we're going to need a couple of days to go over, at least a couple of days to go over jury instructions. And what I'm going to do at this point is, as far as you're concerned, we are going to begin argument on the 5th of September, which is a week from Wednesday. It is estimated and anticipated that we will argue on Wednesday and Thursday. I've talked to both sides about how much time they think they're going to need. Of course, that's somewhat a fluid situation. But we hope to complete the argument with 2 days. Please, from this point on, unless it's scheduled for Wednesday, well, it's bad for us, but we'll just have to work around it because it doesn't take that long to instruct. I have a busy calendar on the 7th, but it's my belief that if we finish the argument on the 5th and the 6th, if we need a little extra time, we can do it on the 7th, and then I'm going to instruct you. And you're going to begin your deliberations, and then you'll be working every day unless some other problem comes up from that time on. It's very important during your time off, no matter where you go, if some of you are going on vacation in the next few days, if you're anything like me, people, if they know that you have anything to do with the case, and some people do know even though you're not discussing the case, your coworkers or whatever, if they know, there's a temptation. I have friends of mine who know better, and they try to follow the rules, but sometimes they always will tell me about this or talk to me about this. It's always the same response: I cannot talk to you about the case. And I assume if anybody tries to talk to you about the case, they will get the same response from you. You have an obligation to do so. Anytime we're away from the trial, there's always a greater danger that's time invested to allow something like that to happen at this point. So keep in mind the admonition: do not discuss this case among yourselves or with others. Don't allow others to discuss it with you. Don't form or express an opinion on the case until it has been submitted to you for your deliberations, unless there's some o'clock. Okay? All right, 9 o'clock on the 5th. I want to maximize our time because I want to make sure that we get the argument, if at all possible, completed in the 2-day period. Have a pleasant time off while you're gone. Enjoy yourself. Stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you 9 o'clock on the 5th of September. Thank you. The jurors and alternates have left. Mr. Plord, the last remaining motion, well, there's two actually, but the one notice motion, if you will, was this motion for outrageous dismissal for outrageous government conduct. Has anything happened since the last time we spoke?
No, Ms. Kitty wanted to address that.
Yes, Judge, as a predicate of getting the hearing, I believe we required an affidavit from Mr. Pavlik.
Well, it was based on unsubstantiated. There was nothing there. What we had is an email that he sent saying that he had heard a conversation concerning, quote, Mr. Dixon somehow, Mr. White somehow being part of the defense camp. It was unsubstantiated. There was nothing to follow up on. I said, get me a declaration if you have one, and we'll see if there's something to go on.
We were unable to obtain a declaration from him. We do believe we were entitled to the hearing without the declaration. We understand Your Honor's feelings about that, but we wanted to put both issues on the record.
Okay, well, you presented me with no facts. The problem is it's all based on hearsay. It's based on absolute nothing. And it's nice to allege it. All you had to do was follow it up with some facts, and this is based primarily on the allegation, to be specific. I'll take it from your motion on page 4, that Deputy District Attorney Patrick Dixon was illegally invading the defense team. And do you have any facts to present to me other than mere allegations?
Your Honor, we think that this first started out, there was a Diamond who came forward without an affidavit, and then we think that you've put us with regard to that by an affidavit. Secondly, it also went to the police reports that Your Honor saw that have not been published with regard to certain citations that were made to the interviewees when they were doing the interview as Your Honor in terms of information. I think that's what this all started from. Then the Pavlik thing kind of rolled into it. So we were asking for a hearing on the representations that were really made by the police officers with regard to being there for Your Honor and that type of information from Mr. Diamond. That's where it started from. How it rolled.
Specific and not talk generalities. What's specific?
I don't have the specific findings in front of me. We did have it there, if I recall, the police officers, and I don't remember their names at this point, went, and even though there had not actually been there was an order on a Friday, if I recall, I don't remember the date, that Your Honor appointed a special master, but the specific special master have been assigned. Between the assignment that the police officers did interview Diamond King, they again, I specific facts as I recall.
Well, do you have a copy of your motion?
I don't have it with me right now.
I don't have it with me either.
And that's where this all came from initially. Then Mr. Pavlik came along, and then we got from the blog and what he published out that supposedly that Mr. White had been an informant for the government. And so they kind of got rolled into one, but we thought at the initial time they were separate.
You're right. I'd like to lodge documents to the court in the morning so that the court understands what the underlying issues are, particularly the audio taped interview with the two Los Angeles Police Department detectives who interviewed Mr. Diamond before the special master really got on board. They did not interview Mr. Diamond and ask him, what happened as far as the collection of evidence at the Spector home. Their interview was all, and I would say 98%, if not more, about what was the discussions between people, including Mr. Spector, in Mr. Shapiro's office.
And that's given to the people. That's that.
I understand.
What is the let's assume that this happened. Let's assume, for the purpose of argument, that two police officers awaiting the appointment of the special master went off on their own and inquired into things that they could not do legally. They could not inquire into privileged information. And that information has never been turned over to the prosecution. What is the violation? That's what I'm trying to find out. Assume that, yes, the police can't do that. And then it's sealed.
One of the two police officers, I was told, this is the information married to a deputy for the district attorney's office. One of the two detectives, I forget which one. And I believe was told it's even the unit that I believe Mr. Dixon runs, or at least at one time. I'm not sure if it was at the exact same time. So, hold on. Yeah, major crime unit. So it's more than, there's some other issues that kind of tie into that. Now,
well, no, see, here's the problem. You put this as very intriguing, and then you immediately slide it away. I don't want to slide away. If you have specific allegations you want to make, if you're prepared to present witnesses, if you're prepared to present information to me, I want to hear it. If all it is you're sort of putting out allegations and then just leaving them out there to hang, I am not interested in that. What specific do you have?
I'd like to go over the motion to get it, just so that I can specifically make a record. I just haven't looked at it in a while, and I understand where the court's coming from. But if the court wants me to be specific, then I definitely won't look at it and be very careful as to what record we'll make.
I'm going to let you do that. I'm just saying this motion was filed on June 18th. You noticed it for June 18th. So we're talking about over 2 months, and you're not prepared to go forward with it.
Well, I was under the impression that the court required, before we proceed with anything regarding the motion, to get a declaration from Mr. Pavlik. We've been unable to do that.
Okay, well, that certainly has to do with a whole lot of the motion, and if all we have is this email that Mr. Pavlik went on television with, he went on television with certain information. He's apparently unwilling to swear to it under oath, so we're certainly not going to proceed with it.
Right, and that email was something that was sent to the court or the district attorney's office.
I got a copy of it, and it had these allegations, and I said, what do you want to do with it?
Right, I understand.
Okay, and you're not following up on that. And now this other allegation, are you alleging that the district attorney has heard these tape recordings?
I don't believe we're in a position where we can prove that. We know that they direct body to come to the LAD. The LAD, we think, was clearly a violation of the attorney.
Let's assume they did. Again, we come back to the situation. They did something wrong that no one here is privy to.
Well, we don't know whether they informed either directly or indirectly anybody in the district attorney's office. We don't have any proof one way or the other.
Do you have
that they didn't do it or that they did do it.
Do you have them under subpoena?
Well, we could get them here.
You may have to.
Okay.
You're going to make those allegations, and you're going to proceed with this motion. You need to present facts to me, and then I'll worry about what the law is. But first, we need to get facts, and facts are facts as opposed to allegations. Anything you want to add?
Only that, just for the record, that no one that is working on the prosecution side of the table has ever heard that original interview by the two LAPD robbery and homicide detectives with Mr. Diamond. We just haven't.
Okay. We'll see what you have tomorrow. You want to make another motion, Mr. Grossman?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion pursuant to 1118.1 now that the defense has in fact closed its case and rested. And we would embrace and resurrect the same arguments that we made at the first 1118.1 motion at the close of the prosecution case. I don't think since it is jurisdiction.
Thank you, people. Denied. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'll see you tomorrow morning. What time do you want to be here?
10:15?
10 o'clock is fine. I guess it's really no way to estimate the time. It's just to just have to see how it goes.
The two issues on the table are the not the resurrected motion, the unfinished motion that Mr. Plord was discussing, and jury instructions. That's the only two things.
Well, we also have your 1562 motion, and then go over the exhibits.
I think Wendy wanted to do exhibits.
We're going to do exhibits first because we have to get that out of the way.
Sure.
Right.
It's a lot of work to be done.
We'll be prepared.
Okay.
I was just going to make a suggestion. We've gone through our exhibit book. I don't know if you've made a comment, and I'm assuming you have. So what I was going to say, if they have a moment before, I'm available by phone this evening. You have all my phone numbers, and if you want to chat about it, we might be able to save a little time in the morning, but I don't know what your schedule. I'm just making a suggestion.
We'll try to do that. Maybe even a list of two.
Have you thought of exchanging jury instruments?
Thought of it. We'll see if we can get that done.
Okay, you'll have packages for me tomorrow that we'll go over.
Okay, can you hear me now? StreamYard muted me again. Can you hear me now? I'm so tired. We're 17 hours on the deliberation clock right now. We have this is the craziest trial. I should have written it down. Because I don't know where we are now. Because we've got exhibits. Okay, so we watched Jennifer Hayes and Pumpkin Laughlin. And then we have exhibits. That was in the presence of the jury. Because the jury was reading them and I was trying to keep up reading them. And then we have outside the presence of the jury exhibits. We didn't do that yet because he just dismissed the jury, right? So we haven't done that yet. Then we have outside the presence of the jury, Detective Victor Pietrantoni. Pietrantoni, I think. I don't know who he is. He doesn't look familiar, but this has been a long trial, so I don't know who he is. Then we have more exhibits outside the presence of the jury. And then we have something else that's just outside the presence of the jury. It doesn't say what it is. Oh, that might be the charging. That's the charging conference, probably. Because there's two outside the presence of the jury. Man, I thought we were going to finish this before next week. We're not going to be done before next week. And then closing arguments. I'm going to guess and say he didn't limit their time. Because Jackson has 1, 2, 3, 4 parts closing. And then there's an outside the presence of the jury. And then Linda Kenny Bodden has 1, 2, 3, 4 parts, then an outside the presence of the jury, part 5 and part 6. Then Dixon's going to do the rebuttal. There's just one part of that. And then another that's outside the presence of the jury. Then we have jury instructions. And then something in court, deliberation day 2, 3, and 4. So questions maybe, or they were coming in and saying they were hung maybe and sent back. And then we have the verdict, which I wonder what that's going to be. So we still have, I mean, we're at the end now, but we still have, it's going to be a few more days before we get through all this. And then we need to start thinking about what we're going to do next. I'm going to do a poll, and Daryl Brooks is going to be on it, but I want to have 3 or 4 on it at least. So This is a suitcase murder trial. I've never heard of that one. The staircase is one I was thinking about doing. He had several trials though. I don't know which one this is, and he finally took an Alford plea because the evidence against him was so much. Oh, I know. I know. I'm going to leave everything on and be ready to come back. I'll still be watching. I'm just so tired. The trial wasn't fun today. I didn't have anybody to yell at. So I got bored, and bored made me tired. Let's see if there's any more on here that might be interesting. I don't want to do OJ. It's too long. Of course, if I do, if we pick a trial that I don't know anything about, it could be just as long as any of these other ones. Robert Bardo, that's another one. I did I did an episode on him. He killed Rebecca Schaefer. She was an actress. She was an up and coming actress. She was starting to she was in a high rated, I don't know if it was number 1 or not, but like a pretty high rated sitcom with Pam Dauber. After she was on Mork and Mindy. This was after Mork and Mindy, and it was kind of going up the charts, being a big show, and she was going to be in a movie and was waiting for the script, and she thought it was the script being delivered to her, and she opened the door, and it was this guy, and he killed her. And the Jenny Jones show on trial, I don't know if this is that one or not. I know there was one talk show where I forgot why it was like a fake premise to get the guy there, but it was a gay guy that had a straight friend and he had a crush on him. And the straight guy ended up killing the gay guy because I guess he embarrassed him. Oh, Robert Bardo, have you seen the trial? I've not seen that trial. I've not seen it. Well, we can put that one on the list for the poll. We'll put Robert Bardo on there. So, mistaken rideshare murder trial? That's scary. Grant Amato's on here. Ooh, that's another one we need to put on the list. Grant Amato. That's one of ours. Grant Amato. Grant Amato is the guy that I should be making a list. Grant Amato. Here, I'm asking y'all for suggestions, and I'm the one saying, oh, yeah, we need to put him on the list and him on the list. Grant Amato is the guy that, he fell in love with a cam girl, and he was a nurse. He has a twin brother, and he was lying to his family, and he got fired. He was stealing money from his parents to spend on this cam girl like he was in love with her. He was doing private sessions with her and sending her money, and he kept thinking that she was going to quit doing her OnlyFans or whatever it was she was doing and run away with him. And he was borrowing money from his brother, and they kept telling him to stop it, and they were trying to help him get over this addiction, porn addiction or whatever they thought it was. And he said, no, I'm in love. And he kept then he would pretend like, okay, I'm not doing it anymore and I'm straightening my act up. And there's a whole documentary on Paramount Plus, and it's called Control Alt Desire, I think. So like Control Alt Delete on the computer, but it's Control Alt Desire. And um so he killed his mom and dad and his twin brother because they wouldn't let him just keep stealing their money and paying this cam girl to do whatever he wanted. And um on this documentary, he's lying to the documentarian, lying to him the whole time because he's going to file an appeal. So he's telling the whole time that he didn't do it. So then finally he admits at the end of the documentary that yes, he did do it. And this dude is creepy. And this is the guy that Aaron Goodwin from Ghost Adventures, Aaron Goodwin's wife was having what she called a spiritual affair with this man. She was calling him on the phone. I guess, they got contraband in prison. He had a cell phone. And started by writing letters, and then they started talking on the phone. And so she was having a spiritual affair with Great Armado and paid him to get a hitman to try to kill her husband, Aaron Goodwin. So now she is in prison in Nevada for hiring a hitman through Grant Amato, who is in prison in Florida for killing his parents and his twin brother. Crazy. Crazy. Judy, you had a lot of suggestions. I should have written them down when you gave them to me. Do you remember what any of them were? We may end up with more than just 3 or 4. I'll just make a whole long list for a poll. I know one I was thinking about was the eye drop case, but that was only because that was Judge Darrow. But if we do Brooks, because I put Brooks on the list because Jill hasn't seen Brooks. And I want to watch Brooks with people who haven't seen him yet. Because I know they're going to be outraged, and I'm going to laugh because it's going to be funny. Because people that have never seen that are going to wonder how in the world anybody could act like that in court. And it's just going to be funny to watch people's reactions. Yeah, I don't want to do any killer parents. I had wanted to do Betty Broderick, but AJ's doing Betty Broderick right now, so I think I want to wait a while. Mark Jensen, he got a second trial. And I watched the second trial. And in the second trial, I don't think the prosecution proved their case. However, I do think he did it. But he killed his wife with antifreeze, and he was convicted in the first trial because his wife wrote a letter saying, if anything happens to me, Mark did it. And he got a new trial because they said that that wasn't proper because it was hearsay and inappropriate. Who? Which numbnut? Bardo? Which numbnut? So Jensen got a second trial because of that, because of the letter that his wife wrote. They said that should never have been allowed as evidence, but he still got convicted in the second trial, which I was glad that he did because I think he did it. But at the same time, I don't think the prosecution proved their case a second time. Oh, Brooks wants to represent himself on appeal. Well, he's not going to get an appeal. I can tell you that right now. Because he can't use inefficient counsel, because when you're your own counsel, you can't do that. He's not going to get an appeal. Trust me, Judge Darrow made sure every single thing was documented. There's no way he has any grounds for appeal. But you know, all of his other cases, he got a lawyer for. Right? I'm pretty sure. Like the ones with Erica, the cases against Erica, and he had another case for something. I don't remember what it was. Uh-oh. Gary Busey's in trouble again. Gary Busey's 81 years old now? Oh my goodness. I didn't know he was that old. Gary Busey has a head injury. That man's not right. He needs to be in a home somewhere. He really does. There was no judicial misconduct. I mean, there was no prosecutorial misconduct either, but I can see where he could claim that. But there's absolutely no way he can claim judicial misconduct. Absolutely no way. She been over backwards for him. Like, too far at times. Because at times I would be, I was screaming at the TV. Just put him in the other courtroom. Just put him in the other courtroom. And she's like, Mr. Brooks, are you listening to me? Mr. Brooks. And I'm just yelling, put him in the other courtroom. Just put him in the other courtroom. Like, she bent over backwards to make sure he was getting a fair trial. Bent over backwards. But this woman right here, Betty Broderick, that woman is a piece of work. Piece of work. But AJ is doing her trial right now. So if we do her, we're going to wait. We're going to wait a while. I think she had 2 trials too. I think her first trial was hung. She killed her husband. And it's wrong to kill people, but her husband did her dirty. Which is, I've heard a lot of people say that they married a man and then worked, put them through medical school or law school or whatever, and then they get out and they start working and they start making the big bucks and all, and then they cheat with their office manager or their nurse or whatever, and that's what happened with her. I think her husband went to medical school. I think she put him through medical school. Subject matter jurisdiction wasn't proven. Yeah. Kitchen knife murder trial. I haven't heard of that one. Look at all the Florida cases. Wow. Mom killed while son at home. They really need to get a better naming system for these trials. Mom killed while son at home. Jealous wife murder trial. Why does she look so familiar? Why does she look so familiar? Teacher kills husband. Nancy Seaman. I don't remember that trial, but she looks so... Snake breeder murder trial. Is this the dude that was shot and the woman tried to make out like his giant snake killed him? Is that the one? Ooh, Pamela Smart's on here. Nancy Brophy. That's supposed to be a good trial, too. Love triangles. There's the asshole. I did him already. That's rolling. The Gainesville Ripper. That one's on my channel if y'all want to watch him. I'm not ever going to do him again. There's Brooks. I'm not doing Dahmer. Ooh, medical crimes. Ooh, Michael Jackson's on here. That's in California. Is that on? Is the actual trial itself on there? I watched the Ice Cream Man murder trial. I watched the second one. The first one was a hung jury. I don't think he did it, but he was found guilty. I don't think he did it. Oh, Gina Hahn's on here. That's an old case. Old case. That's a California case. Wrong apartment murder trial? I'm not doing Jodi Arias either because I cannot stand her. And it's not just the that she killed him. I just cannot stand her. Her and Casey Anthony are two people that even just looking at them, I can't stomach. It's just their demeanor, the way they talk about what happened. I can't take it. They're just arrogant little, ugh. Which trial? I'm going too fast. I can't keep up, or you can't keep up with what I'm saying. Go back. Which one? I said Gina Hahn. What was the one before that? Ice Cream Man? Which one? of the ice cream man murder was that, I don't know, Judy, you might disagree with me. He was an ice cream man, and he had been shot and robbed. And then there had been a shooting. A guy had shot up. There was a bunch of black guys on a porch. I don't know. I can't remember if they all lived at that house or if they were all just there hanging out at the house. And somebody came up and shot a bunch of them. And they were trying to say that the ice cream man did it as revenge because they were the guys that had shot him and robbed him. Well, because of the injuries that he had, he kind of wouldn't have been able to do that. He would have had a really hard time being able to even pull a trigger like that on the kind of gun that was used, which I don't remember. It's been so long ago, and you guys know how my brain doesn't remember details like that. But he had a friend that wouldn't testify in the trial at all unless they gave him immunity. Why would a friend need immunity? That's ridiculous. For what? And his friend that wanted immunity was the one that gave a bunch of shell casings to the police. He went to the guy's property, supposedly went to the guy's property and picked up a bunch of shell casings. Said that they practiced out there, that they had a little shooting range set up there on his property, and he shot guns out there. And he took these casings to the police and said he picked them up off of his property. How do you know for sure that's where they came from? There was no chain of custody. So it was just stuff like that that made me think, wait a minute. Are we sure this is it just, and then there were so many things about the cop in the case, like it just, so many things about that cop that was just off. And so I'm not sure that that man did that. But they convicted him. So movie popcorn murder trial? What in the world? Oh, Rittenhouse is on here too. That was a good trial. Mary Kayla Turno. Okay, so I got 3. Y'all be thinking up some more, and I will make a poll because we are almost done with Spector. We'll be done with it by next week, at least, unless another trial comes up. And we are 17 and a half hours, and I will keep an eye on it because it's still early on the West Coast, and you guys keep your notifications on because I will be back if there is a verdict today. So, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. And I will be back if there's a verdict. If not, I will see you in the morning at 8 o'clock. Bye, guys. Love y'all.